match is queued up. Right now, Fleischer's in the lead, but it is super close, guys, after 2 days of competition. And you see the score there, 43.36. That is the number of points that they've accrued in that win, lose, or draw scoring format. Each board is just a 1, a half, or a 0, and that's based on your score as it compares to the other table. And here are the leaders. But really, this is the type of event where it's anybody's ball game, right, guys? You can really make a comeback on a day like this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, border match is basically match points, but with only a 1 top. So you can imagine that if your score is either 100% or 50% or 0 on every board, there are going to be wild fluctuations in the standings.
And we are going to watch that throughout the entirety of the day, folks. So welcome to the broadcast, and let's jump into the action at our first table. And at our first table, we see Versace Cementa versus, as we try to pronounce, Hamilev and Plivad. But
Plivad, yeah.
Here we go. We're on the third board. We're bringing you kind of a little bit of a delayed action just because it takes a bit of time to get the logistics up and running here. But we have, as far as we can see on the score of this match, it's gone a win for the North-South pair and a half in the middle board. So the first board, the Cementa and Versace won the board, and BBO is going to give you this 2-1-0. It's a little different, but it's just based on the way that the scoring mechanism is going to work.
Just divide by 2.
Exactly.
Just divide
Take the
by
score
2.
that they have and divide by 2, and
that's
you'll
actually
figure it
the
out.
score that would be on the actual leaderboard thing when it goes into the
Exactly.
thing.
Yep. So they're just the way the scores work there. They don't have a way to put a half, so that's the way we're doing it.
Right. So basically, if you take that 3 at the bottom there and divide by 2, they would have 1.5 so far. And the 1 on the other side, divide by 2, they would have a half.
Yep.
And then whatever the last board is going to be, whatever the last board is going to be.
Yep.
So the maximum any team can get in one round would be 3. The minimum any team can get in one round is 0.
Yep. And an average round is 1.5.
And an average round is 1.5, just to give you a concept of the scoring.
So we can see the entire hand. Let's see how this trotted out here. It started with South opening a diamond, pass a heart, a spade, and 2-0 was some sort of bid, probably showing the sort of shape, Christopher?
Yes. So I answered everything.
I know.
So,
I have it in my head.
As do I, by the way. I answered everything, too.
So the Italians use 2-0 trump here to show kind of a light 3 of a major bid. And that's arguably what Versace has. Hard to value that South hand with the great shape but minimum high card points. And then interesting to note West's double here. Obviously, if 2-0 trump is an artificial raise, West doesn't need to double for penalties or anything like that, right? Because the opponents aren't ever going to play in 2-0 trump. So standard expert practice is that when the opponents make an artificial raise like this, the double means a similar thing to what it would have meant had the raiser simply raised naturally. So here, for example, let's imagine that instead of South raising hearts
3 hearts
artificially with 2-0 trump, they just raised naturally to 3 hearts. The West's double would be some sort of responsive type double. And so
interesting.
I'm sure that's how West intended the double.
It's like
here.
Doubling the equivalent bid that they're making.
Yeah,
in a standard
exactly.
Sense.
You know, we all have systems that we play after the opponent's bid and raise. We have agreements, and we don't want to get outside of our agreements just because the opponent's raised artificially instead of naturally.
Got it.
And I apply this principle to a lot of auctions in my regular partnerships. So, for example, let's imagine that the opponents open 1 of a major and make a Bergen raise, right? So they bid 3 clubs or 3 diamonds, showing an artificial raise of the opener's major. I don't use a double there to show that I want to lead the doubled suit. I just use it as takeout of the major that they're showing. Just the same idea. If they're bidding and raising, making a takeout double or a responsive double, we want to often tell partner, hey, it might be right to compete And again, we just don't want to lose that because the opponents happen to raise artificially.
Well, new and improved today, we're able to watch more than one match. And I'm going to flash over to our second match right now because we see the same board in action and honestly the same contract as well. 4 spades doubled in this match. This is the Pollock team versus the Fleischer team at this table.
So
Wait,
we
but
see
time out.
the-
Is that not? That is the same match, is it not?
I think we have the
Isn't that
wrong
the same
table
match?
at the. Yeah. No, it's it. So that's Versace Smash. It is the same match.
Is it
Apologies,
or not?
guys.
I'm not sure that it is.
Yeah, it is.
It's flashing as it is, but we'll take a look at the what. At least we can see the camera angles at both.
No,
tables
I love
here.
it. I love that we have two. I love
I think
being
it's
able
good.
to compare the two,
Yes.
but I do think like the north-south pairs here. So Samantha and Versace are partners with Bessie
Correct, and we can see that
and
the
Kohler and Polak are partners with Klivad and Hamilev.
Yep, and then we can see this here on the lower left. Those will be the team designations there.
And
Here,
so Fleischer was in first place, and I think Pollock was in second place. So
That's
this is going to
exactly
be a
right.
big blow to Pollock from Fleischer early on.
well, it's kind of going to be who's going to win this board actually?
Well, this board is, well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, it feels like it's going to be a tie, so it's not a big blow. It'll
Right,
be it'll
right.
be
It's just
2
like-
versus 1. So
right.
you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said a big blow. I was
But
looking
still,
at the 10 to 1.
any
but-
little bit helps if you can catch up when you're at the start of this. They were down by.
So the question is, can
0.65.
in order for the Pollock team to win, they would need to beat 4 spades by more than 1 trick, which
You want to see the auction on this one, guys? Let's see.
it's right there to the right. Yeah.
A
Okay.
heart, a spade, a diamond, a heart, a spade, just 2 hearts. Double, pass 2 spades, 3 hearts. Another double by West here. 4 spades, pass, double. All 4.
I'm going to give up my seat to Boya because I'm just going to give up my seat to Boya.
Boy, Abe Roglin in for another session. Welcome, buddy. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, teammate.
Teammates in the room.
This must be a special occasion indeed to get Boya out of bed at this hour.
He was here yesterday too for almost no bridge, unfortunately. But we got it working
For
today.
some reason, as Chris says, I love to sleep in the mornings, and it's just these kind of things that can bring me out of bed.
Well, thank you for getting up early for us and the viewers. And we are just sweating the first 2 matches. They are finishing at this table to our right here, guys. They're playing 4 spades doubled right now. In fact, I think they just scored it up and it's over. There it goes. Chopping action there. So it looks like they were, what did they get on this one? They did gain a little bit, right? The Fleischer team?
That last board was a push. So basically, it is indeed 2 to 1 in that match, like we had predicted, based on 4 spades doubled.
Yeah, so
Going down 1 at both tables.
just when you're looking at the scores at home, and I'm going to flash those up for you guys. Here's it from the table 1 results here. When you see 2-1-1, again, we're just reminding you that in this format, win is 1, a tie is a half of a point, and a loss is 0. It's just presented this way because we have no way to show a half on the BBO screens. But that's your match, and that is number 1 versus number 2, and number 1 gains just a little bit, puts a tiny bit of distance in. And as you noticed when we flashed the scores up here earlier, guys, there was fractional scores, and that means that carryover is involved. So each day you've played in this event, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, you gain. If you're at the top, you're going to come in with a little bit more than the teams below you, correct? And that can make a huge difference in this because it's a little bit more to come back from if you're behind, correct?
Oh, yes. Well, it's very important for an event like this to have all the players motivated kind of throughout the early stages to play their best bridge. So you can imagine if there were no carryover from the early days, maybe a team that's already guaranteed to qualify might not play so tough in the last few rounds of the day, which could affect the other qualifiers. So to keep it fair for everybody, it's really important to have that carry forward. So even the teams that are doing well are fighting as hard as they can throughout the qualifying
Get that
stages.
extra cheddar. All right, we're just waiting for the action. In fact, let's get to that main feeds. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chris.
and meanwhile, we didn't really cover board 2, but that was a missed opportunity for both teams there, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's take a look.
With a possible cash out against 4 spades. And so if we look at this room, you can see that the Queen of Diamonds was led against 4 spades, and to the King and Ace, and now North wasn't sure how to cash out in the red suits. Obviously, he sees the 4 spade opening bid, looks at the dummy, and he kind of knows the clubs and the spades are ready to be solid. So it's just a question of how to cash the heart winners.
Wow, we just got a whole bunch of results slapped in there.
Yes.
That sounds like View Graph era, guys.
Yeah, I think that's right.
We'll circle back to that in a second, guys. I think they're starting action on board
All
4
right, here we
now.
go.
But shouldn't that sort of be sort of not too difficult with an encouraging, discouraging thing like attitude?
Yes, yeah. So that's exactly how I would play. So North now cashed the Ace of Hearts. Or we're not looking at the board anymore.
Well, we're looking at board 3 right here on the lower
but
right.
it's board
no,
2.
no,
board
number
2.
two.
Apologies,
Yeah.
guys. There we go.
Yeah, so
There we
let's
go.
click through Queen of
Yeah, so
Diamonds.
here's the diamond to the ace.
And now North doesn't know what's going on, so he cashes the Ace of Hearts. And one thing that everyone should know is that the idea of ace from ace king only applies on the opening. In the middle of the hand, you often have to switch to the king to let partner knows what's going on, because in the middle of the hand, there are often going to be reasons to lay down an unsupported ace. And this is a perfect example, right? Samantha doesn't know which red suit to play next, so he leads the Ace of Hearts to get a signal from his partner. And I think here, when the Jack of Hearts is played from East,
And they play upside down attitude.
they play upside down attitude. I think Versace should discard the Queen of Hearts here.
To make it obvious.
Right,
what's
because
happening.
when the Jack of Hearts fell, he has Queen 10 9 8 or a sequence now. So the Queen of Hearts just says, I have a sequence and I don't have the king.
But I think this is very interesting. Like, look at this. These people. They won the Soloway.
Yeah.
With these players, and they know they're leading the Reisinger, and still you see mistakes like this that I think is like a very grave mistake.
Is that just a function of day 10 and playing?
What is the
like,
morning of?
a
I don't
bunch of
think so.
bridge?
I don't think. I think this just shows what bridge is all about. Even the top players make lots of mistakes, and this is for me a baby mistake, baby mistake. So I'm very surprised to see.
I
this.
agree with Boya. I would certainly not expect to push this board if I reported back with plus 450.
So what can we see? What happened at the other table? Well, like how the card
yeah,
played?
yeah.
Or
we
maybe
can.
jump over to the match that's live here or something.
Well, let's. This is the same situation. Let me bring that to the viewers as well. Just give me 1 second, gents, and then we'll be back to the live action. But here we go.
I mean, if you were really aggressive, you'd underlead the Ace of Hearts and hope that the guy missed.
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's an
Then you would
interesting
go
play,
down one
but
if the guy missed
it was.
gas, of course you would-
But the problem is, if you had seen the King Jack,
Yeah.
it's much more possible to find that play. But without seeing the King Jack,
Yes.
it's just a lot of time he would just not have a choice. He could have the
So
King
it went
Queen. He
diamond,
could have
diamond
just
there.
the King.
And then
Yeah.
we don't get to see what happened, guys. It went diamond, diamond, and then plus 450 was scored up. So
Okay. Because also diamond, diamond,
unfortunately.
you would think why? Yeah. Maybe
so
they're then
let-
thinking maybe for a
It could
promotion
be,
since
it
Potter
could be
did
a wrong.
not.
It could be a wrong claim
Yeah.
on the view graph also. It might
Well,
have
of
a
course.
420
Yeah,
claim.
exactly.
But I would also
We've
say
seen
if,
some of
if
that
you're
as
in
well.
a good partnership and it goes, you lead the Queen of Diamonds, and partner overtakes the King and Ace. If you then lead back a diamond, a lot of times I would say you do not have the Ace of Hearts, because why wouldn't you cash the Ace of Hearts at trick 2?
Although,
yeah.
that's
I
generally
would say
true.
in-
Although
in-
here, it's
Table two-
there's nothing else to play.
Table 2
No,
just
but you can play for the
starting,
promotion. Can you
actually,
play for the
guys.
promotion? Can he has Ace Doubleton and no Ace of Hearts?
Well,
that would be my
I would
thinking.
assume that East probably can't have 5 diamonds on whatever the auction was, having never been it. I think at the other table 1 spade was opened a little more normally, and so I'm sure at that point that East had denied 5 card
Sure,
diamonds.
but if that's how it started and they didn't cash the Ace out, that must be the South thinking, I think.
Okay, guys,
Otherwise,
let's-
how would you not play a heart to the Ace at trick?
Well,
three?
what I'm saying is because we've only seen 2 tricks, I think it's entirely possible that
Let's
the
circle
score
to
is
the
not
live
right.
action on the right here,
All right,
guys.
let's do it.
Table 2 is just sat down. It's Gary Kohler and Billy Pollock, and Bilda and who's he playing with? Madala, yes, are at the table. So we'll see their names update to the East-West players in a moment, guys. There's a 1 board lag in that, just based on what's going on the view graph there. But it is Kohler Pollock versus Bilda and Madala. Bilda Madala, very good young pair, two great young players.
So, Rob, I think you have to click on board 4 there, or how do we do it? Because it's already happened.
No. They're just starting at the table. I have the cameras on.
Oh, they're just
They've
starting? Okay.
they've just put
Oh,
two
I
bids
see.
down. Right. So here we go.
So why are the results on the right?
Because I need them there.
Oh, so you see those, but the viewers don't?
No. Correct.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
we already know. We already know the results, people, because we're on a delay.
Well, I don't know if those are real results.
Okay.
We're watching live action on the
Got it,
cameras,
got
so
it.
this folks just to let you know what's going on. At some point, the BBO program
Well,
just loaded three
what-
random results. They do not make any sense to us. We're watching live action.
Got it.
What do the viewers see? They see both of the.
You want to take a look? They
None-
see both. They see the entire table, every player live, and then they see the entire hand in the middle. So
And then they see us.
yeah, and they see us.
But they see only one of the table, like one
Correct.
of these.
At a time, but we
can
have
switch back and
have
forth.
many
Okay,
scenes,
I
so we
see.
can switch back and forth. This is the highest tech presentation so far. So far,
We are rocking it. I love what we're doing.
me too.
And
This
if we
is
say
great.
things that are wrong during the thing, Rob, you could just, you can yell at us later.
I think we're actually now people are watching. We have viewers, and we'll keep track of our friend over there monitoring our broadcast. Make sure you guys can hear us and see us. But one thing I want to let you guys know as you're joining, we are on a 15-minute delay. So the action we're calling is actually live, but you're seeing it 15 minutes after we do. So if you have questions, you have comments about anything, please reference the board number and let us know what you're talking about. We can circle back to that, take a look at it. We can talk to our esteemed panel here, who is Chris Lincoln to my left, Boye Brogland further over, and of course Bronya Jenkins once again for another stellar Reisinger broadcast. And we're watching the action of the second place team, Pollock, versus, I guess that it is Bianchi they're playing, correct? That's going to be Madala and Bilda, correct? They're on Bianchi.
Madala and Bilda is that not? Let's see who do we have there.
Libuis.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be okay. So
believe that's
it might be
Leibowitz
Leibowitz.
team,
Okay,
yeah.
Leibowitz. Understood. All right. So the other table is in four spades on this end. We're able to see the action at the other table, guys, and they got a little bit of an early start. So they are currently playing four spades in the north at that table.
And that's a fairly unexciting contract with two spades and a diamond to lose, and no real prospect of losing another trick. I don't
Right.
think.
Should be a push at both tables.
Well, it's some chance. There we go. I was about to say some chance of north-south piggishly aiming for 3-0 Trump with those solid clubs, but it turns out they've diagnosed the diamond
would be
weakness,
brutal, yeah.
and so they've achieved the normal four spade.
Which table does the viewers see?
They switch back and forth. We can toggle back and forth.
Yeah, we can, but which one do they do?
We can toggle for them back and
So
forth.
so they're
Well,
seeing
which-
whatever one we're looking at
Whichever one
on
is
the
hot
right.
in the,
So I'm going to show you, Boye. As I go over here, I can put this in front for us.
So
That's
now
the
they would
table.
look at that. Now they would look at that.
When I want them, yeah.
We-
That's
we-
the table we're all watching right now on the right.
Yeah, everybody's like the viewers
Correct.
are watching
And
the
then
right one.
when I
at this
switch,
exact moment.
Yeah,
when
but
we
this is
start
the- yeah,
talking about
I
that
understand.
table,
I understand.
they will be seeing that table, right? So whatever
But
table
you have
we're
to
on.
then do the switch.
Yes.
all right. So perhaps since this really does rate to
That's
be
why
a
he
flat
gets the big
board,
ones.
Yeah,
we
let's go
can-
back to table one. Actually, let's get to that table one main feed, and this is Versace Cementa sitting north south, and we have players that I'm probably not going to pronounce correctly sitting east west, Vaselga and Kamarat.
I do not familiar with this pair. So we've got the normal one diamond opening and one heart overcall.
It's going to be a no trump here, or
I don't think so. Not vulnerable.
Understood,
I think
yeah.
pass
Discretion
there,
is the
which
better
is the
part of that.
weekend, is normal. If I were going to do something with the south hand, I might throw in a little frisky diamond raise just to try to shut out the spades. And my partner didn't open a spade, and I've got the too little. But pass vulnerable is probably best, just
like that.
because if you are playing in a match point scored event, and order match is just match point teams, right? So if you're playing in a match point scored event, you really want to avoid bidding a lot with nothing and just going minus 200, down 2 undoubled or down 1 doubled. Because obviously those scores are worse than the opponent's making a part score. So maybe we would have seen some more action had the vulnerability been reversed. But here, Versace says, well, I can't really show my clubs. I'm just going to pass. And sure enough, here comes partner bidding clubs at the 4 level.
Boom.
Not the most anticipated action.
Is that the mixed race and that's the West player?
I'm a bit surprised by that because like most top players would have 3 diamonds in that situation
Sure.
as a mixed race and 3 hearts as a weaker race. So
And
I was surprised to see the 3 heart bid here.
And arguably, West is a little heavy for even a mixed race.
Exactly.
So for my own kind of point counting, if I have 4 card support for my partner's major and a singleton, I just add 3 points to that. In my mind, that's the same as having a king. So I'm just looking at that West hand as 10 points.
Yeah, that's nice.
Which is, for me, just more like a limit raise, really, than a mixed raise. But those standards can vary from partnership to partnership.
What's Versace thinking about here right now?
He's thinking about
gotta
racing 5. but
Right. He's got to be like, oh my God, my partner bid 4 clubs.
He's thinking, how did my partner just bid 4 clubs?
Right, exactly. And welcome to the panel, Olivia Shearson. How do I say it? Pronounce your last name for me because I'm never going to get it right.
Shearson.
Shearson, okay. Then I'm going to get it right forever now. At least it's not device this time, you know?
But today you got it actually.
Yeah.
Last night you just couldn't pronounce it.
Well, welcome to the broadcast, Olivia. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're watching the best players make tough decisions here, and that is definitely a surprise for North, or for South at least.
But what
He's going to take his time.
I just say what I would think in such a situation. I would picture my partner with ace, king, queen, 5th of diamonds, ace, king, 5th of clubs. I think that's sort of a normalish hand where you would bid, And after, I would think the partner now has 2 spades, and after the jump to 3 hearts and a singleton heart. So I expect him to be 2, 1, 5, 5, with typically
Pretty
ace,
close.
king, queen, 5th of diamonds, and ace, king, 5th of clubs. I would pass, and I think especially board a match, I want to go plus on this hand. I'm not sure what happened at the other table. I just want to go plus. I think
And they're not bidding 4 hearts at this point either, so
very unlikely though. But
yeah.
But I agree with Boya. It seems like a clear-cut pass, and
There we go.
Boya is doing his super elite skill of trying to visualize an expected hand from partner and bid accordingly. But for those who aren't kind of getting that deep into it, another simple way to think about it is when the opponents make any sort of preempt, your partner can't sit there passing, afraid that you're going to have nothing. So partner's always going to be playing you for at least a little something. And so it's true that South does have Queen, Jack, 10, and 5th of a suit that his partner enters at the 4 level, but he knows the Queen of Hearts is not working. His partner obviously has a lot of minor suit cards, so probably the doubleton spade isn't working for a rough and the dummy.
And the Jack of Diamonds
Jack
could
of
just be
Diamonds.
superfluous.
Yeah,
right?
the Jack of Diamonds is just questionable whether it's going to matter. And so South should just say, well, I probably have just exactly what my partner was hoping for overall. Trumps are great, everything else not so good. And so, to find the pass for that reason, right? Just in general, we don't want to be burying our partner every time our partner competes over a preempt, right? That's just going to lead to too many minus scores. So we just say, look, partner played me for a little something. I have a little something. Let me go plus.
And welcome to all you watching the action with us. We have several hundred viewers once again. Welcome to the program. We are alive, awake, and ready for some good bridge. And we're here for the 2024 Reisinger with Chris Willenkin, Boya Brogland, Olivia Shearson, and Brony Jenkins off camera, but always working. She's in the chat for you guys. You were 15 minutes behind, so let us know if you have any questions. Just let us know the board number you're talking about, and we'll get to those.
Can we see how the bidding went at the other table? I can see
yeah,
that.
let's dance.
So we can see it's a win board for the leading team, for the Fleischer team. Yeah.
There's some phantom scores in there, so it's not totally clear.
You correct.
I just think I would just thought that when it said at the other table, maybe that was the correct result. It said at the other table this. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So the results that are flashing up there have nothing, right? Those are just unfortunate BBO load-ins. I think it was just a glitch error. But this is the live action we're seeing at the second table. In fact, we can see the tray in front of Gary Kohler right now. He is thinking live at this point.
Yeah. So notice here that
4 hearts is a completely different choice.
Very different choice. Right. Medalla chooses to treat his hand as essentially a preemptive raise, which I think is quite reasonable.
Sure.
Normally in the textbook, we might think, oh, West is supposed to have 5 trumps and a singleton. But here, West's 5-card spades look like a promising source of tricks. And so the lack of the 5th trump might be kind of counterbalanced by maybe being able to get a discard later on the spades instead of roughing something in the dummy.
Yeah.
And so, wow, this is a lot of excitement. So
Yeah, there were 4 clubs at the other table, and this is going to be 4 hearts doubled in the East.
Yeah, so here in North, really the pressure was on North, and he had a reasonable 3-way choice, I would say, over the raise to 4 hearts. He could sort of pass conservatively because the vulnerability is not favorable for him to bid. He can make a flawed takeout double with only a doubleton spade, or he could choose to introduce his clubs at the 5 level. And I think if we saw this hand played at a whole bunch of tables here, we'd see, facing the same choice, we would see all 3 of those actions taken. Here, North finds the interesting choice of double, and the fate of the contract is going to depend on declarer guessing the heart suit, which I think after North's takeout double and South's penalty pass will prove no problem. So it looks like a swing to the Lebowitz team here.
The one thing I would say that as a declarer here that I would be sort of a little bit concerned about is that why didn't South lead his what you would think is normally a short spades? So he would have to guess, because if South had a singleton spade, he would lead it, I think. So if he's now going to play South for having like 0 spades and that the takeout double was made on 4 spades, I don't know. It's just that I think this is what he's normally in this situation. You pick up the trump suit because the doubler has short trumps. But here, because of the non-spade lead, you have to start thinking, what's going on this board? Can North just have like a very strong hand, like an 18, 19 sort of type of hand? Is that why it's doubling? I think this is more interesting than on the first. When you look at the first hand, you think, oh, he's going to pick up the trump suit. But when if he's getting deeper into the thought, how are these cards distributed? He might start thinking, South must have, if he doesn't have avoidance spades, he must have at least 2. And now you sort of tilting the situation with how to pick up the trumps.
I think East, who is on the same side of the screen as North, will diagnose this, because North took a really long time to double 4 hearts, and
He did.
in my experience, world-class players don't take a lot of time deciding whether they're supposed to bid or they need another jack to bid and they're supposed to pass it. If they have a marginal decision on values, they usually usually act instantaneously and rarely take even as much as 10 seconds. Whereas if they have a tough shape, that's the kind of problem that people tend to think about. So I think that East,
Builder just looking at his hand,
he's
going
sort
back
of
and forth.
checking his math, but
He's pulling for.
I think he has a feel.
Pulling for the 4
are 2-2
spades
at
right
this
now,
point.
and now he has.
So
Now he has the deuce in his hand. He's kind of shuffling back and forth.
This is the thing that some players now, when you're watching Builder now, I think I'm not watching it here, but I can just see him like there, where he's like, which one should I play? What's the double about? It's like he's just very
looked like he was
indecisive
ready for
at the
a play,
moment.
and now he's back in the tank, folded hand. Just,
in terms of putting other clues to putting this hand together, right? So this double of 4 hearts is a takeout double. So opponents have we open the bidding, and the opponents now overcall and raise. The double by the opener is takeout, and so it's relatively unlikely that South is going to have wild shape and have kind of passed his partner's takeout double. Now, maybe it's possible you could argue, oh, well, he has Queen 10-4 of hearts and a whole boatload of clubs and just decide to pass. But I think my suspicion here is that declare is just trying to make sure he doesn't miss something super obvious. So here, declare.
He's going off the spade first. Very interesting.
Yeah, he's just basically he's pretty sure that spades are 2-2. He's kind of put the hand together as we suspected he would, and now he's just kind of testing that hypothesis, just in case both the spades and the hearts were somehow divided 4-0, I suppose. But essentially, at this point, he's clear sailing. He's diagnosed the 2-2 spades, and now he's going to know that South really must have queen third of hearts to pass a takeout double, because I don't think with 2 little spades and 2 little hearts and 3 diamonds and 6 clubs that South would be passing a takeout double. South would be bidding clubs instead. So I think Declare, I think it's all over but the shouting now that Declare has kind of satisfied himself about the deal.
Olivia is now in the commander chair for a moment. I'm going to take a short break, but we're going to focus on this second table on board 6, and I will be right back, folks. Olivia, take us away.
All right. Well, it looks like board 6 is over.
Well, we've got board 6 over at one table, but we're watching the feature table over here where we're still playing board 5.
I think board 5 is still very interesting. I'm not so sure that Bill if he would bang down the ace of hearts now, and I'm not so sure. I think he would even think more. Okay, now it's Chris. We'll see Chris is.
I predict insta heart to the jack, but maybe not.
Now he's playing with his cards.
Yeah, okay. So he's still indecisive. Still indecisive. I think this is a tough hand. It's so easy. I think this is what I call sort of the BBO sickness. That is so easy when we look at all the hands. When the players go through all these sort of emotions, all these thinking, it's much, much, much harder than we see. Okay, of course you should do. Nah, it's not so clear.
Well, again, one person made a takeout double and the other person passed the takeout double for penalties. If you don't overthink these situations, it's often good. And so he does, in fact, pick up the hearts as expected.
Yeah, well done, Bilde.
Well done.
And well done, Medalla, for the preemptive raise to 4 hearts.
Yeah, no, I really like the bid. I mean, you give partner like queen jack third of spades, ace queen fifth of hearts, a stiff diamond, and 4 small clubs. That's a 9 count where.
And it puts a lot of pressure on the opponents. That's the thing. It just puts a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, as we see here, like, very difficult.
So the point that Olivia is making there, again, using the elite technique of kind of giving partner a hoped for hand, is that when you have really good support for your partner's overcalled suit, a big fit, and a good side suit, there's often a chance that you can make game opposite very little for partner if they're the right cards. Mm-hmm. And so that's why Medalla chose to raise the game, right? As Boya mentioned, there's the preemptive effect, but also
I think it's definitely he's doing it because of the guessing effect of the opponent, because he wouldn't be afraid to make an invite with his hand and miss a game. You make a 4-card invite and yeah. He wouldn't be afraid of missing a game with this hand.
Oh, yeah.
It has both pieces going for it, which is what makes it a good bid.
It's like a poker bid in my view.
Yeah.
Like you raise and you see what happens.
So it looks like here Gary Kohler made a constructive raise of spades with 2 hearts.
Yeah, so this is a very common expert treatment where if the opponents make a negative double after your partner overcalls one of a major, very common situation. Many pairs are using transfer advances, we call them, right? The partner of the overcaller is the advancer. So the advancer is using transfers, which enables showing some extra hands. So here, North is able to kind of transfer to spades with 2 hearts, showing that they have a solid raise of their partner's overcall. And that can help South later in the bidding or defense. But here, the transfer has actually helped the opponents, because what basically happened is that over the 2 hearts transfer, East Bilde was able to pass to show that he didn't have anything special. And then when 2 spades came back to him, he's able to now compete to 3 diamonds, which I think would have been a very difficult compete had North been able to raise the 2 spades directly. Right now, if East bids 3 diamonds, Partner's not going to be
yeah.
expecting 12 points with 6 diamonds to the jack. So, these popular conventions that there is a cost to every artificial bid that you make. The opponents can double it to show something, they can pass it and then bid later to kind of show a weaker type of action. So a lot of times the science here is, a two-edged sword at best.
It was good switch here. I'm not sure if you look, how deep you looked at this. I think now he needed to switch to, or maybe they could still survive maybe they could still survive. But it's a good switch from Pollack.
Yes, good switch from Pollock here. So Pollock can sort of see here the way the play is going, that the ace, queen, 9 for the hearts in dummy provide the possibility of discards from the declarer's hand. So he'd switch to a club.
What happened then?
Club to the king, and it looks like a diamond back from
That's
north.
that's
It's
just
a
that did not happen.
looking play. So folks, again, you don't need to overthink these things. If you're not sure what's going on, but your partner switched to the deuce of the suit, and you win that trick, you should probably return the suit.
I think this is wrong. I have to say. I think I cannot imagine partner switch to the 2 of clubs, you win the king, and you switch back a diamond, which is what the player is playing on. I think there's a guy in Norway that always says this thing. I think it's a very good saying. If both the declarer and the opponents are doing the same thing and going after the same thing, at least one of them are mistaken.
It's like the classic problem. You lead a suit and the opponent's just like bang down 3 rounds of it, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
So here we can
I
see
think what might have happened here is that East won, possibly with the ace of clubs, I think, and then maybe played up a heart, because it's so. I just cannot believe that North in with the king of clubs is not playing spades, not playing back a trump. For me, this did not happen. You see now the ace of clubs coming. This is also impossible. So this is just the view graph.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried for an end play.
Oh no! This is no. He's just setting up the clubs. So this
The
is,
club's a 3-3.
but it's just incredible what sort of mistake this is, in my view. Playing back a diamond, if this happened, it's hard to believe.
But
it's hard to believe.
It didn't cost the trick here, right? So basically, once the declarer ducked the first club, the defense was without recourse. If it played a second club, the declarer could now play a third club and build a heart discard.
But now you still have the trump. Yeah, he can get out to
So I think this is pretty much just nothing to do.
We have an interesting something we can look at, guys. In fact, I tell you what, I'm gonna bring it to you guys first.
But Chris, about the defense there, North wins the king of clubs, plays back a club. What do you do?
Let's see. So I haven't dislodged the diamond yet at that point. Right. So now if I play a third club, South can switch to hearts. Yeah, that's a good point. So I forgot that North was the one that played the second diamond. So yeah, if South does still have the high diamond.
But for me, I have to say, this is like it would be hard for me to, even for a beginner, to
Right.
play back the diamond. So this is something
Yeah.
here is just very, very strange in my view.
So just give me a second, guys. I got something fun for us if we need it.
It's like pulling the wrong card in my view. It's like,
Here is our board results. So if we want to get a good distribution of an interesting hand, we can come to this at some point, guys. This could be something we use.
well, it would be nice, the one with the 5-5 club, to see what happened. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that
how
was-
many bid to 5 clubs, how many bid to 4 hearts.
That was board 5, correct?
It was.
So let's get that up there. And I tell you what, if we'll get it next round, unfortunately. We are in this round where we only have the first round, I believe, noted. So we have to wait for that, but we'll circle back to that in a moment. We're waiting for play to. In fact, I think what's happening?
Are these the overall
playing
scores,
this
or?
board? This is the first round, I think. In fact, no one's seeing this except us for now, guys. We're just waiting for the play to start for those of you watching at home. But it looks like board 7 is starting, but I see, no, it's weird. I'm getting like an odd feed here, Martian. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm getting a replay of action at table 2, if you guys can see that. Table one just looks like Versace and Cementa are hanging out, just waiting. And we do have opponents, and that looks like Nickel and Cats coming to the table, and that is correct at that table. The other one.
Is there something we could do just to update the names in a much better way? Yeah.
The names get updated
This
after
is
the first board of the round. We can't.
that's
They come into the table because this is the way they designed it.
It just seems so bizarre.
Names and then it switches after the first.
Totally bizarre.
Well, magic. It's a little magic.
Rob, can you see who's at the table right now?
On the left side, in fact, let me get you guys to the table we're talking about. We have Cementa, Versace, and Nickel and Cat, so this is correct on board 7. I want to remind you guys that the left, the results we can see, I'm not sharing these with the audience because there's an issue, are not correct. Boards 4 through 9, none of those results will make sense to us, so we're only focusing on the action at the table, which is the live action we're seeing, 1 no trump by West, 2 diamonds by North, looks like 1 major.
Yeah, very common, I would say predominant treatment in the expert community, using a 2 diamond overcall after 1 no trump opening to show just a natural overcall on either major. And that if you weren't playing any system, you would just say 2 hearts or 2 spades. And the reason that this bid is so useful is because when we combine 2 bids into one, we now free up 2 heart and 2 spade overcalls for something else. So the most common treatment being major, minor, 2 suitor, but other variants are possible. But I would say that this sort of 2 diamonds overcall to show 1 major suit is a linchpin of top flight competitive bridge these days. Looks like East is doubled 2 diamonds to show points. That would be the standard treatment. Say, hey, partner, it's our deal. You open a no trump. I've got some points. Let's decide whether we belong doubling the opponents or bidding our own contract. And now you can see that South's pass of the 2 diamond overcall is alerted. And I'm sure that alert means, hey, I'm not just passing your 2 diamonds, partner, just to see what you want to do. I'm passing because I have diamonds, and I think we might belong playing in 2 diamonds doubled instead of your major. And that looks like a pretty good choice with the South hand there, right? You've got a really nice diamond suit yourself.
Sure.
It looks like your partner may have hearts, because that's your singleton and no one else is bidding hearts. And so at South, I definitely would want to be offering 2 diamonds as a possible
But North
contract.
is never accepting.
But here North has a great 6 card suit. So they say, well, I'm going to overrule my partner because even if my partner is showing good diamonds, they're probably not as good as Ace, King, Jack, 9, 8, 6 of spades.
And Versace's delighted to see it is spades here,
Yes,
so he knows his
a
side's
nice
safe.
surprise, and he might have a possible decision to make. All right.
Ooh,
and so
that's gone now.
well, I don't know that it has.
He can double this, right?
So now 3 spades Q bid here, and I would bet that Nickel and Cats are on firm ground that this is going to show short spades, because standard expert practice is that if our side opens the bidding and then partner kind of makes a strength showing double or redouble, it's a standard expert practice that we're not letting the opponents play the contract undoubled at a low level. We're either going to double them or bid on. And so I believe that Cats could have passed 2 spades, which probably would have been forcing for his partner. Partner would have had to do something, either double 2 spades or bid on. And so when Cats doesn't pass it around to partner, but instead Q bids, he's trying to show that there's something really special about his hand. He doesn't have a good hand to pass around to partner and let partner decide. He has something really interesting. So he's going to go ahead and bid in front of his partner. And the logical, interesting piece of the hand is the singleton spade. And here,
Hearts makes 5, it looks like,
Yeah.
and North-South is down 1 or 2 maximum, not guessing spades, right?
yeah,
So-
and
No, I mean, they have a
and
diamond
here,
overcall, so.
after South's raised to 4 spades, that makes it even easier for West to see, oh, well, partner's obviously got short spades, kind of a 3-suited takeout.
Olivia's right, though. There's a diamond rough coming, yeah.
Yeah, there's a diamond rough here.
And yeah, we've now seen West compete to 5 hearts, Definitely a possible action.
And we're going to be down one on.
And assuming that which actually, so if we're looking at only the East-West cards, 5 hearts actually looks like a pretty reasonable contract, right? You might easily just lose the Ace of Diamonds and the Ace of Spades, but here we can see there's a diamond rough, and in fact, the auction suggested that might be a possibility, because remember all the way back where South told his partner he was willing to play and 2 diamonds doubled. So I think for that reason, it's not going to be that hard for the defense to sort this one out.
Yeah, especially looking at the stiff spade and dummy, South can make a suit preference
Right,
signal
it's
for diamonds.
easy here for.
At the same time, I think it's a bit with the South hand. If you give suit preference, why don't give the 10? Like this is why keep partner in the dark that you love diamonds.
So if I can
was thinking the
circle
same.
back to you guys on the hand we were talking about earlier, just real quick, board 5, and I'm flashing it up on the lower right. Don't pay attention to the auction; it's not correct here. In fact, trying to get to the correct board. Board 5 is right here. Sorry. At this table, we were in 4 clubs, making 4. Now again, don't look at the auction; just look at the hand itself. Other tables, 4 hearts. Twice, once doubled, making 4 spades doubled, making on this hand, and the rest all played clubs and spades basically, but varying results, mostly minus hundreds. The only pluses were a plus 130, and 2 people made 4 hearts. 1 people made 4 hearts, and 1 made 4 spades doubled on this hand. So there are your results.
And so was this board? Do we have a result from the other table?
The other
on the 5
table
hearts down
was
one?
in 5 clubs doubled.
Sorry, I'm now on board 7 that we just saw go by, right? We just watched nickel and cats go down in 5 hearts on the spade rough.
Let's take a look at the other table. They're probably playing it right now. No, they finished it. And unfortunately, guys, the BBO results stream is having severe difficulties, so we can't necessarily look back and see exactly what they did until after the round, unfortunately.
Got
guys.
it. Okay, so we'll
Apologies.
just focus on our kind of feature table here.
Yeah, which is Samantha Versace, nickel cats, and that's a beefy 2 spade bid.
And for those who aren't familiar with the sort of player styles, nickel and cats are a really solid conservative pair. They always seem to show up with extra values or extra trumps whenever they're bidding, compared to what some of the kind of more aggressive pairs would have. And so here, this is a very comfortable weak 2 spades for nickel, but I think there are many players here who in first seat non-vulnerable might have much, much less than this for a weak 2 bid. And so I do predict we'll see some 1 spade openings in the rest of the field as well.
In fact, we are looking at the other table, just getting in, and the auction was the same at the other table. 2 spades, pass, 4 spades, and they are currently playing 4 spades in the west at that table as well. So we'll see if anyone wins it in the play here.
And this 4 spade raise found at both tables might look interesting to some viewers, because really East doesn't have 4 trumps, which we'd often expect for kind of a preemptive jump raise, and doesn't have really values for game. But in this case, the Easts are kind of thinking to themselves, well, my partner opened a weak 2 spades and I've got a singleton heart. So where are the hearts? Well, there's a good chance that there's a lot of them in South. Didn't happen to be the case here, but we're thinking, the hearts are missing. And if we can get to 4 spades really quickly, the opponents might not find out that they can make a bunch of hearts. And so, that's what happened at both tables. 2 spades past 4 spades, and North-South were never able to sort of get into the bidding, which, as it turned out, was lucky for them. Right? They don't really have any particular shape, and so a heart contract actually has a lot of losers. So here we are in 4 spades, and the real question here is whether the defense is going to find the diamond rough to beat 4 spades 2 tricks.
Well, we see here, South played the 7 of hearts. Which
Yeah, so the Ace of Hearts is led, and when there's a singleton in dummy in a suit contract like this, almost all top experts are playing that South's signal is a suit preference signal. right? So that 7 of hearts is the highest heart spot that South has, and that is asking partner to lead the highest unbid suit, not unbid suit, non-trump suit. So here, it's a signal between clubs and diamonds, right? Spades are trump, so we don't ask for spades. We're just asking partner, well, we're telling partner which suit we want between clubs and diamonds. And so here, South is, with both aces, has nonetheless made a smart signal for diamonds, realizing, hey, we can't really cash too many clubs here. Dummy is king 10 9 5th, but if my partner is the king of diamonds, we might get some diamond tricks. So he's not just signaling what he has, right, which is both aces. If he's just looking at what he has, he has no idea what to do. But what he thinks about is, well, what suit do I want partner to play? So he's signaling strategy, not the cards he's holding. And that is winning here, as North now finds the switch to the king double 10 of diamonds. So this is going to be a relatively straightforward down 2 for North-South here.
I think the only holding that Samantha, the reason why I was thinking, the only holding that he's afraid of partner having is the king queen 7 of hearts. So the 7 of hearts is actually the lowest heart that South has. But in such a situation, I think that South should play the king to just say that partner, I have the king queen of hearts. So so I think you can both do a suit preference, but at trick 1 you can also just say I have the highest honors without being a suit preference signal. So just so partner doesn't have to get into, because if South now had the king queen 7 and West had not the king of hearts, not the queen of clubs, but the ace of diamonds, it was very important for the non-diamond shift. So I'm just saying
I agree. I think there's 2 interesting concepts in what Boy has just described. So the first one, if your partner leads a suit, and like let's say they lead it an ace, and you follow suit with the king or the queen, something like that, usually you're just showing that you have kind of a sequence in that suit. So if partner leads the ace and you play the king under it, that means, oh, I have a suit where I would have led the king. I have a sequence, king, queen, jack, something like that. So that's a very important kind of expert signaling principle.
If I can just break in for a moment, and I'm going to share this with the audience as well. Here are your live results after round 2. Goldberg winning 7.7 is their total. Fleischer in second, 7.17. And then there's a reasonable big dip to Les Amoils, which is 5.7. So there's about 1.4 between second and third, essentially, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, in the Reisinger, it's both a large gap because the field's so hard, it's hard to make up ground, and a small gap because, of course, if you play 3 boards and win 3 boards, you've covered that easily in one round. So that's what makes Border Match, I think, so exciting for the top players to play.
And today we actually can sweat this action in the score as we go. Sorry, Olivia, keep going.
No, I mean, this event is just such a grind. Everyone in there, they're gonna sit and they're gonna think for a really long time today because there's just no margin for error.
Do you guys slow down when you're more exhausted? Essentially, do you make an effort to do that in general situations at the end of an event like this, especially like the second session where we're getting towards 5 o'clock in the afternoon? You're playing for it all. Are you taking more time deliberately, or is it just normal stuff?
My experience is that I play better. The longer the tournaments are, the more I play, the better I play.
Interesting. Chris?
Well, it's a compromise. Sometimes you want to kind of play fast and get a board over with where there's nothing, and then you want to try to think carefully if there's something interesting. But I probably could do better at playing slower more often, and probably that's true for almost everyone.
I think the hardest day in a tournament like this, whatever, is like the very first day of a national, is my sort of, and each day go by, I just feel better and better. I think
you get in that kind of groove.
You can't
able to think normally.
And meanwhile, we see just back to the action here, right? We see North-South have arrived at 3-no trump despite holding an 8-card major suit fit and finding that fit.
That's the Reisinger, right?
Well, and I think it's just good bridge here generally, right? So after the 1-heart opening and 2-heart raise, South has no idea what the right contract is. I think the Italian raise to 2 hearts there could be pretty weak. So I'm not even sure if South is planning to force the game on all the auctions. So at any rate, just describes his hand with 2-no trump. Okay, I have at least game interest, and I have a balanced hand.
And 3-no is pretty descriptive for that.
And North is just charmed to raise the 3-no trump, right? He has no roughing value, right? So some players in that seat might worry, well, we have the 5-3 major suit fit, but in this kind of spot, you can't figure out exactly what your partner has, so just show what you have. When you're the weak hand, generally you just want to be showing what you have instead of trying to figure out what partner has. And
Interesting
so here,
lead too.
yeah, North can just raise. He's got no roughing value. So partner likes no trump. North likes no trump as well.
But this is very interesting, like how to play these hands in border matches is very, very interesting.
Yeah. So the Queen of Spades was led, which kind of gave up a bunch of tricks in the spades. It's a declarer. Won the King of Spades, finessed the 10 of Spades, but now he's got some entry issues.
Because in border match, in teams, this hand would be sort of very, very easy. You could just give up a heart and you have it all secured. But in border match, you don't like to give up on the heart finesse for that extra trick. At the same thing, you have communication problems.
Yes.
So you have to read if it goes like Queen of Hearts, low, low, low. Now you have to sort of.
You have to guess. Yes, and that's in fact that would have been a difficult duck for nickel, but maybe could have been found. Right when declarer leads the Queen of Hearts off of dummy and having opened a heart, I think it's fairly obvious that the hearts are going to be solid once the king is out. And so, if nickel had found a brilliant duck of his King Doubleton of Hearts, declarer obviously can't see his cards, so he's just going to go ahead and repeat the finesse. And now the Ace of Spades might get kind of stranded in the dummy.
But I think because that nickel played the 9 of Spades on the second, he knows the spade situation. You see, nickel would never put in the 9 of Spades from Queen Jack 9 small, really, right? Because he's just giving up a trick. So you know the spade position after when you see the 9. So you know you have 4 spade tricks.
That is a good point, and kind of this gets back to something we were talking about quite a bit yesterday. If you're known to hold a card, you often want to be playing it. So when declarer won the King of Spades at trick 1, Queen of Spades low low king, and then led a spade towards dummy, nickel probably would have it been more deceptive for him to just play the Jack of Spades. He's already marked with that card because he led the Queen of Spades. Nobody's leading from Queen Doubleton against 3-no trump in an unbid suit. So he knows declarer is going to finesse the 10 of Spades, but if he plays the Jack now, when declarer wins the Ace, declarer doesn't necessarily know that it's Queen Jack 9 Tripleton. It could be Queen Jack Doubleton. It could be some other holding where he's just playing the card he's known to hold. So, much tougher situation for declarer if West just plays the card he's marked with instead of showing declarer the 9 of Spades.
And quick update for everybody here. We're between rounds here. It looks like there's a short, brief break here. No one's at the tables at the moment, but we are watching the finals of the 2024 Reisinger in the first session here with Chris Willenk and Boye Broglin and Olivia Scherzer. And Olivia, you're getting a lot of love in the chat on YouTube. People referencing your amazing silver medal from Buenos Aires.
Bronze, but.
Oh, wait, they said silver.
Okay. It felt like silver after the big comeback.
Unreliable chat, but yeah, in dramatic fashion, obviously. Well, Rob, congratulations.
I'm glad I changed seats because I didn't realize I was going to be sitting in front of a green screen today. Yeah. I don't know if
you were a disemboweled head, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm wearing I don't know if I'm in the frame, but I'm in a green sweater right now, and
yeah, we could see
I was
you
a floating
just fine.
head, so yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that when I put you over here, so I want to go back and see what it did look like. Actually.
Well, I saw myself on the screen, and I was like, why do I look so weird? And then I realized, yeah.
Just like the haunted mansion or something, the floating head. But thank you guys so much for joining us. This has been the best commentary I remember at any nationals for this, and we really appreciate it.
I was watching you guys yesterday, and I thought, you had Dan Segura in here, you had Gavin Wolpert, you had Chris. I thought it was great commentary. Yeah, I learned a lot.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It feels like the hours pass by very quickly, and Chris takes it with stoic, no reactions whatsoever, like a good bridge/poker player, I'm sure.
There's a question here, Rob. Like, do we get any questions, or maybe you can ask someone to
It's
put it?
difficult here because we're on about a 15-minute delay, but when things come in, we try to address them. And the big thing is, we're not flashing too many of the scores today, guys, because the scoring system is kind of having a little bit of a wonky moment. But what we can tell you is it's a win, lose, or draw. 1, half, and 0. So don't get confused. If you see 2 1s and 0s, that's just how BridgeBase is scoring it. But right now, we will be able to see after each round the leaders, and I'll flash you guys those results when we see them. But right now, it's Goldberg leading, but by a slim margin against over Fleischer.
And we're still early days here in the final. A lot of boards to play.
27 boards each session, right? Not you essentially play 9 3-board matches against each team, right? Twice, and then we have a champion.
Yeah, it's about as fair a format as you can imagine, because you play every other team twice. So it's not like you went and entered into a match point pair game and maybe you had to play against a tough section or anything like that. Everyone's playing everyone else twice. So it's really a great and honest test.
My amazing realization yesterday was, I think I asked Chris, like, when you're third day of the Platinum pairs, how would that relate to the day of the Reisinger? And they said it would be day -1 of the Reisinger, basically, like before the first day in that spot, just because it's such a strong field. Are we okay with that? Is that Boye's having a little? He's doing the.
I'm not quite there. I would say maybe the first day, or yeah.
Okay, all right.
So
But still,
I wasn't quite there, but it's
The last day of the Reisinger is just brutal.
That's tough.
There's no easy.
But I have to tell you, if we have some time here, I'll tell you a little story. The first Reisinger I played was in 2001. It was in Las Vegas. It was my first big event, and I remember my sponsor just handing me like an envelope with $10,000. That was what I got in 2001. And I played on the team with Forrester, Tony Forrester from England, and Andy Robson from England, and Rita Sugart. And Rita Sugart and Andy Robson, Forrester and Helgemo, they had won 2 back-to-back Reisingers. I think it was 95,
That's
96.
impressive.
That was like incredible. So I came along there. I was, Helgemo went out of the team. I went in and played with Forrester. And it was the final day of the Reisinger. And we just didn't have a losing board. It was just incredible. We played and played and played and played. But at that time, you couldn't compare. You were not allowed to compare. So we played and played.
So you don't know until the end of the
we
session.
Didn't know. We did not know the score. But we had we couldn't see how we could lose any boards. And we played like 16, 17, 18 boards. We just couldn't lose a board. But unfortunately, at the other table, they did not have the same feeling. So they then started sort of trying to get points done. And and in the end, we were less than a board out of winning the whole thing.
Have you won a Reisinger before? Anybody?
I have not won.
I've won one. This is my second story. I'll tell that story too. My second Reisinger story. This was in 2014. I played on the team with Lowton Fisher and Ron Schwartz. And our sponsor was Richie Schwartz.
Yeah.
So this was in Providence, I think. If some of the people watching, they can probably, if I'm right or wrong with the place, but I think it was Providence, 2014. And we played the last day of the Reisinger. So we were playing the first session with Richie, like Espen Lindquist, who was my partner at the time. Played with him and with Richie Schwartz and Alan Graves at the other table. And they have these wires going because of the BBO and stuff on the floor.
For sure.
And Richie, before the first session, he fell.
Oh, man.
He trapped. He tripped there on one of these wires, and he went down hard.
Yeah.
So he had treatment while he was playing. He had treatment because he got some real bruises and problems.
So he's just getting patched up as he's holding this guy.
Yeah. But he played. He decided, I want to play. I have to play this session.
Yeah.
So they came there and helped him out. And then after the session, he had to take him to the ER. Yeah.
Jeez.
So then we played, as I said, we won this event because we played with Fisher Schwartz, who didn't actually play a clean game. And so that was the other one that I won.
I can't speak for everybody, but I can thank you very much for all the work you did in kind of cleaning up the game.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Did you see the in the bulletin today?
I did not
No,
know.
there's a sort of a thorough interview with me,
Good.
based a little bit on what happened in 2015 with all the cheating scandal, but also like going forward, what's the biggest problem today with bridge?
Yeah.
And what I think is the tempo stuff that's happening today is a major problem at the top level. So this I talk quite a bit about in this interview, and I think this is the next step to try and make bridge a fairer game. That we have to. One thing was the sort of the hardcore cheating that
Yeah.
Fischer Schwartz and Fantoni Nunes and some of these other guys were part of, but sort of a little bit more of the softer cheating with the UI, with the tempo stuff. That's the next big battle we have to do in bridge.
I 100% agree. And just for all the listeners out there, what Boy is talking about is that if you're defending a hand and you take a long time deciding, for example, whether to play your 7 of hearts or your 3 of hearts on a trick, even though you might actually have a problem based on what you want to signal for, that kind of hesitation before signaling gives partner a huge amount of information that they're just not entitled to use, right? So partner, first of all, knows that you have a choice of cards, right? And knows that if you're signaling, you're not certain for something about the signal. And third of all, they know that you probably are signaling, as opposed to sometimes we're just kind of following suit. And so it's very difficult to police this type of unauthorized information in bridge, because so often it's hard to pinpoint exactly how the information kind of helped the hesitating side, and oftentimes the hesitator isn't even trying to, everybody has good intent, but sort of partner subconsciously picks up on cues kind of from that tempo. So there are a fair amount of players, the top game, and Boya and I are among them, who we just resolve that we're never going to think before we signal. We're just going to do the best we can playing in our regular tempo, and sometimes we're going to make the wrong signal because it's not always easy to figure out in a half a second, which is the normal tempo to play a card, which card is best. But the flip side is we know that if partner makes a winning play based on our signal,
It's clean.
it's totally clean, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have anything other than the card itself to go on. They didn't have any information from how we played the card or what the tempo was. But that is definitely not universal at the top levels, and it does create a little bit of an asymmetry in some of these matches.
Well, you're trying to hold people to it. It's interesting if you guys are poker players at all. You're trying to make them be poker players in a way where they're not doing anything to reveal what they have. Especially to their partner.
The key is that's the thing. The key is to be poker player towards your partner. Your partner should not pick up on your
you
tells.
have to be playing
on your
poker with your
tells.
partner. You have to be mindful of the fact that these sorts of breaks in tempo and shuffling of cards or doing anything like that is something.
But we see a couple of these now, like situations where with the suit preferencing that we saw on trick 1.
Yeah.
It's a big difference there if the signal comes in tempo,
Yes.
and the signal just comes after sort of 5-10 second break.
Yep.
It gives total different information to partner rather than the in-tempo signal.
Okay, we now have players and action at the table. Here's board 10. We are, I guess, a little less than halfway through our set. And we're just going to see a normal start here, a club, probably a spade, or whatever they choose to do here.
Interesting non-one heart overcall by East. I have to say, as a past hand, where I'm not going to have too much more than this, I would definitely be in there with the East hand with a one heart overcall. Right? Maybe it's a good hand to compete in hearts. The partner is a big fit, and if we do get to the opponents get to 3-no trump or 1-no trump, I probably want my partner to lead a heart. Most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if the partner if the opponents play a suited contract, though, I would be not so happy having bid 1 heart. That being said, if you bid hearts, you're probably going to push them up a level.
Yeah. And of course, I'm not so sad for a heart lead against a suit contract. It might be okay anyway. But so here, South has bid 1 heart instead, which is a transfer showing 4 spades. and North is just rebid one no trump, say, oh yeah, I don't like your spades, partner. So it's almost a natural auction. It's as if South had bid a spade. It's kind of a normal auction.
And then the 4 of heart lead looks pretty.
Yeah, this is
3rd and
something
5th.
where you'll see a little bit of variance with transfer club pairs. You know, some of them would bid 1 spade with the north hand, which in their agreements would show 2 or 3, and some of them would bid 1 no, which just denies 3 or 4 spades.
Interesting. And I will let you know when we get the updated results for round 3. But I can tell you why Goldberg is number 1. First 2 rounds, 5.5
Oh wow,
out of 6.
that's massive.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. You get a little bit of a heater, like we saw
Yeah.
the Goldberg start yesterday with like the first 5 boards. You know, they come firing out of the gates. I think that team.
It's an interesting format because, I mean, oftentimes what happens is one table has 100, the other table has 110, and you're like, oh, that's massive, you know?
Yeah, right.
So, Boya, what do you think is going to happen here? I'm pretty sure Declare is going to win the first trick. He's not going to hold up because he's wide open in the diamond suit. And what do you think he's going to play next?
I think he's going to play the jack of spades.
Me
Hopefully
too.
going to be ducked, and then maybe follow up with the club hook.
Yeah, me too. I definitely think Declare, will and should play the jack of spades, and that might look strange to some viewers, right? Seeing that Declare has these strong clubs, long, strong clubs, and relatively.
He did not lead a spade.
Small
Or
card.
if he did, it was
the
the
eight.
8. It was the 8.
That's fine too.
I saw a black card
Yeah.
that wasn't the
But,
jack.
but
that
that's
played.
a sexy play. But in a way, it's not. It depends who has the ace of spades. If you believe the West to have the ace of spades, I think you should play the jack. If you believe East to have the ace of spades, you can play like the sexy ace of spades.
Nice.
Because this spade to the king would much less frequently get ducked. So, but it's a very like, this is what they call this the coup. What's the coup? It's a certain coup. You know
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Okay, but the coup, you play something that they cannot do. They cannot do anything because they're in. They get a.
I think you're kind of talking about a Morton's Fork
Morton's
coup.
fork. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morton's fork. That coup. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
think
This
here
is like a
maybe.
Morton's fork thing. If East has the ace of spades, cannot go up with the ace because give you another spade tree.
Interesting.
But getting back to some basics here, right? So it might look strange to some of our viewers seeing Declare with these long, strong clubs and these sort of shorter, weaker spades. Why Declare is attacking spades?
Yeah.
But when experts are planning the play in a hand like this, what they're actually looking for is in which suit can I develop the most tricks?
Where are my extras coming
And exactly, extra tricks. And also, if the suits are somewhat similar in that regard, which suit will develop the fewest tricks for the opponents? And so if we look at the North-South club suit, they already have two guaranteed club tricks.
Yep.
And if the club finesse wins and the clubs divide, maybe they can get 3 more. But both of those things working is kind of an underdog, and so you're probably looking at about 2 tricks typically.
And you have
for playing on
0
clubs.
Well,
in
now
spades to start.
it's-
Right. Whereas in spades, we start with 0 tricks and we can guarantee at least 2 tricks.
It's starting to get interesting from Declare's perspective here. If you notice, East continued with a 3rd heart, and now West is shown out. So right now, Declare is definitely thinking, what is East's hand where they didn't overcall 1 heart here? I mean, the actual hand that they have, I think a lot of people would overcall 1 heart, but if you can figure out that East also has the ace of diamonds, then East certainly won't have the queen of clubs, and he's probably going to pick up the club suit here. You'll notice if he drops the queen doubleton of clubs, his suit is going to be blocked. So his only play in the club suit, if he decides that West has the queen of clubs, which he might well do, would be to drop the doubleton 10 of clubs by playing ace of clubs and jack of clubs.
And that'll win it on this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
What was the significance of the 5th best heart against no trump? Is that just a normal thing for them? They led the 4 from 5. Is that
They might lead 3rd and 5th or attitude.
Or
against
attitude,
no
yeah.
trump? Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
some players just
it's
leave low.
like it's just
Understood.
attitude, and a
Just
lot of people
curious.
don't want to give away like 100% what sort of the situation is because partner
Understood.
would normally continue that suit anyhow. So
Got it.
But I think it's a very good analysis of Olivia. It's all about now. Yeah, he didn't. If he knew that East had the ace king of diamonds, as Olivia said, he would not have played like this.
Yeah.
But he wasn't sure. He thought maybe West has the ace of diamonds, so he just came back to the normal sort of play. But he was
then
toying with that
7
idea,
tricks.
as exactly what Olivia said. If he thinks that East had the ace king of diamonds, he would not have played like this.
Yep.
If he sort of could.
It'd be interesting if he does decide to play for the Queen of Clubs offside. It's kind of an interesting question of whether to play Ace of Clubs, Jack of Clubs, or actually just cash the Ace King of Clubs. I actually think cashing the Ace King of Clubs is clearly the correct border match play. Once in a while, you'll catch the Queen Doubleton offside, but also critical to border match. If we cash the Ace King of Clubs and the Queen doesn't drop, right? West just has Queen third, and we go home with 6 tricks, right? I got 2 hearts and 2 spades and 2 clubs. That could easily be a winning board if the other table is finessing in clubs because they don't diagnose the hand that way. So I would definitely, whereas if we play Ace of Clubs, Jack of Clubs, it might get covered by Queen Doubleton, the original Queen Doubleton. That would be bad for us. But also, if somehow our diagnosis of where the Queen of Clubs is wrong, we have a high risk of just creating a massive loss. So actually, that's how I think it might have gone.
I have to say here, I don't know if I love Declare's play because the speed, which East just played Queen of Hearts. If East isn't looking at the Ace of Diamonds as well to have no entry to the hearts if they're able to set it up, I do think, with only the King of Diamonds, I think he would have taken quite a bit more time if he had King of Diamonds and Queen of Clubs to work out if he should continue in hearts.
That's a great analysis by Olivia. So just to kind of catch everybody up to what we're talking about, right? So originally a heart was led and Declare won and drove out the Ace of Spades.
Yep.
And now a diamond was led to East's King, or sorry, second heart was played, a diamond to East King, and now East happily cleared the heart suit.
And immediately.
Yeah.
Like Olivia was saying.
And so in that kind of spot, Olivia's point is that person that's happily setting up their hearts usually has some entry, something they think they can get on lead with, because otherwise they might have to think about, well, hey, do I want to establish the suit where I have no entry to get the tricks, or maybe I should sort of switch and try to establish some tricks for partner.
And especially here you have like a very, very easy diamond continuity. You know that the Declare is going after spades, he's open the club. So like continuing diamonds seems so normal unless exactly you have some entry. So I think this is a great analysis, Olivia. Like, why don't you play the Reisinger final?
I mean, I don't know. They didn't want me, but no.
Next year.
Next year we bring you on the team.
So are you ready for an update? Goldberg, 9.2. Fleischer closing the gap, 9.17. So 0.03 separates the top two. And then there's a 1.5 point gap to the Rosenberg team, which is Rosenberg, Lee, Platnick, and Zhang. And Pollock is fourth, and very closely behind that, several teams. So lots of teams still in it. Goldberg doing very well, 1.5 for that last one. So now we have, I believe, that's 7 out of the nine boards.
But once again, I just think that this once again just proves sort of the potential in bridge. You can see these are the sort of the top players. Yes. Samantha, known as one of maybe the best declarers in the world. They're the most winning team in this tournament, in this national. And still we can look and say they just do like sort of, if not big mistakes, some bigger than others. So I think this is the great thing with bridge. That is, it's at this day and age, it's anybody's game.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and you can see we have just as much talent in the analysis chairs here that's in the event as well. So I really appreciate this level of thought and analysis from all you guys. So thanks for coming.
So back on board 11 here, we see North choosing to treat his hand as a
18,
balanced
19.
18-19. Very reasonable choice in general, to treat hands with Singleton King as if you kind of had a low Doubleton is very reasonable to treat a hand as balanced. So I'm not sure.
It's staying in here or something.
Yeah, looks like it could be something like that. Yeah, not sure, but. If I were a betting man, I'd bet that South has somehow shown 4 spades.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
And
what do you lead as the East player here?
Obviously the Ace of Spades.
Right, yeah.
Actually, I mean.
And then switch to the 9 through the 10, right?
No, but he doesn't have an entry, so it's not quite as.
That's just the 7 here.
Not quite as good as it.
And so this is a spot where actually. So again, we see East leading an attitude lead, right? Lowest 2-5 on 2 straight boards. This is actually a hand where a 4th best lead of the 8 of spades would be really helpful for West. Because on the 8 of spades lead, West could apply the rule of 11, right? So they take the number 11 and subtract it from the spot card their partner led, or subtract the spot card from 11. So 11 minus 8 would be 3. And that number 3 is the total number of cards higher than the opening lead that exist in both the south, west, and north hands combined. So basically, on that lead, West would be able to know that Declarer only had one of the high honors, ace or king.
Yep.
They didn't have the 8 or the 9 also. So they would basically be able to know to duck at trick 1 right
They
here.
did somehow. No,
Now, somehow they did find the play, which was a good play, but a little tougher here.
I mean, it is also possible that it was a third, fifth lead.
It is possible. It's possible it's third, fifth.
I suspect,
Also
I mean,
possible
West
that
wasn't freaking out over here, played the 5 of spades pretty quickly, so maybe that's...
Yeah, could be, or it could just be also that if North has shown 4 spades and partner's leading the suit, we think partner probably has 5.
That's a good point.
Hard to tell. But anyway, West made a good play not to play third hand high, right? Ducking to declare a singleton honor, which now establishes the spade suit for the defense, right? If West had played an unthinking third hand high queen of spades, now that 10-3 declare wins the king, and that 10-3 of spades is still a second stopper in the suit.
So just one thing. Sorry, Chris, but just one thing. I don't think the 7 of clubs was played. Seems a bit weird.
No, they did it.
I think
there it is. There it is.
I think it's a 9 of clubs, or the East follow with the 8 of clubs on the first trick.
Yeah.
There's one of those two because
Got it.
because otherwise
Yeah, we can see here, in fact, right? It went
There it goes.
because otherwise you cannot pick up the queen fourth with West in clubs. But
So
there's
there's a request in the chat for more stories of cash and envelopes. If we can go back to those stories.
yeah, I have one more. I can take it right.
When
Do you
we
want
have-
to? Would you
when
want
we
to take
have
it in
a
break,
the
or do you
future,
want to take it
folks,
right
we'll
away?
bring you more money envelope stories. Thanks.
I have one which is better maybe. So I had this envelope with some $1,000 in and some number of $1,000 in. I'm not sure why I went on
gotta hang out
carried
with
it,
you.
and I went to a shopping mall with these, and I went into the what's it called where you try stuff on? What's it
The
called?
changing room.
Changing room, yeah. Went into the change room and I tried some stuff, and so when I go back to the hotel, there were no more envelope there.
Yeah.
So I thought, fuck it.
That
What
is the
happened?
worst.
What happened to the envelope? And I thought maybe I dropped it in the taxi. I phoned up the taxi driver, and I thought, was there an envelope there in the taxi or something? Because there was, I think, maybe like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. You know how much it was, the number. But no envelope. And after a few days, I think it was my partner Eric Selensman at the time said, maybe should you just maybe phone up the where you said,
Did you get it back?
Yeah, I'm a lucky guy.
Yeah, you are. Holy cow, that's amazing.
So,
For that long.
so I phoned like after a few days. I phoned up the shopping center. Said, could it be like an
Shot in the
envelope?
dark.
Yeah,
Right.
envelope. Yeah. We have that envelope here. So I think probably when they found this amount of money, they thought, okay, I can't take this because this is a mafia money or something. So I better deliver it because they come and get me for it.
I have
And
to say,
thanks,
it might be
Bronya, in the chat. You're doing a great job as well. Sorry.
It
go.
might be a generational thing, but I just pay everything with card. Like the idea of just having
Amount of cash is
cash.
foreign. yeah.
Cash used to be king.
yes.
I don't know. It's still king in Vegas for sure. I mean,
Oh, for sure.
So meanwhile,
I've used more
here,
cash here than in my
back
entire
at the
life.
table, we
taking-
see North running his clubs at 3 Trump, and now the defenders need to find some discards here, which might not be so easy. Or they
And Son
certainly
is really taking his time here. He's got the head down. He's got his hand down. He's not even.
But just
he's just thinking.
I just want to give you one more. This is what we talked about with the UI and information. You can see the 7 of spade is led. They play a low from south, and hesitation.
5. Yeah.
Now, East knows how the spade suit
Very
is.
good point.
If you play like standard carding, maybe they play upside down, so you can say that the 5 they're okay. Maybe he should know, but it's the hesitation that makes it 100% clear
It seals it.
that
Was there actually a hesitation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
As far as we could tell in the view graph, I wasn't.
There was
necessarily
there was
looking
enough
at the
hesitation.
table, but
It was not
appeared to be a
it was
reasonable
not the
amount,
normal
yeah.
tempo play of the
Agreed,
5 of spades.
agreed.
There
Yeah.
was certainly a hesitation, but that being said, I think at trick 1, especially in an event like the Reisinger, not every pair, but there are definitely pairs that will just take some time.
And they will consistently take that time. That's the key.
That's the important thing.
But
That's the interesting thing with tablets will build in time, which is, and again, I don't want to keep harping on tablets, but it's an interesting.
no, but this
side
this
benefit.
I'm telling you this. Like, listen to me now. Listen, you guys and
Listen to me now and
kibbitzers,
believe me
please
later.
listen to me. This is much more important than what you see here. Very bad thing in bridge. ACBL, EBL, the WBF, they don't have a trick 1 rule. It's so bad that you can't
Yes,
even.
there
It's
should be a trick
incredible.
one.
We're 2024. The tech is not working. Nothing is working, and the WBF, ACBL, EBL trick 1 rule is not working. In Norway, we have a very, very good rule. We had it for many years. Please adopt it.
What's your rule?
Trick 1, there's a mandatory 10 to 15 second break. Mandatory. If
So
you
opening lead,
opening lead, you
10 seconds for
at least 10, better 15.
Okay.
Michael Rosenberg wants it to be 30. I think that's too much because I think you
agree.
slow the game too much. 10 to 15 seconds, normally all what you need to put the right card in. You avoid the UI and you avoid all this rubbish. You have to call the director and the director have to find a ruling. That's just like it's just a guessing ruling. Nothing to
Yeah.
do with bridge.
No, I mean,
So-
and these things that we're talking about, they sound kind of theoretical, but it actually does come up. Like,
of course, yeah.
there was like some junior championship, and I thought for a few minutes at trick 1, and my right-hand opponent, after I played from dummy, he was just kind of like enamored with the hand. He didn't mean anything by it, but he had a singleton, and now he started thinking. So I thought he didn't have a singleton, and I think that there was some ruling eventually. I basically I just misplayed the hand horribly,
Understood, yeah.
my fault, so I wasn't too upset about it. But yeah, I mean, it was an issue because it really wasn't clear what the rules are.
Sure.
So like, we're talking about these things. It sounds like, we're getting theoretical, but these things actually happen and they actually really matter.
And they affect things greatly.
A
Can
huge
affect
impact.
an
I mean,
entire
this board,
result, yeah.
it was my fault, absolutely. But, I was like a vulnerable 3-0 at IMPS. Like these things can make a huge difference.
Sure.
So, I mean, my personal recommendation is what Boya is saying. You just take 15 seconds at trick 1 at every hand. It's obviously different
And now it's
if Declare
consistent
takes some
for
time
everybody.
to think, then now you're in a different situation. But yeah, it saves so much UI.
Yeah.
I do it as a courtesy towards my opponent because I want a bridge game.
Yes.
I don't want this sort of game that we all it's not bridge anymore. It's just something. What would have happened if there was sort of normal tempo? We don't know.
Right.
You can go to the director say, "Oh, we think this would happen." You have
can't
no
go back.
idea
Yeah,
what could have, or would have happened. So we need to fix this. Like
Uh,
ACBL, start, please do it.
You're
It's
okay.
it's 10, 15, 20, 30 years too late. But
Yeah,
you can do it now.
And just to kind of elaborate a little bit on, a comment that Boya just made in passing, but I think it's really important, right? That there's been an idea that, the current rules are sufficient for policing this because, you can always call the director. But I think there's 2 key points why that doesn't work, why you need a policy instead of just saying, hey, call the director if something happens. First of all, it's really hard to figure out what would have happened in the alternative. Right? If somebody had played in tempo, would their partner have been able to figure it out and all that? But secondly, it's just no fun for anybody when there's a director call and an adjusted score. Like all the players would rather just have it be a pure battle of wits and kind of
Can I say
Play-
one other thing too? That I think sometimes the directors aren't equipped to handle certain decisions / why this mattered, because honestly it takes a really world-class player to understand kind of how it is affecting someone.
Yeah.
And that's not the director's fault. It's hard to be how are you going to be a world-class bridge player and a world-class director at the same time? It's probably not going to happen too often.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just all these problems are so difficult to fix. So I agree with Chris and Boya that the best thing to do is really just to try to have like an even tempo when you can. Obviously sometimes you have a bridge problem and you have to think, and hopefully you're playing with a partner that won't take advantage of that. But I mean, just avoiding these problems, just not like being in a situation where these issues happen is definitely key.
And just so the viewers know, and there's been some questions in the chat, when you see the other table results that I'm kind of highlighting for you now, these are not the correct results. Right? We're having the only issue we're having today is just the BBO feed has some random results in there. So when you see like one spade in the West +4, that is not what happened at the other table. It won't make sense most of the time. So just keep your eyes on the action here and ignore that. In fact, I'll put a line through it for you. And we are looking at the third board of the fourth round. And the leaders after 3 are the Goldberg team. And
I have to say, I'm pulling for there's a team with some juniors. I always root for the juniors. So.
Ooh, which team is that? Is that
I think it's
Lebowitz?
Gary Kohler.
Oh, okay.
Pollock and Gary Kohler.
Paul Kohler,
Gary
Sam
Kohler.
Lev, Daniel, and is that the
I think it's Daniel Tilvald.
Tilvald and
Sorry, I don't know how
Nikola
to pronounce it.
Hamalev?
And Tilvald and Nikolai Hamalev. Yeah, they won the U21 World Championships a few years ago. Very
great.
talented pair. So, I always pull for the juniors.
So you're juniors focused. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forget the old timers.
Well, if they can win, then maybe I can.
So I want to go back to hesitations for a minute.
Okay.
Because I this is really important. I emphasize that I also want to emphasize it just because this is one of the most important problems in our game. And one point that I want to make is that we actually have good evidence that a policy change would affect bridge outcomes here.
Mm-hmm.
And that has to do with the evidence available from our current procedure for bidding, right, which has screen bisecting the table at the top levels. And so during the bidding, it's often difficult to know if your partner was thinking or not. Sometimes it could be kind of the opponent thinking, and so you're only receiving your opponent's bid and your partner's bid kind of at once. So if it's a slow bid, you can't necessarily tell who was thinking. And sometimes it seems like you can sort of tell that someone was affected by the slowness of those two bids coming over, and maybe they think, oh well, maybe my partner made a slow sign off or something like that, and they kind of bid on that basis. When it turns out that that person wasn't even thinking after all. So we see that a lot of mistakes at the highest levels from players that aren't. There's always going to be some players that aren't trying to be perfectly ethical, right? And for the players who try to take advantage, we see that they often end up with kind of egg on their face because we can't tell,
right?
Who's thinking,
who was,
and so it's logical that if we were to kind of add some murk on the defense, right, and for people not to know when their partner was thinking, we're going to see very different results, just like we see in the bidding behind screens.
Yeah. And that's the end of round 4.
Yeah, I have one example from Buenos Aires, the World Bridge Games. Recently, we then played in the round of 16. We played against Israel, and it was a match that I knew from the start was going to be a very, very tough and evenly matched out match. And there was one situation that came up, I'm not sure, in the middle or the early, where I'm playing in 2 clubs, and the lead on my left is the King of Diamonds. In domino, I have 2 small clubs and 2 small diamonds. So I do the Norwegian rule, which I think is very good for everybody.
You took 10 seconds?
More than that, because I want to give them at least, normally I take maybe 15, 20,
sure,
depending a little bit, because very often you know that it might be
yourself in this way as well, like
protecting the game.
Yes,
this is what I'm thinking. The way I want to have a bridge game. I don't. It's not so much about me or them. It's about playing bridge.
Absolutely.
And so I take these like 20 seconds because some situation you know that you should maybe take 30 because you know that the next hand is as a tricky. So I have 2 very, very good examples from the World Bridge Games. So I'm taking this one first. So they played the King of Diamonds. I take my 20 seconds at least. I play low, and the next hand cannot follow in tempo after 20 seconds. So for a top player, there's no question about what the holding of the third, my right hand opponent is. He's thinking of overtaking the king of diamonds with the ace to return a trump, so I cannot trump a diamond in dummy. This is clear cut for everybody at the table. But he plays an encouraging diamonds, like a low diamond. So then, as a defender on the other side leading the king of diamonds, now you have to start thinking, am I allowed to continue diamonds?
Yes.
Because that's what he wants to do. He has ace, 10, 9, 4 of clubs behind me. So if he can just put his partner in, get a club through, it's the perfect defense. He knows that. 100% he knows what the perfect defense is. But if it wasn't for the tempo, what if his partner had encouraged from the jack of diamonds, just to say that partner is okay for you to underlead?
Yep.
So what happens? Yeah, after a while he plays back a diamond to the ace.
Ace, club through.
The club come through.
Did you call it?
Boom, 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 boom. 3 down. Okay. Yes, I call the director because these things. There's no other things in bridge that gives me so frustrated.
You go out of
and
your way to give
so
them,
mad.
give
at
them
these
the
things.
tempo to kind of avoid this problem.
This is what I want
And
because
they
I
did
just
so.
want bridge to be played.
Yeah, I agree.
And if they can do the right thing, great. But I just want bridge. This is not bridge.
And if you guys are wondering, Olivia was that player. She waited forever with her ace of diamonds, and you know. It's,
So no,
you want to apologize now, Olivia?
I was that player.
Just kidding
You know,
for the
No,
literal,
totally.
for the
Playing
literal
for
minded
the-
on the stream.
I was playing in the U.S. Open team. No.
So no, so okay. So it goes late. I called the director. I said there might be a problem here because after the hesitation, everybody knew what right defense. Everybody knew what was up, but I'm not so sure this should be allowed because if he has an alternative, a logical alternative to playing a club, to playing a diamond, he should not be allowed to do that. So then the ruling comes back after a while. Result stands because exactly what you say, Rob. The directors don't understand the game at this level.
Yes.
So would they then say, nah, maybe he was thinking about this and that? Please.
can't be-
I played a top level game for 25, 30 years.
Yeah.
We all know what was happening. And even the defender said, hey, I knew my partner had the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, of
he,
course.
he admitted it. I knew my partner had the ace of
At least
diamonds.
he was,
But then, no, the
ethical
director,
there.
maybe he was thinking about something else. Even with him admitting he knew he had ace of diamonds.
Yeah, there are many complexities in analyzing these hands kind of from a director's perspective. So bridge expertise is just one. It's also one I'll call it mistake, because my opinion is sort of an analytical mistake that I see often made as well. Oh, someone was hesitating in a certain spot in the bidding, and it could have been either they have a good hand or a bad hand. In my experience, established partnerships tend to know which kind of hands their partner is going to be thinking on. So usually they know whether it's a maximum or a minimum, things like that. And so we have this kind of, I think, because these issues are so analytically difficult to deal with, there's kind of a reaction on the part of the directors and the bridge authorities to kind of just put their head in the sand and say, well, who knows? We're just going to sort of assume that no one knew what was going on. But in fact, pairs really do, particularly regular partnerships, really do know a lot more than we might kind of assume in the abstract.
So we have a little bit of action at the second table. In fact, I'm going to flash there now. We have Pollock and Kohler and
Nickel changed his partner, I can see.
yeah, this is not Nickel. This is Son and whomever is supposed to be playing with. So I think it's Wojciechowski or whatever. I'm not sure. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Polish.
So it looks like a fairly normal auction, a good solid, vulnerable 3 diamonds preempt. And West has a good hand for his partner, but no heart stopper.
Yeah.
So just an easy pass there. And
missing a nice spade fit, but not happening ever.
Okay. But
Amy thinks you're the luckiest guy, boy.
Amy Casanova?
Amy Matura.
Okay.
Says you're the luckiest guy.
Thank you.
I'm the luckiest guy, to be honest. I get to sit here and talk bridge with
but
you
it's
guys,
a bit,
so it's pretty great.
It would have been great, but they are like the people sending in questions. They are not. When we're talking, they are not live.
Yeah, they're watching 15
so
minutes.
they will hear
afterwards.
this 15 minutes
and it's just
after.
'cause we couldn't build in a delay on the BBO side.
Because this would be very nice if we could directly communicate
Do you know
with
the
the
first
viewers.
session we had yesterday?
I like that.
We were able
Yeah.
to do that because we weren't on the delay, and that's something we'll work in the future. Because honestly, the two things that gave us, which were wonderful, looking back and being able to really dig into analysis, but also being able to talk live with people online and also possibly pull in players after they finish, and we have about 30 minutes left.
Yeah,
So it
that'd be nice.
could really be a way to go.
Because if you had the viewers now, we could say, what do you think will happen here? Trick 1 and 2. I'm pretty positive what would happen.
We were giving them
me too.
polls,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah, and that's a good way to kind of intuit a normal play for the most part in a normal event at least.
Yeah, this should be an extremely straightforward case for Declare to win and immediately return a club.
Yeah.
To establish a discard, right? This is the
Either
key.
a
Is
spade or a heart,
from
too.
Declare's perspective, the trumps are what they are. He's eventually going to take a diamond finesse, and it'll either win or lose. So the question is how to minimize the side suit losers, right? So Declare has 2 heart losers and a club loser for sure. And from this sort of high spot card opening lead, it's not for sure, but it looks like there may be a spade loser as well, with the queen located behind the king. And so Declare wants to kind of get that discard established, set up the dummy's club winner before South can kind of lead another spade and set up his partner's spades. It's kind of just a race, right? And Declare has enough high cards to win the race.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it might be he's thinking, okay, if I know that South has led from short spades, so I know that I have a spade loser anyhow, maybe I could just sort of pitch the spade loser later on. So my first instinct was this is going to go ace of spades, king of clubs. But if you look deeper into it, maybe there's a case for maybe just establishing that pitch later if you know that, if it's short. If it's a double, for sure they can set up all the tricks. So I would still think that clubs, king of clubs is sort of natural to play. But it might have some considerations that maybe I can do this later.
So at this table, the auction was 3 diamonds, all pass. At the other table, they've started out with a heart bid by the North player.
Yeah.
And then it's gone 2 diamonds, and now we're efforting an auction there as well with some action. We'll flash
Yeah,
to
so
that.
quite some action. The vulnerable opening on the bad balanced 11, which is definitely a style that some folks play. And now we see the 2-no trump bid by South, which is probably a limit raise of hearts, looks like
Makes
to
sense,
me.
right?
One thing here. When you see this, for me, if you see third, when he plays the queen of clubs at trick 2, it
Back
should
to the play,
yeah,
for sure.
like there's no point in playing count for North, because when Declare is like a 3 diamond opening, it's clear that Declare is building a trick in clubs to pitch something. So in this situation, it should be a clear cut suit preference signal.
Got it.
It's like to give the counting clubs has no really meaning, because otherwise Declare would just go after trumps. It's clear that Declare, the logic thing when Declare plays a club, must be building a trick
So
do a pitch.
tell me how to get to.
Tell me
how to
which
get our
suit I should
tricks
play
before they
partner.
shake
Yeah.
those losers.
Yeah.
And here it's not going to matter because they do have a spade loser to shake, and that's what they're going to do.
But you have
right
to,
now, but that's how
you
it's
use
gone.
signal for hearts because you have the ace of hearts, and you see how
Right.
many heart tricks you can get, and if
Exactly.
there's any spade trick, they can come in the end,
Yep.
or that she's going to.
Magic. That's high level bridge, folks.
So meanwhile, if we could jump over to, since the action is about to
Yeah,
conclude
the
here,
auction is heating up over there. There we are.
Yeah, and so we see 2-no trump, artificial raise by South. And again, we saw the same theme already earlier in the session, where West's double of that artificial raise is just showing kind of a similar hand to if the opponent had made a natural raise and he doubled. So sort of a responsive double showing some spades and some points. And now when the opponents retreat to 3 hearts, West can back in with 3 spades and know that he's not really showing very long spades, because he didn't bid spades the previous time. He just kind of doubled to show points. So I think West can be confident that on this auction he's shown 5 spades and points, and he can leave the decision about whether to bid game to partner. Obviously, the 2 diamond overcall was pretty minimum, and so they've settled in a
And
nice
this will
comfy
be
3
a
spade.
win for East West here playing.
Yeah,
spades versus
it worked out very well. Like I would have overcalled 3 diamonds with East End.
Right.
So for me, it would be a clear cut 3 diamond bid. But it worked out incredibly well to open with 2 diamonds, to buy it in 3 spades with and you make on 9
Yeah,
spades
and
1
imps, it's a
140.
1-imp miss. Here it's a win.
Yeah,
It's a
140
full win.
compared to 130 is great.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean, it's also possible they might play strong jump overcalls here because they're vulnerable.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
So
So, they
maybe-
might not have that method here for that. so they
Maybe
get
East
lucky
wasn't even able
system-wise.
to bid 3 diamonds
mean,
according to their methods.
Yeah, I have to say I would also be a 2 diamond overcaller, just even in a natural system. And my thinking would be that
Because of the 3-card spade holding? Or?
no, it's 2 things. It's that my suit doesn't need that much help for 3-no trump, right? So just, king doubleton of diamonds gives me 7 tricks, plus I've got, queen doubleton, jack third. Those can be useful bits and pieces for 3-no trump. So if my partner wants to bid 3-no trump with kind of 13 points and king doubleton of diamonds, I'm pretty happy. That's one thing. And the second thing is, if partner doesn't have diamond support, let's say they've got singleton or something like that, then vulnerable, I'm a little bit worried about getting doubled. And if I were going to open 3 diamonds, I'm really not nearly as worried about that, because it's very hard for them to double an opening preempt. One of them has to have a takeout double instead of an overcall, and the other one has to have a pass. So it's just very rare that you get doubled at a preempt when you open. But when you overcall, it's quite different, because now North, having already described the major part of their hand by opening a heart, will much more frequently be able to kind of reopen with the takeout double on the second round. And South will often be able to kind of find a pass there, having heard North's descriptive bid. So once the opponents have already started exchanging information, preempts are much more dangerous, and they're also much less effective, right? So for example, here, 3 diamonds is not going to be able to shut North-South out of hearts, whereas a 3 diamond opening would shut them out of hearts.
So let's take a look at this next hand, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this one that's about to kick off. They're already in 5-0 at the other table after some starting, but we're gonna start with these guys, and we'll show you the other auction in a second. But this is gonna be fireworks.
So I have to say, I mean, for me, 3 hearts is just absolutely sets hearts.
Oh, let's get to
So-
that table. We're on the left side of the screen right now, but let me get to
okay,
this
my bad.
table for the viewers. Here is the auction in progress. 1 heart, 2 clubs, and 3 hearts. Just saying this is trump. Essentially, is that what this usually?
That's
is
how
gonna
I
be?
play it. It says this is trump, and partner, please start Q-bidding. That's basically how I play it.
And they say, okay, I have. Well, they bid 4 diamonds here. Interesting.
Yeah, well, it looks
Yeah.
like what happened, though, was Wes wasn't really on the same page about we're playing hearts. And
I
it looks
see.
like Wes has tried to make a natural 4 diamond bid because, if they were just Q bidding, they likely would have bid 4 clubs if they thought that hearts were set here. So, yeah, it looks like, I don't know how much
Yeah, they might have just
they're
put,
on the same page here or not.
Yeah, 5-0 is apparently, well, you would guess just, hey, why don't you bid one of these slams here?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I think now East can likely figure out what's going on, but if East, thought that 4 diamonds was a Q bid for hearts, now East is
Now they're
thinking,
worried about
they don't
clubs.
have a club.
All right.
Well, yeah.
So I think now
I
they're
think
going to
5-0
figure
following
out.
it up is
Yeah,
like,
I think
you messed
now,
up.
now that the West hand bid 5-0, I'm sure.
This is not a
I'm sure the
hesitation
partner
thing. This
has,
is
has
just
realized,
Yeah,
they tried to bid diamonds naturally because it
I
doesn't
would
make
guess.
sense.
I would guess that East is thinking about whether to play 6 hearts or 6-no trump.
Right,
Yeah.
right. 'Cause
That's
they
the big
They're
question.
putting down essentially 8 tricks for a partner, and they.
Yeah, they've got the other suit really well held, and yep,
Yeah.
so
Boom.
a good 6-no trump bid.
Okay, let's flash back to
And the
table
spade
1 now and
finesse is
sweat
on
this
here.
auction.
So,
So now it started a strong club. Sorry, they must be playing a strong club here. Club 2 clubs, which is natural game forcing, I'm guessing. 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, 3-no.
Now, notice that 3-no trump bid. Let's not let that pass without comment,
Yeah,
right?
what's-
So
what's happening
this is
there,
match
Chris?
points at its finest, right? So East, normally we expect somebody to rebid a solid 7-card suit, but here East is thinking, well, I really want a spade lead kind of into my ace-queen, and if that happens, I've got 9 tricks in no trump, right? So this is a powerful no trump hand. I'm not going to be able to rough anything in dummy playing in hearts, so it's not like I'm going to necessarily get an extra trick by making the hearts trump. And so that is a very common kind of gambit in a
Yeah.
border match, just to try to kind of steal that extra 10 points. You hope
Yeah.
to play 3-no trump making 5 when the other table is playing 4 hearts making 5, and in the Reisinger, that 10 points can easily be all the difference.
I mean, that 10 points is everything. It doesn't matter if it's 10 points, 100 points. This is border match, folks, so, yeah.
But one problem with the 3-no trump bid here is that it does, in some sense, undercook the East hand, right? So East did have a little bit of undisclosed playing strength the way this auction went. Luckily for East, West's hand is just so strong, opposite a strong club opening, that he's going to force the slam. And again, we see this very
Yeah.
popular expert treatment. jump to 5 no trump in the middle of some auction where everyone's bidding all these different suits. Say, hey, I know we belong in a slam, but I don't know which. So partner, you pick.
Yeah.
When I started playing bridge over 30 years ago, a jump to 5 no trump was something called the Grand Slam Force, where it was asking partner about trump quality. But most folks just solve these problems these days with
Also known as
key card Blackwood.
Josephine, right?
Yeah, also known as Josephine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these days,
So
the
6
5
no
no
on
trump,
both tables, amazing.
the jump to 5 no trump for pick a slam, pretty much ubiquitous. Here, East had a much easier 6 no trump bid.
He heard clubs and diamonds,
because he had already bid 3 no trump and right-sided the no trump. So
That's right.
all right, very different.
Oh, so a spade lead might
So-
just hook this up if they ever chose to do that. Or they probably would be passive, though, right? Would a heart lead be on the menu here?
Well, it might depend exactly on which auction, but I think probably on any, even if North leads the spade against 6 no trump and Declarer goes up with the ace, it's actually still going to emerge with 13 tricks. Or no, I guess that's wrong. He actually doesn't have the entries anymore to squeeze North. So if there is a spade lead through the ace queen, Declarer just kind of has to finesse
Yeah.
it
Right.
at trick one.
But
Well,
the
it says-
South player,
But yeah, South I think will probably just lead the jack of spades. Nothing else really appeals.
and at the other table, they did, in fact, play 6 no trump, making 1 over trick.
It's
Yeah,
funny
that's just
looking
a
at the
very normal
comparison.
result.
It's interesting. I can't show you the results, folks, because I think the result is right, Chris, if you guys see this, but the hand is just whacked. So we can't actually show you the results. Apologize for that, folks. But what we do know is that at the other table, they did, in fact, play 6 no trump, making 13 tricks. And it's going to take a moment for us to figure out what Versace's going to lead. And he
Yeah, but the writing is on the wall, because even if Versace does not lead the spade, Declarer is either
Just
going
gonna
to
take it.
finesse the spades, or perhaps they can play for a squeeze in clubs and spades, which will also work here.
Yep.
So I don't anticipate. I
Easy
anticipate
swing here.
some slowness, but a kind of an inevitable outcome.
And once
Right.
again, folks, do not pay attention to the other table score. That may be a score from somewhere, but it is not the score
Yeah.
we're looking at.
Well,
here.
it's
6 no
interesting
trump.
though. I mean, 7 hearts is a pretty good contract.
In fact, I can probably
I mean, it's difficult to reach, but it's interesting here. You know, you need to play in your 7-card fit, because if you can just draw trumps, if you can just rough out the clubs, then you can pitch your spade. So as long as hearts aren't 5-1 and clubs aren't like horrible,
Playing for
and
13 now. Once
Yeah.
hearts are
Yeah.
at 5-0. Or 6-0. Let's take a look at the results, guys. We have an update. Goldberg 11.2, Fleischer 11.17. once
Wow.
again.
That
And
.03,
Wes
man.
Samuels 9.71. So
Okay.
and Kevin Rosenberg is in 4th with 8.67. So
all right.
not a huge change, but a bunching up in effect. And we will keep tabs on that. But let's get back to the action at table 1 as they're buttoning up their 6-0. They're just going to play a couple rounds of hearts, figure out that they're breaking.
Yeah, and now he is going to be leaning
What's that?
leaning over.
Yes, sorry.
Here it is, folks. I've got the rest.
The hand up, lean forward. Yes.
Yes.
yes. 10-20 on the board. That feels good. That's got to just feel good to wrap up a 6-0.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
You
he's probably
probably-
not feeling great about it, because so Olivia's point here, right? It's 7 hearts. It's a pretty easy contract, right? Simply just roughing, either minor as it happens, but normally you'd rough a club in the East End and just
And
kind of
then boom.
establish
Yeah.
the suits. I think neither pair will feel super comfortable about it, and kind of to the point Olivia was making earlier, this is a much easier hand if East has a way to kind of jump in hearts at some point to say, hey, this
This
is
is my
trumps,
suit, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because
So-
if East can get to key card Blackwood for hearts,
Yeah.
and show partner bid 4 no trump, here 2 aces, now bid 5 no trump, to say, hey, we've got all the aces and the.
They may have had an opportunity there to get that right
Yeah.
with that 4 club.
Well, I
if
was
he
thinking
gets it.
one relatively simple way to get there would just be a heart, 2 clubs. Now, if you play 3 hearts, just sets hearts.
Yeah.
Showing like at least a suit that's like Ace, King, Queen, Jack 7th.
Yep.
Then I mean, even though they have a void and hearts, their hand is massive. You know, you have
Massive.
ace, king, six, ace, king, fifth.
Yeah.
Like, this is
sorry, there
looking
was 6-5
fantastic.
on this one. Yes.
Yeah,
my
so
goodness,
4
even
club
worse.
bid. And now, you know, if East gets to key card, they'll show their partner that they have all the key cards, and now the West hand has a pretty easy 7 heart bid, knowing
Yeah.
that they can just rough something out to set it up. I mean, they
Yes.
have all these sources of tricks. So I actually do think that there are probably some tables that would reach 7
In
hearts
fact,
on this.
Yeah, I think so,
once
too.
we recycle, we'll go back and actually look at that.
Yeah,
board
no, I
14.
would
Let's
be
put a pin in
curious
that
to
and look
see.
at it. And I
Yeah.
think that result that we see sometimes might be a result from another table. So I think there's at least one pair. of
Yeah,
seven
no, I
hearts
was
missing.
laughing
think
because
that- now
I
we're
was like,
trying to
I don't
figure
know
out
if
the
we
glitch,
have
I think.
if we have an exciting board coming, or you know,
So
people
look
did
at
well
the-
here.
Look
Yeah.
at the West hand here. This is an opening bid in any parlor that you're playing cards in and playing bridge. This is 3 quick tricks, folks. Ace, king, ace. So
I mean,
this
I
is-
have to.
I
I
would
will tell
pass.
you honestly, I would be a passer. Although
I'm a
Don't
passer too,
ruin
Chris.
my lesson, Chris. This is very important for all my students to understand.
Well, we're on the same page.
Always open this hand. Always do it.
I
Always
know,
do it.
I know.
So it was opened at both tables,
And this is a
then
precision diamond here,
uh,
I think.
East then utilizing a game-forcing check-back bid, which
Yeah,
is
that's
doubled
about
by
2 diamonds.
South, who definitely wants a diamond lead here. Right, the opponent's a bid spade, so that's not going to get led. Definitely doesn't want his partner coming out with a club or a heart. And now, as the old saying goes, he told himself what to lead against 4 spades.
And the other table is playing 4 spades at the moment as well on a similar auction. In fact, I'll flash that to my esteemed panel here just so they can get a sweat of it. Pretty
Yeah,
much the exact
basically the same auction,
Yeah.
except for a natural 1 club opening
Rather
instead
than
of
the
the
precision
precision
1
1 diamond. But yeah, all roads lead to 4 spades on the Queen of Diamonds lead, and Declarer has got problems.
Yeah.
So, analyzing it from Declarer's perspective, right? They probably think the 8 of clubs is a loser, is eventually going to get discarded on the 2nd diamond. But Declarer can't really afford to take 2 diamonds now because, well, first of all, he's sort of short of entries to the West hand, and second of all, he doesn't want to be forced to kind of rough in the long hand. So I think Declarer's just going to win the Ace of Diamonds, save the discard for later, and immediately finesse the hearts. Hearts of the Jack.
Got it.
To this trick, just because there just aren't enough dummy entries to
They're
kind of
probably
do it.
Yeah.
resigning themselves to 2 spade losers here as well with this Jack 10 empty
Yeah.
opposite ace third.
I
right?
think that's true.
And this will be a nice.
So that's
win.
this is a nice situation. I think here it would be very hard for South to kind of duck the Ace of Hearts.
Is this Jack
So-
hoping for like something like 8-9 doubleton out there? Just
I think he's
kinda-
actually just hoping for South to have a doubleton king or doubleton queen of
Well,
spades.
yeah, you can stay right there if you want. I mean, Boye can sit in the other chair. It's okay. Oh, marked and noted. Boye's seat is right there.
Bring me in for these things. This is my
You-
seat.
They are very comfortable chairs. I'm not gonna lie. You guys have the
So
comfort
now,
level.
now Declare his last entry is gone, so now he has to take the club shake and lead another. I think he's just going to lead another heart down.
In 30 years, Olivia, you can get this chair.
But right now it's Boy's throne.
But what do you, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's now North has kind of won the Ace of Hearts, and he can tell from the count that he could give his partner a rough, but he also sees, well, hey, my Queen Doubleton of Hearts is sort of a trick here. It's not going anywhere, so I'm just going to force Declare to rough in the long hand and let Declare go from there. And so, sure enough, Declare is forced to give the rough. But now South is a little bit stuck in a sense. He'd like to play trumps to stop East from roughing heart in the dummy, but the problem is he has to give away a trump trick to do that. So regardless of which suit South leads, the defense are going to get 2 more tricks there. 4 down 1. So yeah, not a huge victory for the light opening bid on this hand.
But would there be a chance for us to see what the viewers see at this point, or is sort of you feel that's easy to see what the viewers see at this point?
So the viewers are seeing the left-hand screen
Okay.
at this point.
Yeah.
Whatever is in yellow for us is what the viewer would see. Is that
Yeah,
the way it works?
Not necessarily, but that's what I can see the feed. That's what they're looking at.
Okay.
Okay, I switched it to the other one, I think.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. So
Sorry, folks, we're lost without Rob.
So it does appear that the other table might have been 4 spades down too. So it looks like this might actually be a win for East-West, just for kind of timing the play carefully, right?
Yeah.
And this kind of goes back to the point we were making yesterday in the feed that when you're playing in a relatively normal 4 spades like this in a match point scoring, there's nothing special about making your contract or anything like that. You know, these players in a match point context, they're just thinking, how can I take as many tricks as possible? And I have to confess, you know, if I'm playing a hand like this in what I judge to be a totally normal 4 spades, I'm often not 100% sure how many tricks I've taken kind of at the end of the hand. I'm just trying to figure out what the opponents have and play correctly against it. And then kind of in the end, I just kind of do a double check to make sure how many tricks I have, right? So there's nothing special in a match point event about coming out with 10 tricks in your 4 spades contract, right?
Yeah.
That could easily be a terrible score if everyone's making 11. Or like here, down 1 could actually be a reasonable score if you've kind of timed it right to avoid going down 2, right? So here, you know, East made a nice play to kind of start the hearts right away, not ever play a second round of trumps. Just good expert technique, but it does appear that in the other room, somehow there was a slippage. And so Declare finished down 2.
Check. Thank you. All right, that's the end of round 5, guys. No action at the tables. People taking a little break. And we will look and see when we can get the results, but we'll also circle back to board 14 and see what the distribution of those scores were. And I will thank the ACBL for putting this page up to allow us to kind of sweat some of these older results. And once again, the results will probably making sense all the way up to board 15, I believe. But the hands themselves and the bids will not make any sense, so we're going to keep those away from you. And yeah, if you're watching, folks, just make sure, like, subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to this channel because you will get updated on when we're live, when we're broadcasting, and for future events, this is going to be where you get all your regraph needs. And let me take my time to thank everybody, BBO, ACBL, and last but not least, the esteemed panel we have here this morning, Chris Wilankin, Boya Broglin, and Olivia Shearson. Thank you guys so much for your time, and we're halfway through at least. We have 12 boards left. And at this point, you're kind of halfway through. You know you have another session. You're just kind of grinding, but, you know, especially the teams that have been playing from start to finish, Fleischer, for example, that won the Soloway. I mean, like you say, boy, maybe you're a cyborg or something. You're getting better as you go, but at some point, your body has to say, my goodness, how much longer of this do I have?
No problem for your body to give in, as long as your brain is working. That's the big thing.
But yeah, that's just experience, I think, and maybe that's youth as well to some degree.
Nah, not so sure. I think it's more that if you played so many of these, like you get into, like, you get totally zoned in.
Yeah.
Like it's just you and the cards, and there's nothing else.
You feel that when you guys get, like, athletes talk about the zone, and I'm not a great athlete, but I've played enough sports where I felt like I couldn't do anything wrong in certain spots. Do you feel like that sometimes? You just feel like unbeatable. You're just supremely confident.
More or less every day.
I'm soul reading.
More or less every day. Yeah.
Oh, Joe Grew, welcome to the broadcast. How are you?
Joe Grew, he normally would feel like that, except when. Yeah.
I hope they don't get upset with me for sharing this, but it was a great quote. I think John McAllister asked John Hurd, like, who's the best player out of the junior house guys? And Herdman, I thought, gave a great response. He goes, well, Joe knows he's the best. Cran knows I'm the best, and I know I'm the best. So this is like the perfect, good professional bridge player answer. Yeah, I'm great.
I think it's a little bit like when you what you should answer like a top level player. Like, who do you think is the second best player in the world? That's normally
That's the most appropriate
So
one,
who do you
yes.
think is the second best player in the world, Chris? I think it's Klukowski. I think Klukowski is the second best player in the world.
That's good. Yeah, thanks a lot, folks. There is a lot of advantages to the format, and again, this format will continue to improve as we continue to just feel our oats technology-wise. But I think we can see some action at the Kohler table. In fact, there we go. There's the first hand of the next set, board 16, and we do have 4 players at the table. So let's start here, and we can circle back to the other table if need be. And again,
Just one more thing, Rob.
Yeah,
This is also
go ahead.
the great thing, I think, that if we could have been live with the viewers, we could just feed out who do you think is the best player in the world.
Exactly.
Except that we have to guess for
In
the second
fact-
best player, we can get who's the best.
I tell you what, we'll wait about 10 minutes, and I'll throw a poll in.
Yeah?
For
Nice.
this. In fact,
Nice.
that's
Do that,
perfecto.
please.
I like it.
It would be very
But
nice
we need-
if I can get
we need to
one
give
vote.
them-
One
we need
vote.
to
I
give
would.
them 4 choices, though. In fact, maybe we do the best analysis.
Nah, I like the best player in the world, the fucking best player in the world. Like, who do they think it is?
By the way, folks, if you're watching this as it becomes live, again, we're on a 15-minute delay, start typing in your favorite bridge player into the chat, and I will relay that to our guys. Boy, there was a question.
Favorite is one thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
There
please,
was
please
a question
come.
about
come.
when someone doesn't wait the required time as far as before the
Yep.
hand. What's the penalty for that? Do they?
Now they
you
should
know,
lose their
increase it?
rights. This is the thing. If they don't do that, if they come into that, you sort of lose your right, because then if there is a situation with UI,
Got it.
don't complain.
It's your fault,
Don't complain
essentially,
because
yeah.
you didn't take that 10, 15 mandatory seconds. It was your fault.
So you're penalizing yourself essentially just by not taking the time and allowing
Yeah.
them to burn you. essentially.
Absolutely. So it should be on you.
So meanwhile, back in the action.
25 points is that? Is this Kokish
Yeah,
action?
25 count. And so a very common expert treatment after 2 clubs, 2 diamonds start, that North's 2 hearts would show either strong 2-bit and hearts or a game-forcing balanced hand. The so-called Kokish relay. Partner now bids 2 spades to ask.
And then 2
Rebid of
shows
2-no
this.
trumps showing, hey, I have just a balanced hand, but I was too strong to open 2 clubs and rebid 2-no trump, because that would not be forcing. So this is the forcing version. So South doesn't really have much else to contribute. No Stamen bid, notice,
Because
was
they're
the
flat.
4-3-3. We don't have any roughs coming, so oftentimes, even if we do have a spade fit, no trump's going to play better.
Well, the beauty of this conventional treatment for these types of hands, and honestly, if you're thinking about learning a convention, don't start with Kokish. It's almost never going to come up. But when it does, it's super helpful because instead of rebidding 3-no trump as a standard auction, when we rebid 2-no in this case, we get our Stamen, we get our transfers, and we have all the tools that we're used to. So it's
Yeah, I'm actually not a proponent of the Kokish relay myself,
I see.
because while it does help quite a bit when you are dealt balanced 25 plus, that's just a very rare hand. And the cost of the convention is that when North is dealt a strong 2-bit in hearts, they don't get to immediately hear a natural reaction to their 2-heart rebid. Partner's just kind of always going to bid 2 spades, and they're going to make the second bid, but they're going to kind of be half a round behind for the rest of the auction. And when we have an unbalanced hand with hearts, that extra round of bidding is going to be extremely valuable to us. So I prefer to sort of suck it up and rebid 3-no trump with a hand like North's. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it will often work out okay, just to kind of do a little bit better on my far more frequent strong 2 bids with hearts.
So looks like the other table is playing a version of Kokish as well here.
Hey, I have the Kokish through our multi. So in the multi we put in, we have the week 2 on majors, but we
Interesting.
also have the 24 plus balanced, and we have 4-4-4 one hands game forcing. Because these are like 4-4-4
Those
one
are
hands
the
game
worst
forcing, like
ones.
really,
Yeah, those
really
are the
difficult
hard-
hands.
those
Yeah,
are ridiculous
really
to do,
difficult hands.
yeah.
Boy, has it ever happened? Your partner throws in a little psychic passive, the multi 2 diamonds, and
It did happen, not with my regular partner, where I had a young partner like from my hometown, and we played this, and he passed. But then our opponents came to the rescue, So I think I went something like 2 diamonds, pass, something, 6 diamonds from me.
Scientific bidding.
That's funny.
All right,
And so same auction.
we're switching to this table
at
just
both
because we can
tables.
sweat the play here. Now, Jack of Spades is interesting choice.
Yeah, so it looks like a Rusinel lead, second highest in touching honors.
Yeah.
And now that is starting to bring Dummy's 8 of spades into play. But Declare has some problems, kind of getting back and forth here. So in the other room, we actually saw Declare solve this problem by playing Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds. I think Declare should probably just play the Jack of Diamonds out of his hand, just to make it as hard as possible for the opponents to duck. So starting with the Ace of Diamonds does win if either opponent has Singleton King, but that's just a very unlikely holding. And so leading the Diamond Jack, I think, it will often be taken on the first round. So here, for example, if it goes Jack of Diamonds, low,
Here's the Jack. Yep.
West might have to fear. Oh no, he did find a good
Fast
duck.
Nice.
Here, you might have to fear that Declare could eventually finesse the diamonds. On this particular layout, he's got the hearts and the clubs well held, so you can see that Declare can't get to dummy, so you can kind of hold up here.
There he goes.
Yeah, I mean,
But
he
look,
also.
but look what's happened now. So the defender, the West hand, has done well to kind of hold up twice, which is shut Declare out of the dummy.
But he can play him now.
But now
Yeah.
Declare already has his 3 diamond tricks in, and now
He can play spade,
if
Ace of
it-
Diamonds, diamond, and be a hero.
Yeah,
but
or-
we can see that.
yeah, or he might even just play. If he can play just King of Spades and a spade now, East
yeah.
is going to be in some trouble.
Not too shabby either.
I'm not sure if you addressed this. I was just busy on my phone.
Oh.
Sorry about that. With the East hand, if you're going to lead a spade, the typical lead, in my view, is a low one.
Right.
Because you don't have the 10, you don't have the 9. But I think one of the reasons to lead a high one is here you know that there's 25 high cards on your right. So what you are mostly afraid of is not an honor coming down in dummy, but the 10 coming down in dummy, and for Declare to have the ace king. So I think
it's highly likely to have the Ace King
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
So it makes a
they're
lot
showing
of
this massive 25 count.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense to lead a spade honor in this except situation, while against 1 or trump, 3 no trumps, you would typically lead a low spade.
In fact, this would be an automatic lead for normal. Every bridge player in a club game would lead the 4 spades without thinking about it, just because it's what they do. But again, this auction and the deeper thought of this makes it more clear that.
Especially at match points where all these like tiny little tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say just by the way, in general at match points, leading high has from 2-card honor holdings against no trump has a lot more going for it, right? Because
Absolutely.
when you lead a low spade, if you're playing in an imp game, you're really hoping that you're essentially that your 7 of spades is going to kind of come into play later. You maybe sit over opener, so just to kind of get play the 4 of spades to your partner's honor, and kind of try to get maybe 3 more tricks in the suit or something. You have high ambitions. In match points, oftentimes you might just want to set up 1 trick or avoid giving away a trick. And so leading high will be a little safer in general, but it's also much less productive.
He's found the spade play here now, and he's sitting pretty now. He's going to get to dummy or get a nice finesse coming into him.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting spot now, because I think basically what's going to happen, I think West is going to discard a discouraging heart. Right, even though he has the Queen of Hearts, he sort of again knows Declare probably is the Ace King. Basically, Declare's marked with the rest of the high cards here.
3 no trump made 4 at the other table, folks. 3 no trump, 10 tricks for East West at the other table. That's 430. Sorry, for North South. Excuse me.
And so I expect a discouraging heart discard from West, followed by a club shift from East to the King and Ace, and then when North cashes the Queen of Clubs next, West is going to have to kind of unblock the Jack of Clubs to make sure that his partner gets in. But again, eventually, basically, even when that happens, we're going to see a 3rd club lead to East, a 4th club cashed, and now
here comes the heart or spade.
right now here comes now North can just discard his 9 of diamonds. Actually, West would have been squeezed anyway on this trick, but it doesn't really matter because East is just forced to give the rest of the tricks.
A really interesting one.
So maybe that 9 of clubs, I feel like that 9 of clubs switch is probably second highest.
Another possibility here is that Declare now can also just duck a club
win the club return and play ace of diamonds and a diamond.
Well, that
That's
that
looking at
happens
all
to,
the looking at all
yeah.
the cards.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
obviously,
that happens to only
But
work
that's
because
not,
West is the queen of hearts. But just exiting in clubs works.
Absolutely,
So
So
exiting
he's going to go
clubs
ace of
is
clubs, and
better here.
he really has to consider putting the king underneath it, right?
I think so. Yeah, he just really doesn't want to be on lead.
Olivia, Amy from the chat would have liked you to have resisted the chair take back a little more aggressively, I believe. She wanted a little more action there, I believe. Maybe it's my chair, buddy. You get to step in, something like that.
Okay, I mean, if me and Boya get into a fight, it's Vegas. Like,
Hey.
Chris can set the odds. It's perfect.
You know what? And that's exactly, we need a little excitement in the broadcast. And speaking of excitement, Adam Grossack back in the room once again.
But Amy likes to see violence. What's she's
Amy
all about?
Amy
Yeah.
wasn't looking at violence. She just said, "Hey, there maybe could have been a little more argument." That's all. That's all I'm saying.
So meanwhile here, North, who's kind of pondering how to get out of his hand in 3-0 Trump, has led the king of hearts, hoping to elicit count signals from the opponents just to help him read the whole hand. And so in fact, this is an upside down signaling pair. So he's now received count from the east hand and maybe also from west, sort of a remainder count 4 of hearts, just to give him a sense of what the full picture looks like. He's confident that the diamonds are 4-2 because nobody would have ducked a second diamond from king third and just kind of given away their
Given the
king.
entire suit.
So he's really got a good picture of it here. So I do think ace of clubs in a club is gonna come next.
Yeah.
And now it's like a
Right, because if you think about it from North's perspective, if he exits any other suit, the opponents are just going to play clubs back to his ace anyway.
See you later, right?
So you might as well just play ace in a club. It's not really
Yeah.
an advantage to doing anything else.
So can I tell you, as we're waiting for this play, we have a new leader, Fleischer, 13.17, 0.96 ahead of Amoils, and now Goldberg in third place with 11.7, and then 2 full points to the fourth place team. So it looks like, at least initially right now at this moment, a 3-horse race at the top. Again, lots of bridge to be played. And a good pack in kind of the peloton behind the 3 leaders at this point. So
What's the whole lineup of the Amoils team, please?
it's Amoils, Edgton, Wibley, Hung, and Sartaj Hans.
Yeah, it's a lot of Australians and maybe a lot of Australians plus less.
Yep.
So the little bit difference here, I'm not sure how much you talked about these things, but that some of the teams, have a sponsor, have a client.
Yep.
And I guess most teams have that. And for most teams, I think that the client plays the first set. But I think that for the Goldberg team, I think my impression is that Connie has played a lot of like the last sets.
I believe
So
so.
that if that
She
also
was
some
in
sort
that.
of
Got
might
it.
be an issue for sort of
Yeah,
what we
that-
think is sort of the likelihood of one team doing sort of better than the others or something.
Yeah, like a slightly deceptive score based on the lineups that are at play.
Yeah, and I think also normally that Fleischer, but he plays like a professional, I have to say.
Agreed.
But Marty Fleischer, he very often likes to play the last sets. He likes to be in there when it's
And
all
when it
heated,
matters.
when it matters.
I
Yeah,
respect
so
that.
yeah, absolutely. That's what I think more of the clients should do. I think they should be in there when it really counts.
Yeah.
So after some pondering, here's
There
ace
it
of
is.
clubs, king
Well
on
done.
block.
Well done by both players, really.
Well done,
Yeah.
yes. Sort of
Unblocking the cane might look ridiculous to people, but that he has to do that to avoid the lead of a heart or a diamond, which he knows is terrible. So,
Well done from Declare here.
yep.
Yeah, and so that high spade lead did come back to bite east, right? So just for everybody just trying to rewind it all the way to trick 1 in your head. Notice that after the more standard 4 of spades lead to the 10 and king, now east is still sitting pretty with the queen jack third over north's ace doubleton. So in this particular hand, Declare would have had a much harder time on a low spade lead, even though but that's of course only seeing all the hands and knowing the partner has the 10. I think the panel here would all have led high here.
And it also
as
burned
well.
it burned
Well, I
him
mean,
a little
talk
bit.
about as long as the panel is you 3, that is correct, Chris. Thank you.
Well, he got burned by the unexpected 4th spade and dummy.
All right, so that's chop of action on this. 430s at both tables here. The other table is ahead. They're finishing the next board, which is 17, which we're about to see here. And
Looks
other
like sort of a
table
normal 3-0 trump here.
Yeah, and the other table is playing 3-0 trump on this hand as well at this point.
Yeah, and this is just one of these very typical hands that would be completely boring, in an imp match, right? You've got 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and you can build at least 2 spades. So it's kind of just going to be a 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 trick hand. You're going to make some over tricks, but in border match, obviously, every trick.
Do you just sometimes in a border match would you just bid 3-0 with the West hand, considering the values you have, and not even suggest a major here, just because you're just taking a lot of tricks always?
Yeah, it's an interesting hand. So in general, this idea of just not bidding Stamen when you have a balanced hand and a lot of extra values and you're playing match points is a really good idea. Although the fact that you have all the just aces and kings and almost no spot cards makes me kind of wonder about this particular one. The Jack of clubs is no trumpy, but everything else.
The other table did. We just flashed that up. The other table did. It went 1-0, 3-0 at the other table. But here we can see all roads are going to lead to 3-0 anyway. But
well, it might matter in terms of the lead, for example, right?
Sure,
so if there's a Stamen auction, you could easily imagine that South stays off the spade lead. Although with a 9-8-7, you might choose to lead a spade anyway. But one of the advantages of bidding 3-0 trump is that when you don't have a major suit fit, you often kind of give the opponents a misimpression about what's coming in dummy, and they might kind of speculate with a major suit lead where they belong leading something else.
And once again, folks, just real quick, I'm going to remind you that result on the lower left-hand corner is not correct. In fact, the result at the other table is already in. It was 3-0 trump making 11 tricks.
Yeah.
So that was 3-0 trump making 5. And there's the same auction. Interesting.
So I think here this is going to be very easy for Declare to kind of handle the spades because there'll be a spade lead. But notice that kind of if Declare's left to their own devices, they have to lead spades twice towards the queen and jack to kind of get 3 tricks, right? Just make sure that North's ace of spades captures air, right, instead of capturing one of the honors. And that is just good general technique in the suit. If the suit's 3-3, any kind of setup plays will work. But if North has ace doubleton, there's this extra chance of leading twice towards the queen jack. So we sort of expect that play to have been found. But here, of course, the defenders now have gotten started helping Declare.
Right.
So Declare is now up to sort of 3 spade tricks, and 4 clubs is 7, 2 diamonds is 9, 2 hearts are 11. So the real question now is, can the defenders find a way to avoid giving the 12th trick? And this is going to be a difficult discarding problem for North, kind of once the spades are established, because it looks like North kind of has to hold his queen jack third of hearts.
It looks like they have to protect everything.
Queen jack fourth of diamonds, right? When all the spades kind of get run eventually. So I think somehow South is going to have to encourage in diamonds or discourage in hearts.
Here's the play for you, Chris.
Yeah. So
I think it looks normal for South to discourage. Like the only thing that South has is the jack third of diamonds.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't start throwing that suit. Like that's my only sort of goal I have on this hand. Is and when the spades now are, my spades are not sort of getting anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's to me it's clear cut. The South has to hold on to jack third of diamond for dear life and hope that I come be a trick in the end or not for partner to getting squeezed.
Yeah. So here North is obviously and just has exited with a club just passively, and so now. We'll see a spade to the jack. North's going to pitch a club, no problem.
Yep.
But now, we've got some
king queen of clubs is going to get the moment of truth, and the king of spades is really going to put him in a problem.
Yes, it's going to go king queen of clubs again. I think
diamond and a heart pitch.
Yeah, no problem for North to pitch 1 diamond at that point.
So we have one person who has voted for the best player in the world, and
me.
It's Boye. Yeah, Bronya voted for you, but I think.
Thank you, Bronya. Once again, you're right.
I have to say also.
Oh, wait, Babs G. Boye with an exclamation point. Wow.
Well,
So
if we have
notice,
a lot
by the
of
way,
Boye fans here,
let's notice what's
they
going
should
on
check out
here,
his app.
Right. So South has
I
not
got you.
directly signaled in either diamonds or hearts. But what he has done is follow to all the spades with his lowest cards. Oh, but it looks like North did not get the message.
Wow.
North discarded from the queen jack third of hearts. He kept the diamonds, and that was
And that's
the
gonna prove fatal for
disaster.
them.
So I think Boye and I were both very big on a lot of suit preference signals. And so here, if we were following, we led the, I don't remember whether they led the 8 or the 9.
He did. He led the 8.
8? Okay,
Yep.
so if
So
we
it was
follow,
almost like Trump suit preference as a
yeah,
way.
yeah,
from
we
that.
just follow 5, 7,
A
9.
suit that doesn't matter.
Low
It-
at our 2 opportunities. We're sort of saying
This is a big thing for like the way I think the way Chris defends and the way I defend. This was one thing that Tony Forrest taught me back in 2001. As I said, my first border match tournament, my first Reisinger, and he taught me this from the very first time we played together, and I played it ever since. I think it's a such a big upside compared to sort of I just give count, I just give attitude. So
Right.
we give attitude in all situations when we think that's necessary. We give suit preference in all other situations except when you
count
think
is
count
necessary.
is really
Right.
important.
And those are usually relatively obvious with an experienced partnership. You're kind
Yeah.
of you're almost you're not never, but you're rarely on the wrong
But I think it's good that, for example, that like you can see that Samantha and Versace, this is not sort of their best part of the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't do these sort of mistakes.
Got it.
But of course, it's good because otherwise, like the Fleischer team would beat us every damn time.
Well, I mean, I've always heard Versace put in the conversation of maybe one of the better declarers in the game for sure. So I mean, that's certainly
he's a very well-rounded player. I wouldn't
Absolutely.
focus
Yeah.
on declare play. I think he's
Of course.
like kind of one of the best at bidding and declaring and defense.
I have to say, I
Technical
think he has
defense.
one of the best names. It's a pretty good
of
name.
course, yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alfredo Versace.
Alfredo Versace, 2 very, very Italian names.
Oh, where's he from?
Is he the most Italian, maybe?
Yeah.
And he's
So,
just a
all
very
right,
nice guy, too.
we're off to the races on this next board. Definitely a possible slam zone hand for East-West if they can kind of find the club fit. I think West really has a pretty good hand after partner opens the bidding, and so I think if he can if they can diagnose the fit, I think West is just going to force the slam here.
Yeah. I mean, here, obviously West has to bid their hearts first because the 5-card heart suit is the most important. But the problem it's going to have is that it takes up so much room. It does make it difficult to find the 5th club.
Interesting.
Yeah, so now we see East's 2-spade rebid. Very common for experts in these auctions, just because Olivia just made this great point that 2 hearts takes up all the space, right? And so very common for experts to try to kind of reclaim some of that space by using opener's 2-spade rebid here as just kind of a default, not showing 6 spades, but just trying to stay out of the way. You make sure a partner can get a second
Is this
bid.
always a minimum hand, or is this just a default bid in
Just a
general in this
default.
case anyway? So
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
all.
so I think
could be anything.
I think for my partnerships, there are certain, obviously, of course, if you can raise hearts, that's great. That's the first priority.
Sure.
And then there are certain other hands that you want to kind of show right away, but the 2-spade bid is kind of everything else. So you either want to make
It's the
a
catch-all.
really descriptive bid that uses up space but kind of gets a lot of description
A nice picture bid.
in there in exchange, or you want to kind of say, well, hey, let me just stay out of the way and let my partner do the describing.
I would be tempted with the East 10. Maybe don't quite have the sort of the things to lead up to like for positional tuner trumps. But I would be tempted to bid tuner trump with East 10 because I can see that playing it from my side might with the King of Clubs. I have 2 like positional cards. Maybe partner has, who knows what partner has. So I would be tempted with this hand to try and get no trump from my side.
Yeah, that is a big stylistic difference among experts. So Boya is thinking of 2-no trump as just kind of a natural bid that says he wants to play no trump, whereas a lot of folks would consider it more descriptive. Oh, I have a balanced hand. And that you see both styles at the highest level.
Yeah.
Each one has their advantages. I'm surprised here, frankly, that West is taking so much time. I wonder if they have some strange system where they can't bid 3 clubs or something.
He has now just put a bid down. It looks like 2 no.
2-no.
Or maybe 2-no is clubs.
Yeah,
maybe,
something.
Maybe he was thinking about what they play here.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
understood.
going to be that. If 2-no is clubs here, that extra room here might be very critical because
Yeah,
over
although-
3 clubs, 3 diamonds, you don't have that many bids to show your hand. But over
Nope, something's
okay.
happening here.
Okay, so that could just be describing the shape of his hand, possibly in this case.
Yeah, maybe 2-no trump is just a relay. Maybe he could have been
I
3
think
clubs to
2-no is
show his
probably
hand,
asking,
or 2-no
yeah.
asking. It looks like.
Yeah, that makes some sense too.
Yeah.
Well,
So
here, like we were just talking about the difference in styles here. A 2-no asking bid for a lot of people, maybe they wouldn't like that because they don't always want to grab the no trump. And some people.
Well, yeah, and also just as a a theoretical matter, right? I mean, you basically have a partner. Usually, if you are the times where it's useful to be able to ask partner as opposed to showing your own hand is when partner is already somewhat narrowed down, and so it's like, okay, I don't need to describe mine, but you are sort of starting to get to be in a really small
Yeah.
bucket, and so I'm just going to kind of refine that, and then I'm going to just decide.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is not just at the highest level of the game. You all play convention like this. It's called
yeah.
Stamen.
Yes.
Right? Right? You already know partner has 15 to 17 balanced. Okay. All I need to know about is the major to be able to pick the right contract. I'm not showing anything about what I have. I'm just taking charge.
So,
But on this auction here, right, we see that, really if two spades is a default bid, very little is known. And so it's not really a great spot for West to be asking. West doesn't want to take charge. He wants to show clubs.
And just a quick update, folks. At the other table, they have bid and made 11 tricks in 5 clubs. So they were playing 5 clubs, making 6 at the other table, boy.
Yeah, I have one comment. I'm not sure how used East West on the other table are to playing border match, but to me, if I was into bidding and I can see it's you want to, if you don't play slam, you want to play in no trumps in border match. So the thing is, if you then decide to go past 3 no trump, very often, and even if you think maybe the slam isn't that great, but you still have to go for it
Committing
because
yourself to it.
Right.
by ending up in 5 clubs, there's
it's
nothing
a
for you
loss.
to score.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is a critical concept. So the point Boy is making is West has 17 high card points. His partner opened the bidding. So if he had to guess, he'd say, look, I'm almost certain to make at least 10 tricks in no trump if we play 3 no trump. So that's a score of 430. So 5 clubs making 5 is only 400. Even if I can squeeze out an over trick, it's 420. So if I'm playing in 5 clubs, I'm almost certainly losing the board to the other table's 3 no trump. So once I've got past 3 no trump, even if I think 6 clubs is going to be maybe a 30%, contract, kind of a crappy slam,
You might as
I
well
have to
take
bid
a
it
30%
anyway.
chance at
Yeah.
success than
Absolutely.
a 0% chance, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
30% top, 0%, 70% bottom, as opposed to, a 100% chance of just losing the board. by playing in a
I
minor.
think to go back is that my first Rising was 2001, and I have to say I felt it was so easy to play. I couldn't believe it. It was like my first time over here to play these main events. Like people
Like,
could
what
hardly
are
follow
these people
suit.
talking about?
In the final of the Rising, they could hardly follow suit. I said we had like 17, 18, 19 boards in a row that we could not lose. I thought, I'm getting the big bucks. I should get the big bucks. Like it was incredible. But I have to say that during these years, the game has moved on.
Yes.
Today, there are much more people that can play border match. And if you go back to 2001,
Yep.
or if you go back to 1995, 96, when I say that the team I played in won back-to-back championship, 4-handed,
Yeah.
with a client that just played 3 times a year. She played bridge 3 times a year. Like Rita Shugart, you were incredible. I think to win those 2 back-to-backs, one of the biggest things that any client have done in the history of
exceptionally difficult at any
incredible.
moment, right? You just have to. Not only do you have to play so well, you have to run pretty well as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you need everything to come together in these spots.
Well, I also think Boya's point that the game has just gotten so much, I don't know, so much more refined over the years is interesting. And like, I think a big reason is now we have all this technology, like Q-bids, for example. You can practice so many
So
boards with your
great.
partners. There's all these bridge apps.
Well, to drive another point, just as bridge is a sport, in my humble opinion, but as athletes, the reason that you're able to see better times in marathons and swimming events and things is just because the technology is there. It improves and it gives the players a chance to just better themselves in a physical way. But in this way, Q-bids, every tool that the pros have to kind of practice in front of it. And honestly, the bar after a national event is probably where a lot of the refining of games takes place, because you get to bounce hands off of people.
Oh, yeah.
How did you handle this? What did you do? And what's your system?
But there's also a lot of
And it looks like,
we talk
by the
about
way,
a stupid result and just laugh at each other.
So Versace and Cementive lost the ace of diamonds here as the play is gone.
Yeah.
This is again, probably I think Boy and I would have been trying to, play a lot of low cards at some point to
Yeah.
You're
ask
gonna
for
scoop
diamonds.
at least 10, right?
So it is Versace Samantha being North South. So East West at the other table was not the people that I thought it was. It was actually it was the teammates. It was either Marty Fleischer and Chip Martel, or it was the French guys. So I guess it was the French guys at the other table maybe that bid onto 5 clubs. If I understand this correctly, if we understand the screens here correctly, if the Versace Cementa, they are actually north-south here.
They are actually north-south, yeah, exactly. So that they definitely, and I was looking at their table.
Yeah,
the
so
other
I think
table
it's the French.
is
empty. But we know from the first round where we saw that it's
yeah,
Bessie St. Laurentine.
I can tell you that to the what you see on the results stream, especially the bids and the players are probably wrong, except for, in fact, they're completely wrong. There's nothing that's correct there. Sorry. Well, that's for my people in the panel, folks. You can't see it. I'm hiding our badness from you, so you won't be able to see the results because it won't make sense. But this last board was definitely a win for the Fleischer team. They were plus 490, up to plus 420 at the other table. And why don't we circle to the results stream and just show you these were the leaders after the 5th round, and that was Fleischer on top, almost a full point ahead of the MLS team. And there was a question in the chat. Was Hanlon on this team, the MLS team, for the Soloway and is not playing?
That could be. He's a lot of time he's played on the MLS team.
Okay,
but
so
I don't know.
Asked the question. We're not sure. We know that as far as we see the lineups, he's not part of that team. So you haven't seen him in there. But I'm a normal member of that team.
Rob, I had one question coming in for one of the viewers.
Yeah, hi.
Amanda Jaeger asked this question.
Hi, Amanda.
On board 15.
Yep.
Do you open the West hand on board 15? So if you can go to board 15.
Okay, I'm going to use this board 15. And that should be right there on the lower right-hand side of your screen.
Interesting.
Is that what we're talking about, guys?
Yeah.
And they're asking, as the South player, do you open?
I think it's the West player.
As the West player, sorry. There's 15 again. Oh,
Nope,
okay.
we're still on 15.
And that's the problem. Bridge base is populating scores that we shouldn't be showing.
All right, there we go. Board 15.
That should be 15, correct? Good.
So it's a 4-3-3 with 2 aces and a king.
Oh, this is the one we talked. So from a instructor's point of view, I would say to my students, this is 100% an opening bid. But I think Chris was also saying something about this, and as we try to get back to the correct board, this is why we don't see this screen too often, guys. And we're not going to see it anymore. I apologize.
So the hand is a 4-3-3 hand with ace, king of diamonds, and the ace of spades. And so I guess the question is, boy, in your style, would you open the bidding normally?
I would say in a team game, I would not open.
In
a team like imps,
okay.
yeah, imps. I would not open. I think because I think my hand is really worth it in many ways. Okay, ace, king, ace. You don't have if the opponent's bid, if the opponent doubles, but not that often. This is the situation. Very often it is. Do you have the values to compete? The values to bid a game? And for me, this hand is not quite the value of an opening bid.
Yeah.
But I have to say, on this hand, you were not vulnerable. And if you play border match, if you can buy the contract, you're okay with going down 1. If you can buy the contract in 1 no trump and go down 1, it's better than the opponents playing 1 no trump making 90.
Yeah.
Like they get 90 for making it, and you go down just 50 by going 1 down. So I think this is what Andrew Robson taught me. He doesn't look at border match as one game or one way of scoring. It's like 4 games. It's all about the vulnerabilities. Yeah. So he's very much like when you're not vulnerable, you try to buy the contract. So I think if I were not vulnerable, so think about that sort of, because if you're vulnerable and go down 1 in 1 no trump, you lose 100 compared to the 90 that they would get. So to me, it's very much I would say that if you're vulnerable, I would not open this border match, and if I was not vulnerable border match, I would sort of I'm okay to open these sort of hands to try and buy the contract.
Yeah, it's a very important concept. We spent a lot of time on the stream talking about yesterday, and sort of just to kind of follow through a little bit on what Boy is saying about the different vulnerabilities. The best vulnerability for these kind of aggressive openings, if you're playing match points, is not actually being at favorable vulnerability, but rather when nobody's vulnerable, right? Because what Boy talked about was from his side's perspective, well, I want to open it, and even if I get a minus score, that can still be good because I'm paying only 50 a trick, and maybe the other side can make 110 and I go down 2 for minus 100 or something like that,
Yeah.
and that could be a great score. But when the opponents are also non-vulnerable, you can open and kind of preempt them from making that same steal themselves, stealing your part score and them going down.
You're heading them off at the pass, so to speak.
Exactly.
So what I've done for our audience is I've kind of put a whiteboard version of that hand, because the real issue here, folks, and it's a security issue, is when they keep posting these false results, they're posting the future hands, so we can't be sharing that, unfortunately.
see.
And it keeps kind of snapping to it automatically, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be part of that. So
Yeah.
So just for safety's sake, we'll stay the heck out of there.
And another thought that I would have, I probably would lean towards a pass, in board a match, because in a standard method, if I open a club and my partner bids some major, I have to rebid 1 no trump, and my hand doesn't want to be the declarer in an eventual no trump contract. So one thing that I'm worried about opening this hand is that it's just a normal 1 no trump or 3 no trump from my side, but I end up playing it, myself instead of being able to put down the dummy.
One thing that I would say, if I had ace king 4 for clubs and the same hand, I would say almost 100% I would open it, because
Of
what I
course.
don't like so much with this is a 10-4 for club, that if the opponents will get the contract, partner will maybe often in a close situation lead a club, and with 10-4 I wouldn't like that so much. So
Yeah.
so that's also a big thing to take into consideration. If you can open your better suit, it's much more going for it opening than
All right,
for
we
you
have
opening
the
a worse
special
suit.
case here, Kalita Klukowski,
The second best player in the
the
world.
second best player in the world.
Now
is,
he's coming, and
Klukowski,
Kalita
so-
probably maybe top 10, but it's close. Yeah, Klukowski the second best. Versace
Boye now has
7 or
3
8.
votes for best player.
Samantha. Samantha.
One
I
for
love
himself.
Samantha. I love Samantha. I would put him. I give him top 10 today since he's in the final and he's won the solo way. But he's I like that guy.
So real quick, let me just do a quick search and see if we can see the round 6 results. It's possible they're up, and while I do that, let me thank Jordan for putting this together. He is actually the reason we have these live results, and everybody else involved in this: the ACBL, BBO, Jan Martell doing the BBO, Diana Servin from BBO and the Viewgraph, and Bronya Jenkins, and Martian, and our esteemed panel. Thank you, everybody. Well, let's keep dancing here.
Thank you
I have to
guys.
admit, I'm extremely surprised here that Samantha didn't open a strong no trump. So this just looks to me, we're talking about
Yeah,
stealing
interesting.
here. You do have 15 high card points. Maybe he evaluated his hand as not really worth the 15, but this is really a good preemptive strong no trump, right?
There's one thing here that I think that they play weak no trumps. I think like in these
Oh, in
colors.
favor-
I'm not sure about third
Oh,
hand.
white red.
If
They
that's
play,
yeah.
Okay,
So that
then
could
they
be
might not have
that
been
could,
invited.
that
Yeah,
could be
so
the
maybe
case.
he
I'm
has to
pretty
open
sure
it
they
for-
play
yeah.
like first, second hand, non-vulnerable. I'm pretty sure they play.
very
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay, so he may not have been able to open a strong no trump, and yeah, that is, not a method. These sort of super weak no trumps, like a 10 to 12 no trump or something like that. You could make an argument for those in a team game, but in match points, it's really not good. You want to really just be able to open a no trump with the north hand and kind of try to shut out the majors. You don't want to lose that strong no trump opening when you're playing match points.
Well, I'm playing in the afternoon, so I want to get a little rest. But
Oh,
thank you guys. It was
Olivia,
great.
thank you so much for joining. It was a super pleasure, and we will see you back here anytime you would like. Good luck in your afternoon session.
And Olivia, in a few years, you'll get the chair also.
Yeah, pay your dues, Olivia, and the chair is yours.
But how did the bidding go? I'm a little bit surprised that maybe North wasn't competing.
It
with
went a club a spade past 2 spades, right? That was the action, Chris.
Yeah, and
For me, I would bet Tuno Trump with North fan to try to get.
that might show, probably 18, 19,000.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But it's maybe.
so
But it just seems a bit that it's just so hard to compete. Maybe with these.
Yeah.
You open sort of a balanced-ish club, so partner cannot take action with club support. You cannot bid for the like to compete with the North
Yeah.
fans. So you just sell out to 2 of the major. This does not seem like the sort of right border match.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but I think the real answer here is when you hold a strong no trump and don't bid a strong no trump, you're going to have problems for the rest of the bidding, almost always.
Huh. And by the way, those problems are really tilting when they come back at you, right? You're just like, oh, why didn't I open a no trump in hindsight? The other table is, it looks like playing two hearts in the west chair.
So that's probably a one no trump opening and a landy overcall of two clubs to show the majors.
Yep. With the east hand, they bid two clubs to show the majors, and then it went two hearts on the other side.
But is it down to guessing the ace of clubs and?
Well, there's a guess for the ace of clubs, but also notice that in the sort of the main room with Versace Cementa, the jack of hearts was led, which also cleared up the whole heart suit.
Sure.
Right? If Declare has to attack that suit by himself, it's not totally clear that he's going to be, leading a heart to the 8 in the first round.
Absolutely. So that might give up a trick there, but I think isn't it now for the contract if he's now switches to a club? I'm not sure what North is thinking. What is North thinking about now? Like, what's the situation? And you get in on the ace of diamonds. What are you really thinking about? You know that if partner has any trumps left, it's a good trump. I cannot believe why. What's this? Why are you not playing a club?
Other table, two hearts in the west, down 1 was the result. So again, let me remind you folks, if you're looking at that result on the lower left,
he might be thinking that if his partner has the queen of diamonds, he can play a low diamond to the queen, have partner cast a jack of spades and exit a diamond, and stick Declare in his hand.
But Declare has communication hearts.
Oh, he does have communication hearts. Oh, maybe that's right. He unblocked. So yeah. I want he hasn't remembered. He's not sure where the 9 of hearts is at this point. It's also possible.
The 9 of hearts has gone though, but it's like you might not have seen it.
Yeah, exactly. He might be not sure where that 8 of hearts is high. Regardless, I think this is going to be an easy guess for Declare on this auction because he's already seen Cementa show up with queen of spades, ace of hearts, and it looks like presumably ace king of diamonds. So that's sort of already 13 points. I don't quite think Declare is going to play him for a 17 count.
Yeah.
Oh,
he did.
Wow.
Wow. So he maybe didn't think he had the king of diamonds, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. Although it'd be weird to cash the ace of diamonds. If North had cashed the ace of diamonds without the king, then we think South probably would have been playing an encouraging diamond, like the deuce.
Yeah.
So this is an upside down pair.
I think this is a hand that you would like Klukowski to play, since he's the second best player in the world. You would like him to play this hand.
So all that for a chop, it looks like. Two hearts in the west was down 1 at the other table. They played spades here. Had a chance, but had the same chopping results.
Yeah, so probably in one case correctly guessing the clubs, but not kind of diagnosing the Jack 10 third of hearts on side, which is a lot easier after the Jack of hearts is led than in other circumstances.
All right, and I have an eye on our results update. When that comes in, I will let you all know. In fact, it is in now, gentlemen. Wow, Fleischer had a big one, boys. Fleischer 15.67 and Les Amoyles 12.71. So almost a 3-board margin there. And in third place by 0.01 is the Goldberg team. So we have a top 3 here. And Pollock in fourth, 11.35. So Fleischer adding a little distance. And in the 6th round, I think they might have had a full pull there. Let's see. A 2.5, so close enough. Big. So.
All right, well, here we are.
I think this is a Polish. I think you can take over here, Chris. This is a Polish club.
Polish club auction. So West, one club opening either 12 to 14 balanced or various strong hands. So in the Polish club style, the one club could be just a minimum opening bid, but all the way up to a game force. One heart response will be about 7 to 8 plus points with a 4-card heart, 4 plus hearts. 2 diamonds from West, artificial game force.
Big hand.
Yeah, bit balanced. 2 hearts. Probably people diverge here on what they do, but I'm guessing that this showed a good hand with only 4 hearts. 2 spades, some sort of relay. 2 no, probably just balanced, I would
Balanced,
guess.
and
And
now 3 no.
okay, great. You know, I don't have anything more than my 2 diamonds bid showed, right? Which is game forcing opposite the sort of 7 plus 1 heart. So think about 18, which is kind of what West
And the
has.
difference at the other table is they're playing 3-no trump from the other side of the table. It was a club of diamond, 2-no trump, 3-no trump, more of a traditional standard-ish auction by West. So you just have a flipping of the side. We'll see if that matters here.
And that 1 diamond was obviously a transfer response there.
Right. It was a club
so-
by West, 1 diamond, some sort of alertable response.
Yeah,
and then-
showing hearts, and so the jack of diamonds was led, whereas in this other room, diamonds or spades might be led.
Right.
South is kind of sweating it a little bit.
And then they'll have some sort of club guess here, possibly for.
I don't know what you think about this, boy. I have to say, when I have a hand like South's, you know, I've kind of thought about a lot of these types of situations before. You know, whether I'm going to lead from my 4 little or my king 4. I don't tend to sweat these opening leads too much. I sort of have ideas about where I'm leading passively and where I'm leading aggressively.
And that's what we'll have to choose
I would
to
say
shoot.
I normally lead if I feel like the opponents have sort of like quite a bit of points, and you play, especially like if it's a border match, or like I would try and lead passively.
Yeah, so that's what I think here. I bet here that East has probably shown at some point, you know, kind of more than a minimum response. I think they have some 7 to 9 bid and then maybe a 10 plus bid. So yeah, of course, it's exactly the situation, Boyer, you're describing, where we've got 18 plus, opposite probably 10 plus, and so Versace has indeed made the passive lead.
Yeah. Okay. Just one thing. Now this is like a typical thing we should ask the viewers. Just look at the club suit. The club suit here would be the key suit. He would plan the thing. He would just thought, oh, should I do the hook there and there? But what we should ask viewers, or what the viewers should try and think about when they see this hand, like how would I isolated play the club suit? Is it like, because some people say, okay, I play the one with the longer nose for the queen of clubs, or the one with the shorter hair, or whatever. Because
The
you
one
might
that
not have
looks
the information.
suspicious,
Yeah,
maybe.
you might not have the information where to go with. But how would you, Rob, play the club suit? Do you think that Samantha has the longer nose, or Versace, or what would be your guess?
Well, right now I would play the club suit as normal towards the jack, because I can see the queen is in the north hand.
Yeah, but you did.
And I can broadcast
You didn't peek in the
Well,
Rob.
honestly,
you didn't peek in the cards.
you would try to lead this to a point where you may have some more information. And what are you gaining on this?
But you didn't gain any information.
Yeah, nothing.
Say you had to do this.
So I would
say you had
I
to
would play the poker play. I would just play a low club towards the dummy, and I would just watch lefty. But at this event, you're not getting any read from these players because they're too darn good, no matter what they have. So
isolated. You have to attack this suit at trick 2. You don't have any information about where the lengths are.
Yep.
It's clear cut how you should play it.
And he is making the clear cut play of king
Which
of
is
clubs
king of
followed by
clubs.
jack
Yeah.
of clubs.
why is it so clear?
Because you can pick up not only 3-2 breaks, but you pick up the queen 9-4. But you cannot pick up
Onside.
the queen 9-4 with the
Offside.
except there was the stiff 7 and stuff that you can do. But like isolated, it's the better play without having extra information to play the king of clubs, because you can pick up all 4-1 breaks, while playing to the ace you can just pick up some 4-1 breaks.
Interesting. Very nice.
So this is like, for the viewers, this is like
It's more clear cut when you have like ace king 10 9 5th opposite queen 4th or something like
The
that.
thing,
That's
but-
just
but-
like
but
the
those
same
things-
sort of thing, but in a different.
but you will
manner.
recognize them. The thing,
Yeah.
it's all about recognition. Like
Exactly.
bridge is all about patterns and recognition, and this is like, for me, I see it immediately.
Well, and that,
because
there's
I-
the massive
yeah.
difference between somebody that gets these high level and sees this a lot, and a person like me who rarely plays
Yeah,
bridge
yeah.
anymore, and it's just a spot where now that makes sense. And also, folks, a normal player like myself will spend a lot more time thinking about that, whereas expert players that have seen this many times, you guys had no thought there.
But you see again,
Clear that.
Kalita, I thought he was top 10 in the world, but it's like it's missing like every guess. It's like every club guess is just wrong for him. Like Klukowski, I think Klukowski must be steaming at the moment. Like, why didn't I just
I'm pretty
get
sure
this contract and just made all the tricks? Like,
I'm pretty sure on this particular hand, Klukowski would have played the same, taking the technical play as you observe.
Yeah. And
do you have an update about the second best player in the world? or-
we have Bessis. No. That was not a vote. That was just a partnership thing. No, just Boyer votes. No Chris votes, which I'm very very surprised.
Nah, but he's not so well known in Europe.
He
It's
is a world
mainly Europeans watching.
I can tell you right now, we've had a We've had about 600 people watching at a time, anytime today. We have approaching 5,000 total views. So this has been a very successful broadcast, folks. And we've had our tiny glitches this time, but I think we're ironing it all out. And really, the credit goes to the team behind the scenes and also the talent in front of you, Chris. And
it's Sunday evening in Europe. I just spoke with my 10-year-old daughter. I said, put on. Yeah, she's watching.
Perfect.
I just put on the YouTube. I say. So Mia,
What's your name?
Hi. If you're watching this, hi there, back
your
home.
name?
Mia, 10-year-old.
Mia Broglin, welcome to the broadcast. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and she's a bridge player.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. She's a fine bridge player already.
Do you know that the Wolpert kids are now learning bridge and they're super into it? So I think we might have the next generation coming up.
Yeah, so East sweating it here, but all plays are the same.
Yep.
So two more tricks to South for 3-0 made 4. Do we know what happened in the other?
3-0 Trump made 5 at the other table, it looks like. They took 11 tricks. And that result, Chris, that I'm kind of pointing out to you,
I wonder if
is correct, I believe.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's supposed to be.
I wonder what happened there.
So yeah, I wish I could show you. The one problem we have is looking back today is an issue at this session. But it looks like that's a win to the opposing team, which that's a little bit of a dent in the leaders' score. Again, Fleischer, currently the north-south pair at the table we're looking at, 15.67, which is almost, it's 2.95 points ahead of the second place team, which is actually a reasonable margin at this point, Chris, would you say?
Yeah, that's starting to get significant here for sure.
If this was a bicycle race, you'd maybe see their tire in front of you jumping over the horizon.
Something like that. But a lot of boards yet to play.
Yeah. But it's also the thing, I think they're a team that's apparently in form. Yeah. And they won the Soloway by 2 imps. Not only in form, they're playing luck also.
Yes.
So it's I think I would back at this time. I'm happy to take. Yeah, I give good odds.
Yeah.
Like if you want to bet against Fleischer, I'm going to give you good odds.
I don't know if we know this for sure, but we were talking yesterday. This hasn't been going on this long, this format. This has got to be the first time in the same year that one person's won the Soloway and the Reisinger, if it does happen.
Yes, that is for sure.
And that would be a Herculean effort. I mean, that's 10 days straight of.
But I think this is also what bridge is very much about these days. Like who's in form for that particular event?
Yeah, for
because you see, like if you saw last nationals, the Israelis Toledano and Samir, they won like two events.
They were playing.
So I think this can happily, like the people that play in form, and you got sort of the confidence. And you sort of got a bit of the luck.
We were talking about earlier, that getting in the zone, right?
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
be in that partnership zone for weeks, right? Just kind of, I'm just playing, we're just on it.
And on the other hand, you have us, Chris and myself, sitting here instead of playing. Like we have had a star-studded team, and just couldn't do it. Yeah. Just couldn't do it. So it's bridge, it happens.
For sure. Even, I mean, the Soloway saw at least 2 or 3 teams that were contenders to win, not even make the knockout stage. So that's that's just a credit to the parity in the bridge world now. And here we are.
Yeah, I would actually say about 4 teams that were in the Soloway, pretty good teams that didn't make the knockout stage. Obviously, the nickel team being the most remarkable, but 4 teams that would have had a solid chance to be in at least the semifinals.
Sure.
Didn't, and have been in previous semifinals, didn't make the cut.
And had won the event almost. Yeah. I mean, not that team as it was constructed, but close.
Something a little odd has happened here. This 3-spade bid looks a little strange to me, right? Rather than just simply bidding 3-0 Trump at this point. But I think Kulkovsky was probably worried about having the king 6-5-3 of spades, and he's like all elite players. He's kind of trying to play the hand in his mind in the bidding. He says, well, if they lead a spade, it's very unlikely that my partner's spades will kind of combine with mine to give me a second stopper, right? So if partner has a stopper themselves, great, they can bid 3-0 Trump over 3 spades. But otherwise, if the opponent's lead spades and force out my king, I'm going to need to take 9 quick tricks to make my 3-0 Trump, because if the opponents ever get in, they have the whole spade suit.
Yeah.
So he found this interesting looking 3-spade bid which was badly punished here, right? Because the partner had Jack 9-7, one of
Which
the
is
few
amazing.
holdings,
Yeah.
which is not a stopper itself, but
What, opposite king, third,
combined
fourth? My
opposite
goodness.
the king, that six of hearts, kind of six of spades, where they're coming into play, right? So even if South, it had ace, queen, 10, fifth of spades, and North at the singleton 8, that six of spades could be a second stopper of the suit. So 3-0 trump on this hand is going to be extremely comfortable with the double spade stopper.
Good lead by Versace getting
And
the
now-
rough.
yeah, and Versace is sort of sniffed it out.
But you see now, this is like you can see the 9 of hearts. They're rough with the 9 of hearts. Very often, of course, it could be a false card. I'm just telling you, very often it's an honest card when people rough sort of with like a middle high card. So I think now he should really think deeply into this, how he should play this hand, because I think with the 9 of hearts being an honest card, it's either queen 9, 10-9, or queen 10-9. So by now roughing a club, he can end up here with 11 tricks. Because he knows that when North now plays underlead a diamond, you know what the ace of diamond is.
Yep.
So he's never. I think, and you can also see, Versace started with a very nice start of the defense. Very often now you have to try and get that back.
Yep.
Like he started with nice defense. We maybe not in the right spot.
The trick that he got
Yeah.
from leading the ace of
Correct.
spades with ace queen.
Yeah. So
fifth.
you have to you have to try something or hope that something good will happen. So we'll see. Now again, we have Kalita playing. He's playing like another hand here. He hasn't done well for the first ones. Maybe he can get do better now.
At the other table, the other table, it was ace of diamonds lead. It was ace of diamonds, heart to the ace, heart to the jack, and king of hearts drawing all the trump at that point. So they're also playing 4 hearts at the other table, but we're back here at this table.
But that sounded like 12 tricks after the ace of diamond lead. So I don't think he's playing for anything though at this point. Didn't that sound like 12 tricks?
Yep,
Yeah.
480. 480 scored up at the other table, so
So
they're
it's-
behind at this table for sure. They're not winning.
So let's see if
Needs a
Declare-
revoke.
Yeah, so it looks to me like what's going to happen next year. We're going to see ace king of clubs, rough a club, and Declare is now going to be kind of at a crossroads here.
So I think that when he plays like this, if I play like this and I got 11 tricks and hearts, even if Versace found the lead, I would still have hopes that 11 tricks and hearts could still maybe tie or win the board.
Yeah,
because of the other contract possibilities.
Yeah,
as
because
well.
3-0 trumps, it's like,
Yeah,
okay.
although if queen third of hearts is on side, it's going to be tough. That's the issue. He is just playing the simplest bridge just to have his hand be high, which it is.
He's just going to rough a diamond and draw trump and be very.
But even if they played no trump, they would not compete with 480, I think. Like the
Right.
best thing you would do with no
Yeah.
trump is 460.
because you get 5 hearts, 7, yeah. You have to set up diamonds.
A little bit easier to see, like they have 2 aces to cash in. So like it's whatever you do, as long as the aces doesn't go away.
All right, we have 2 rounds to go, and that's 7 in the books, and we'll have probably an update in a few minutes, but the players are putting in the score on the bridge mate, noting it on their scorecards, and they're probably going to take a few moments break here.
And I will do the same.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, Chris, why don't you take that microphone off just so we don't hear your trip to the bathroom? Just leave it flat there. That's great. Thanks, buddy. So, Boye,
Yeah.
when did you start playing bridge?
I was 8 years old.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Okay, so
8 years old. I learned it from my grandparents. I loved the game from the very first day. I tried to go as much as I could to them during the weekends. So instead of staying at home with my parents, I rather went
Funny, we
to
had
my grandparents and
similar
played
backgrounds.
bridge. So and they taught me various games.
Yeah.
But the game they taught me that I really fell in love with was bridge.
did you have the same problem I had? The toughest thing you had to do was hold all 13 cards in your tiny hands, or
I think even because I'm not, I cannot remember that. That's
Yeah,
the thing. So for some
just,
reason, I'm not a very practical guy. I have to admit that. I cannot do anything with my hands.
welcome to every bridge player.
I cannot do anything with my hands except holding the cards.
I
That's
gotcha,
the thing.
yeah.
But I think I even managed that even when I was pretty young because I never got. I don't have any recollection of me not being able to hold the hand. So, apparently my hands suited well to holding cards.
Yeah. I had the,
Not holding a hammer.
just but 2 things that and anytime I had a good hand, my father said, we need to develop a little poker face for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at those aces there. That's good.
Big eyes.
But it's funny. It's a gift to learn anything when you're young, no
Yeah,
matter
yeah.
what it is, because you can take years off and still understand the basics of the game and how you remembered how to play. and then it's just kind of
No, the thing is that, but that's the great thing about bridge. Like bridge has been with me my whole life. Like so much of what I've done in life, so much of sort of my pleasure in life comes through bridge.
same.
So that's been fantastic, and also that it's a game that you can keep on doing, even if like it can grow with you and you can grow with it. So it's like it's
and no matter where, a lot of people, as you get older, as we all know, decline in health, but bridge keeps your mind super strong, and you can play in any situation, anywhere, and especially with the technology now, anywhere you are in the world, you can pick up a hand and play with friends.
absolutely.
It's
So,
really terrific.
but what I would what I hope that we can manage, and we're trying here at least,
We are.
to make bridge more visible.
Yes.
So this is a start for to make bridge more visible for the viewers, but these are mainly bridge players watching. What
Yes.
we try to do is to get the game to people that sort of maybe play a bit of cards, know a little bit of bridge, but they wouldn't log into YouTube or
And
whatever. Just or
bridgewar.com, check that out. That's something that they have going. And the biggest thing is to build a bigger tent and honestly get different versions of this game, because just the card play, take the bidding out of it, which is fascinating and wonderful in itself. And a lot of people simply devote their lives to their bidding system, which is a lot of fun. But if you learn how to play the cards, you're going to have endless levels of enjoyment if you never even know how to bid, because it's just that complicated and wonderful.
I think there's a great start. It's called, like I heard it's, I know Bronja's high on that. It's
Yes.
Bridge War.
Bridge War, it's first to 7 tricks in no and that's how you start. And then you can incrementally add little things to that until eventually we're playing the real game.
I think-
and the players will be, honestly, I would love to be here 20 years from now and just look at a player that starts now in that format and see how good they are at cards compared to a
So I say,
normal player.
so when I learned the game, I was 8 years old. And what we mainly played, because it was my grandmother and grandfather and me from the start, and so we had to play. We couldn't play bridge four-handed.
Yeah, you had to bid for the
play-
dummy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a great way to learn the game.
Fantastic.
Because the thing is, the way we did it, I'm not sure how the viewers do it, like if they play three-handed, but the way we did it, we each player got 4 cards. And 1 card we turned up so everybody could see.
Oh, I like this.
Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So
Keep going.
each player, so I'll do a bit of that. So try this at home, because
Yeah,
it's
please,
a lot of
please.
fun, and it's a very good way of learning the game and sort of understanding the concept of sort of where do I want to go when in the bidding also. So each player get 4 cards. 1 card you turn up.
And
You
that's
s-
shared information to everybody.
Yeah, the shared
Okay,
information.
magic.
You sort the hand suit by suit.
Yep.
So everybody put down face down their cards in the right suit. So you know the
Ah, okay.
distribution.
So you know it's 1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
1,
You
2,
know the distribution of the
okay.
dummy, and what you have to tell the rest of the table. How many points did you have? So then you know the distribution, and you know the number of points that dummy will have,
And you
and
know, like, the
everybody bid.
card.
Yeah, and everybody bid for the dummy. So this is a great way. This taught me so much about. So it's not like there's not any conventions there. You just have to guess the final contract, or you have to hope to find the right final
check.
contract.
Sounds like I missed something exciting.
You didn't. I just, I brought, we had a little donk in the screen, but I think we're back. Okay, good. Let's make sure that looks okay. All right, good.
So I hope.
And that should look good for you guys there. Okay, good. We have action here, and that looks right. Okay, good. Samantha Versace, they have Poon and Lou, I believe, are the players at the table. I see them there, and it's gone past 3 diamonds, double. 3 no Trump.
Yeah, so
By North.
3-0 Trump by North is kind of a two-way shot, right? So some chance of making 9 tricks, but also how many defensive tricks against spades, does North really have here? So, for example, on this hand, defenders having found spade lead, declares going to take 7 diamonds and spade for down 1.
Sorry, Chris.
It looks like this should be an easy defense for East-West at least. I don't think they should come under pressure. In my view, West will pitch hearts and clubs. My guess is. So I think they would just be one off.
Yeah, so I don't know if any of that was picked up, but anyway, the point here.
We're much better now. I
Yeah.
think some of it was picked up, but you should be able to hear us more clearly now.
Yeah.
We had a little donk in our audio. But
So
we're back.
what happened with the three-handed bridge erupt? Did the viewers get it, or were we cut off?
No, they'll get it in like 14 minutes. But please comment on that when you get there, folks, because that sounds like a cooler version of mini bridge because of the extra information you get.
It's great.
And
I'm telling you, this is how I got
Can I
number
tell-
one in the world.
can I
It's
tell-
playing that way.
can I tell you
Learning
the
it
best
that way.
win for anyone playing bridge is getting that logical thing worked out in their mind. Right.
Yeah.
So when you show them a card like that, and later if they successfully trap or remember this, it's extraordinary because that's like hitting a 200-yard drive or 300 drive in golf. You get that one good thing, and your mind works, and you're like, oh, this is what it's all about, and that's the step people hopefully get to take sometime relatively soon. Bridgewar.com.
Or 300 bridge if you have to.
300 bridge.
Or
is
if
great because-
or if you round a table with your three friends, try it. It's very good. It's a great way of learning the game.
So, Klukowski and Kalita are in 3 spades at the other table on this same hand. 3 spades with the East players' cards.
So presumably then 3 diamonds double, passed by North, and 3 spades all pass. And it turns out here that even though the South hand does not look like a super defensively oriented hand, South's little bits and pieces in clubs and hearts combine kind of perfectly with North's holdings to give a lot of defensive tricks. So for example, right, we take a look at that club suit. North has a guaranteed 3rd round club winner because South singleton jack combines with the queen 9, and likewise 2 guaranteed heart winners with the king 10 combining with the queen doubleton. So I think Cementa's bid is pretty reasonable here. He sort of expects to take 7 diamonds and the ace of spades at the very least, and where it might be a kind of a good sacrifice against 3 spades making. Here 3 spades is just in a lot of trouble. Appears to have a spade loser, a club loser, 2 hearts, and a diamond, plus some other worries.
Are they going to make 3-0 in the other room? It looks...
No,
They don't have a heart trick created yet, right? So they just have 8, possibly?
Yeah. So just a spade lead. There's nothing for Declare to do but run everything and hope that the opponents, throw a lot of winners away. And what could he be thinking about here?
West?
Yeah.
He's afraid of the clubs, for sure.
Well, but I mean, singleton jack, so you can certainly pitch one club.
For the first one, I think is fine. I think the next one now he would sort of...
Yeah, but then he gets to see a signal from his partner here, presumably.
So, Olivia, someone else says that you deserve the good chair also. Just they're really rooting for your chair upgrade. And Al, thanks for that. End of the month, Wolper kids are playing in the USBF Sam Amer Junior USBF Championships. I didn't know that they named it the Sam Amer USBF.
That was nice.
I'm a fan. I was a good friend of Sam's.
All right, so that's that, down 1.
But do we know, it's a little bit confusing, like at the other table,
Yeah,
we
here
know
it
it's Versace Cement and North-South here.
East-West is not Klukowski,
Yeah.
Kalita there. It's someone else because that would make sense.
Probably
They
the
are
French
good
guys,
players.
I would
Presumably
think.
this
but,
is
yeah.
I think so. In fact, I can probably give you guys, I can take a quick peek and show the audience that table. And
It would be nice if to know if it's the French or if it's...
Klukowski, actually.
But then it's not the same match, though. We're watching 2 different matches.
Yeah, I think we are watching 2. I think Kohler and Pollock are not on the
Because
Versace team,
I have to say,
exactly.
but the thing is, Rob, I have to say, when I saw some of these hands and you said that, the Fleischer team is just like
It's wrong.
It didn't
Yeah,
it didn't
it was
add up
wrong.
to me because
Exactly.
if we combine these 2 that we can see,
Yeah.
they would not have that huge a score in my view. So
Yeah.
it's
And earlier, to be honest, I think we were on the same channel. I think maybe the ViewGraph possibly changed tables, or I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
At any rate, so here, low heart's been led away from dummy's ace, putting North under pressure, but he finds a good duck to his partner's queen. So that's going to be that's the end of this contract. I guess the question is, now it looks like he's going to go down 2.
for those of you looking at that, that's this table right here. That's the spade contract and the East player, but they'll be down 2, but North-South goes minus at the other table, so.
All right, so back over at kind of our featured table. We've got
1 club, 1 spade, double. That all looks
All looks
Pretty
very
normal.
Normal. Looks like it's probably just going to be a 2 hearts contract here. And what would you lead from the north hand as when 2 hearts passes out?
That's a pretty tough hand to deal with. Do you just make kind of a normal 10 of spade lead and hope for the best, or are you just like hating everything, trying to get partner lead out of turn?
I love underleading aces, but I'm not sure my partner will pop up the
Would
king
agree
this
with
time.
it.
No, definitely not this one. Yeah,
It's going to be a rough choice for them, right?
A little too dangerous, yeah. Because the reason that we're saying we're not that excited about a spade lead is when you have, a broken sequence like this, and your partner didn't raise your suit. It's really kind of specific holding for leading that suit to it. But Cementa just kind of, plays this straightforward, just leads his 10 of spades.
Is this also just because every other lead looks like it's pretty awful
I think
as
that's
well?
what
And
happened.
it's just
Yeah.
the best of a bad situation.
I think it's a little bit, should you lead the 10 or should you lead low if you go with spades?
Gotcha,
Right.
gotcha.
I agree.
That's, I was going to ask that actually.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? The
I
five
think
or
maybe a
the
low
10?
is
Yeah, it's really good. And if your partner does have a spade on her, it's a good chance it's singleton, right? Because
yeah.
here's why, right? You have 11 high card points, and the opponent stopped in 2 hearts. So your partner is marked with something. And so you kind of think maybe at match points, my partner had king doubleton of spades and some points and heard the opponents kind of find a heart fit and stop at the 2 level.
And
Maybe
didn't do it.
maybe they would have just stuck in sometimes a little 2 spade bid.
Even with like
Another-
a doubleton in some situations.
Well, another,
even with a
if we
double
look
king.
at the auction, some people play over like something like over called negative double. They play that you might redouble with like a doubleton or like a doubleton.
Ah, yeah.
honor.
So they had a possible way to confirm.
I
this
think
here.
the
Let's show you what
lack
Wig
of
is talking about.
redouble, definitely points to a low spade lead here.
Got it.
I think the
Yeah,
most
super.
common on the top level for those redoubles is to be values. Some people, as Olivia said, play it as an honor
As
double.
just like numbers.
Yeah, so I think if you go, say, for maybe to, if you move.
Is it a Rosencrantz double? Is that what I'm? This,
So the Rosencrantz
Something
double is
like
to kind
that.
of show a high card in the suit, something like that, I think. But yeah, so what Boy is saying, and I agree with, is that's not the most common treatment. The high levels, I would say that the majority treatment is probably exactly a doubleton and partner suit and some value.
And here, here you saw like a clear-cut suit preference from Cementa.
Yeah.
When he had 3 spades to choose from, all being equals, and he played back the 9.
the 9.
And I think this is one that probably our viewers are really familiar with, right? When you're giving partner a rough, that is the classic situation. Your partner's not going to return your suit. They're roughing it.
Yep.
So you got to tell them what to
Tell
play
them
next.
where to get to you.
Yeah, the thing with all these suit preference signals is it's really just about attention to detail. Like if you and your partner are at the table and you're always paying attention and you're always just making sure, like, let me just, I think a lot of people, here it's a
Well, by
rough,
the
so
way-
it's more common, but like a lot of people they just play a card. They have
Yeah,
a
We have
Yeah,
card.
without thinking about
excitement
the-
on this
the
trick here.
things, yeah.
I think he might
Oop.
be about to guess the queen doubleton of clubs. Let's see.
So here we go.
Yeah.
And he
Ooh.
did.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think the clues were there for that.
Nicely done.
Yeah. So, yeah, really nice play to drop the queen doubleton offside. And so here's how I think if we can we go back to it for a quick second?
No, unfortunately. I apologize. I wish I could, but I cannot go back to it, unfortunately.
Got it. Okay, well then I'm not going to
I-
discuss a hand that people can't.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we'll hope to get that cleaned up in the second set. But when I go back to it, it's not going to have the correct information, unfortunately. But we can see that in a different match, they're playing Tuno Trump in the West on the same hands there. In our second match, not that that's going to make a big
Yeah,
difference.
it's
here.
too bad. That was a really nice counting hand.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, let's see if we have the results after the 7th round. We saw a little action in the Fleischer match, and we do have, or no, sorry, we're waiting for the next round. We've already talked about this.
All right, so here we are at the featured table. Pass, 2 hearts, all looks normal. South has a flimsy takeout double, but nothing really else to do. You can't
Yeah.
sell out to 2 hearts here. But notice now, after West raised to 3 hearts, North has, I think, kind of a tough problem. They
Sure.
sort of have a 3.5 spade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they sort of, interesting, a
Oh, like
double.
a responsive double here with 4 spades.
Yeah, I guess that's the style to maybe have 5 spades to bid spades here.
Yeah.
In imps, would you just bid 4 spades with the north hand?
No,
No?
I wouldn't.
Still?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, because if you give partner just 3 aces and a singleton heart, for example, that's actually a decent play for, just ace fourth singleton, ace
For a
fourth ace, but
spade finesse
a decent
success,
play
yeah.
for 4 spades. Some chances.
It's not. It's not. I mean, it's not a bad bid. I just know for sure.
I
If I
was just
looked
curious.
at the
Yeah,
hand,
no,
if I
I
looked at the
just
hand,
the
I see
scoring
like
format.
a 4-3-3 deck out. I just.
But
I
in
would
this,
not.
you're like the one tough part about all these preemptive types auctions, and they're so common in the modern game, is that that we know that the south player is going to have difficulties, so the north player is more likely to
Yeah, absolutely.
kick in with randos like this. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
But
I
I
would have.
never like to save my partner.
Yeah, I think I would have
If
probably
we make
just
4
bid 4
spades, you should
there,
bid it.
But it's a close case.
Are you sure you don't want to sit in the chair while he's gone? I mean, he might not come back, and it's open.
It just, if I sit in the chair and then I have to leave the chair, it's going to feel so much worse than if I just sit
I
here.
get it. It's going to be a downgrade.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't give I'll just flash them out there now while we wait for this play. Fleischer in the lead, 17.7 is their score, 15.21 for Les M. Oils, and 13.7 for Goldberg, and really close behind them, Kevin Roseberg's team.
Mm-hmm.
So still a lot of bridge left, and I think the Fleischer lead lessened a bit. They were 2 ahead, and now they're like 1.9 ahead. So M. Oils has caught up just a bit. Pollock was 2nd place, and they have now dropped to 6th place. That's the other match we have going.
So
The
here, in 3 spades from the south, actually, the responsive double by north worked well for a strange reason, which is that if east could see the south hand, or 4 spades, excuse me, if east could see the south hand, at trick 2, he would definitely be switching to clubs, which is definitely the best defense. But here, the way the auction's gone, the south hand is closed, and so east has no idea which miner to attack and just simply exits with a heart, which actually is good for declare, because declare would eventually like to kind of establish the diamonds and throw away their 3rd round club loot.
Yeah.
But I do think here, well, we wait to see next play of the spade to the jack from declare, just trying to kind of keep everything fluid. But it could be we could run the 9 of spades also.
Is he gonna try to rough that heart in his hand as well at some point, or
Yeah,
is he gonna park that somewhere?
it's interesting, right? He might, because he might perhaps, let's say he won a spade finesse to dummy. There's some chance maybe he wants to just finesse the diamonds now.
Sure.
So it's a lot of times on delicate hands like this where you don't have a lot of trumps, you're just using the south hand's trumps as kind of a heart stopper. It's not necessarily that you need to get the 7 of hearts rough, because you can always throw it away on the diamonds in the fullness of time, but rather that you just have the trump there in the south so that the opponents can never get a second heart trick themselves.
Yeah.
But he is going to also be worried about 4-1 spades, particularly because East is known to have 6-card hearts, and almost certainly not a minor suit singleton, because otherwise he would have switched to that at trick 2. And so, yeah, East could be some 6-3-2-2 like he had, but also singleton spade quite in the game. So he's kind of thinking about how to cater to all the breaks. Oh no, he's taking the second round spade finesse. And then again here we saw West following 2 of spades, 5 of spades, which
so he went ace of spades. That should be a super reference for clubs.
Yeah,
there.
that should be a super reference for clubs. So definitely here, East really wants to play club through now eventually.
Well, we see here, Declare misguessing the spade largely because of the 2 heart opening. I think it's something that can be underrated for a lot of people, is when you have these random queens and these random jacks, when you preempt, a lot of them
they're hidden cards in a way.
They're hidden cards, and you're very likely to mislead an opponent that's declaring. Obviously there's downsides to having these cards when you preempt, but if you're just so pure every time that you preempt, the opponents are just going to guess everything right.
You're not going to have any advantage ever, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw the other side of that sort earlier when Samantha took a sacrifice in 3-note trump against the opponent's 3 spades, and the preemptor, his partner, had a few queens and jacks that would have been able to contract to be defeated. Of course, here you see that, you know, the side where you score your queen of trumps. On this end, he probably would have done it anyway because it's a little more convenient on timing to finesse through West, but certainly Declare would always have been planning to finesse through West anyway.
Absolutely.
After the 2-heart opening bid. So
I mean, it's a very normal 2-heart opening bid, but I think it's definitely something important to like keep in track when you're thinking of like preempts working and preempts not working is when you know, you have these queens and now Declare misguesses. So.
Yep. Now, once Boye left, about 13 questions came in specifically for him. So
I mean, he's been gone a while, so I'm taking the chair.
Get in there.
What do they want to know?
They want to know if Boye still publishes his bridge magazine. In
He
Norway.
does.
Okay, he does. And we were talking when you were took a short break there, Chris. We were talking about versions of Easy Bridge and Mini Bridge, and BridgeWar.com, by the way, is the one the ACBL has going on. I would actually tell you guys, if you know of somebody that wants to learn, start them there. But he was talking about a Mini Bridge where you get dealt 4 cards, you flip one face up, and then you show the shape. So it's just like a way that you can get people playing the game without bidding, but also giving them logical stuff to think about and information, which is really cool.
Well, I mean, Boye, he does a lot for our game, so very lucky to have him in the bridge world. You know, he has I think he runs the Norwegian Bridge magazine. He has an app, the WBT.
Whoa!
Wow!
Look,
Wow!
No, it's a Versace. No, it was.
It went jack
backwards,
through.
backwards
yeah,
finesse.
Declare tapped.
Yeah.
And now Versace backed his judgment by running the Jack of Diamonds, right? And actually, I think this is not a totally clear play. So what he was thinking about, he says, well, I know that East, who opened a weak 2 hearts, has already the Ace, Queen, Jack of Hearts
and the Queen of Spades.
And the Queen of Spades for 9. But I do think that many players.
Oh wait, deceptive 10 of clubs. He's trying to get West to duck this.
He is, yeah.
Sneaky little 10.
I'm pretty sure West knows that South must have everything else, right?
Because
hardly
this
has
is
to
our
take
over
out
trick here, right? He's trying to.
Sorry to
scoop
interrupt
this,
you,
but-
Chris.
No,
I don't think
this
it's gonna work, but it's just a nice little sneaky
But it's
attention to
not
detail.
going to work
10 of
because
clubs,
of the event
you know?
they're in too. They're in this one where this is going to be sussed out. Like
well, what he's trying to do here, folks, is he's trying to make it look like he has some sort of guess in the club suit, and you know the 10.
Did not work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Cool.
I mean, here
Very
he has
good try though.
Here he has Ace Jack, so it's not so likely, but
Understood. Yeah, that makes sense. If you didn't have the Jack though, that's an interesting spot, right?
But so getting back to kind of the core play on this hand, right, which was making this unusual lead of the Jack of Diamonds, right? So his thought is, well, East has shown up with 9 high card points and is a weak 2 bidder, so they're not going to have 11. They would open 1. However, you know, many players, again, you know, myself included, do in third chair opposite a past partner,
we were talking about this yesterday, actually.
will open some preempts with kind of, you know, 11, 12 high card points, because the idea is if you have a hand that can't make a game opposite a past partner, right? You just have, you know, let's say a crappy 12 count with a 6 card suit. You want to sort of preempt the opponents a little bit.
yeah.
You want to make it harder for them to get a read on your hand if they play it. And also, actually, one of the main advantages that people don't think of for sort of opening these hands is, let's imagine you have your 11 count or your crappy 12, and you open 1 heart, and a partner responds, and now you've got 2 hearts. You know, partners are often going to be raising you to 3 hearts there.
Yeah.
And
you're
you have
very
a chance to
unhappy
go
with
minus.
that.
So if partner has a balanced 11 count, and you have 11 or a crappy 12, you really want to keep it low. And so opening 2 hearts is actually just a way to kind of keep your own side low when it owns the deal.
And if the other tables
absolutely,
results
and now
start to bleed, sorry, Olivia, go.
Sorry. Well, if you know, playing that sort of style, Chris. Now, when the auction goes a heart and no trump 2 hearts, your partner can be much more comfortable inviting, knowing that you didn't open 2 of a major.
Right,
Like, you can trust your partner to consistently
That starts
do
at a good 12.
Well, and this comes down to what we were talking about earlier, just having a good partnership and being part of an established partnership. You just know, right?
Yeah.
You know what partner.
I mean, because there's so many of these just like tiny things, and really in the long run, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I think might have been actually an interesting it'd be interesting to talk to Versace about what he was thinking here, but he also might have been crediting East with the club jack, because East never broke the club suit. So perhaps that was part of his reasoning.
Look at that. Did you see what just happened, Chris?
I did.
Boyer he didn't even get near the chair, and the chair was seated
It was
directly.
lightning speed.
This is what seniority does. So, Boyer, we had questions. You are still publishing your Norwegian Bridge magazine, correct?
I do, yeah.
Okay, good. And we just also discussed that you might be the hardest working man in bridge. So that's
I don't
possible.
disagree with that.
And one more, just a lot of comments. A lot of people play that version of 300 bridge we were talking about. So very
Nice.
popular.
Good to hear, because it's a
very
great
good
way of playing.
to kind of
Great
get
way
into
of
the game,
playing.
for sure. Wow, this was quick action here. The board 25 is here. We have Madala and Bilda at the table. That's what I can see right now.
And we have these sort of Italianate 2/1 methods, the old Versace Laurea methods, I believe, the same thing, where they sort of,
What's two spades?
it's somewhere between natural and a relay, just depending on exactly how the auction works. So yeah, I'm not sure about the 2 spades here, but I think, if I remember correctly, the nature of the bids doesn't matter. It's a spade, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart, 2 clubs, 2 spades would be the same thing, whatever those are. So maybe that's
Could it be a 6-card
6
heart
heart suit with a
Yeah.
singleton or something. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
I wonder.
that's some sort of.
Yeah.
So just to let you guys know, this is the last chance to excel for these teams. This is the final round, round 9 of the first session. We have 2 sessions today, and we are watching the end of session 1. I'll have an update for you after round 8. Fleischer was leading before round 7. They rate to continue to lead, but again, we will find out in just a few moments.
And so it looks like here, north, south are kind of on the path to
Slammage.
to 6 hearts, which really, kind of looks like it comes down to either,
Diamond hook?
a diamond finesse, or perhaps, a club lead away from the king. So, pretty good contract actually, in that sense, right? If you get 6 hearts from the north, if you get the lead of kind of one of the unbid suits, clubs, you can always go up with the queen, and if that doesn't win, you always can play diamond to the jack in reserve, and so it's above 50%. So that makes it worth bidding.
Okay, he did bid 6 hearts. I thought maybe he was tempted, if he had some sort of distribution going here, that he might be tempted to go for no trumps, since it's border match.
Yeah, it is border match. He doesn't have a rough coming in his hand, so that all speaks for 6 no trump. On the other hand, he doesn't really want the lead coming through his partner's black suit holdings.
Yeah.
So that might have also influenced his decision.
All right, so as we can see, you can make 6 hearts, right? If you take a winning diamond finesse and pitch a couple clubs on the diamonds.
It's one of the hands
right?
where you can squeeze and you can finesse.
You can squeeze, okay.
Yeah.
Because he has the queen of diamonds and the king
Well,
of
I
clubs.
mean, if they
Right.
shift to a diamond, then you can't. I think
Yeah,
your
they can break it up
maybe
after,
gets messed up.
Yeah, it would be essentially here, let's imagine that a spade is led to the ace and, maybe a club returned or something like that, right? So yeah, declare is going to play the hand on what we call a show-up squeeze.
Yes.
So basically what's going to happen is they're going to run all their, they'll
Hearts
know,
and spades.
they'll know after, the spade to the ace and the club shift, they'll know where the king of clubs is, because West is not leading away from the king of clubs around to dummy's queen against the slam, where they know declare has the ace, not trying to give him a trick. But
Diamond
here,
lead.
anyway, we can not analyze the show-up squeeze, because here declare is kind of put to the test at trick
Right
one.
away, yeah. Tough spot.
But really,
What other chance
there's
do they
just
have?
not that
Right,
much
what other
else
chance do they
to
have here?
do.
And especially if they play 3rd and 5th leads, then you know that they cannot be on a 3rd offside. If they played like 2nd, 4th, and came out with a 7, you might sometimes sort of guess that might be 10-7 5th, for example. You might play for queen 9-8 offside, but with the 7 playing a 3rd and low,
Yeah.
it's like there's just
the
no
option.
other play.
And that would just be a very big play, I would say. Just in general here, finesse is roughly 50-50. Maybe you think they might not lead away from the queen or things
There
like
we go.
that. But yeah,
Winner,
it's
winner,
just,
chicken dinner.
just one of these hands you just finesse and take your 50%. Don't
Yeah,
do anything
another
with
thing
it.
is
that
like
feels lovely. Now he's gonna, whatever, he can do anything he wants. Game over. Pitching 2
Yep.
clubs on the ace king of diamonds, loses spades.
And notice
Bob, can
his-
you see? Can
notice
you
his-
see it? Can you see his face right now? How happy is he?
Their heads are down. Yeah, so no. But that Versace looks like he got a little smile on his face actually.
All
So Madala not looking too happy. Bilda nonplussed as well.
He's Danish.
Samantha has a little. No, the Italians are definitely smiling and chatting. So Madala's just like, okay, whatever, just stop talking.
Sometimes it's a simple game. 50,
I love the camera
Flip
now.
a coin.
Samantha just looks overjoyed right now, by the way. Everyone's watching this. She's just,
But I think
should be.
I think
Yeah,
I think
obviously.
it seems like in this tournament a lot of the coin flips are going in the
Their
Fleischer
way,
direction.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, you need that, right? In this,
That's what you
especially in
need.
this sort of both events, really, but this one especially.
In this game, if you have like a luck
Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Check, check. Whenever anybody sits down over, like, what time is it right now? There we go. We can start whenever, I think. We don't. I just want to make sure that I want to just look at the first result. In fact, there we go. We have it. We have it. Yeah, no, take your time. Honestly, we'll go whenever you're ready. So there it is. That result looks. That result looks good, right? They don't. That result looks good. This result is not here at all. Felled it. Coming. Take your time. Yeah, we're not even ready to start yet. We have. Is Dana gonna come?
He's playing.
Oh, okay, whatever. Oh, yeah. So we have a good cast and crew here. So get in here. Yeah, whatever, dude. You're It looks like that table on the left is kind of weird, but the one on the right looks like it's okay. And they've just been having view graph problems all day. Let me see if I leave and come back maybe. View graphs B. Join. It's Martell and Fleischer at the other table. Fleischer is playing the last set, just like Boye was talking about, actually. Interessante. Did that create a result for us? It
This gives them good
did
option
not.
quality, I think, is one of the reasons. So you can sort of see which of the pro pairs are playing better. But she played both sets.
Oh, this is Amoils here, and there is, yeah, sorry, that's the other table I see. So there's Fleischer Martell, there's Amoils.
Once you have it teed up, I can put down the chips anytime. Get started.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my camera angles. Oh, slap that out. Give me actually your eating will give me a good sound check. So keep it on.
Yeah.
Well, we're planning on it. Don't worry. So we're on a 15-minute delay right now. Nothing's changed. Okay, good. I don't want to fuck with this yet, but I will. I'm just gonna leave it here. Is something gonna charge this at some point, or will it go okay?
It will go okay, and
So-
I'll make.
I don't want to mess with anything but the tables I don't need, which is good. Check. Give me a little check on that, Chris.
What's that? Oh, check.
Yeah, much better. Okay, great.
Can go to sleep at night.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
okay,
last bite
perfect.
coming.
I think we're ready. All right, so let me get this audio thing out of the way. Get you. Are you ready, bud?
Give me a quick second, just to got what crap out of my teeth here.
Yep, no worries. In fact, I don't even have the cameras up, so we're good. There you are. Okay, that's us there. There's our round 9. We have Amoils and Fleischer. We'll go to the table 1 main feed. Let me make sure that looks good. I wish I could share all of this on the screen.
Yeah, next
But
time.
can you see it okay from where you are? Like you can kind of see what's doing here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, good. I just need to twitch.
All right.
All right, so this is right. We have Sartaj and Hung, and we have Lorenzini and Basiste. They look good. They do. Let's dance. All right, push
Rock and
live.
roll.
You ready, buddy?
Let's do it.
All right, folks. We are back live and in person at the final session of the 2024 Reisinger. At the moment, I am here with just Chris Willinkin, our all-star.
Just Chris Willinkin.
Well, yeah. The only thing we need right now is some Chris Willinkin, and he is back for the Yeoman's Effort third session of the week, and he's dropping just great knowledge and analysis. And thanks for coming back, buddy.
Yeah, my pleasure to be here.
You're working as many hours as I am on top of everything else you're doing, so I really appreciate that.
All right, so which table are we on?
Well,
here?
we're picking up the leaders right now, and I tell you what, why don't we hop over to board 3 at table 2?
I think that's good.
Because they're just starting that there. In fact, let's get off of this one. We're wrong table. I'll get back to that leaderboard in a moment. But we do have the leaders here. We have Fleischers versus Amoils, and the span is 2.45, so just about 2.5 boards lead for the Fleischer team. And as you see, you have Martel sitting south, Fleischer sitting north. Fleischer, as Boye was referring to earlier, playing the pressure end of the Reisinger. And we have another country heard from here. Here is Bronya. Welcome. Just grab that button on the mic, and you will be say hello.
So here, after 2 passes to North, I think North has sort of a 3-way.
This is what you were talking about earlier, this kind of 11 or 12 count.
Right,
that's,
right. Sort of if you look at North's hand, it definitely qualifies for an opening bid of 1 heart in the first or second seat. But there's some thought that opposite a pass partner, game's unlikely, particularly with all these junky 12 points, all these queens and jacks, including a singleton queen.
Yep.
And with that singleton spade, you probably want to shut the opponents out. So I think you would see some players in this event open 1 heart. After all, it's 12 points in a 6-card heart suit. Hard to argue with that. You'd see, I think, a fair number open 2 hearts, perhaps with a plan to back in with a takeout double if the opponents do come in with spades, sort of unconventional auction for an unconventional hand. And then here's a third type of action from Marty Fleischer, who definitely is an extremely aggressive preemptor. That's his reputation. So here he's chosen to kind of really try to shut out the spades. So he went 1 higher. And the bad news for him is that that didn't shut out the spades. The good news for him is that his partner
pretty happy for
sitting
Chip, right?
over there with 5 to the king. Yeah. So
thank you, partner, for that aggressive bent on your preempt. And what do you think about West action there? It's kind of it's a tough hand to deal with, especially at this event.
You know, for me, what I always say is that these balanced hand, if you have a balanced hand that you're gonna feel compelled to kind of overcall at a high level with later, just open the video the first time. Just open the video. I don't open with balanced 10 counts, but I also then would just be emotionally comfortable to say, look, I'm not going to guess that with my partner didn't double 3 hearts for takeout, that we somehow belong in a different suit, right? And so in fact here, 3 hearts was the best contract for East-West, just defending 3 hearts.
I tell you what, let's take a quick little peek at the other table live, and we can see they chose the 1 heart action, probably the more traditional route here with Hung as the North player.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see now.
Does West introduce spades?
Oh, West, I think, will certainly introduce spades, right? That's where the name of the game is.
But do they back in?
The only question is, does West bid 2 spades now, or do they make a responsive double to kind of show spades? And I think this would be a more difficult problem if West were not originally a passed hand.
Yeah.
Because now East will take the inference that West did not open a week 2 bid.
So there's just so much there.
And this is a pair that is not particularly, they're kind of down the middle on week 2 bids, but they're not super conservative. And so it's just very unlikely that this is going to be a 6-card suit. There's probably some really bad 6-card suits in his range, but I think partner is going to be sort of expecting a 5-card suit here, a good 5-card suit like what he had.
And let me introduce everybody here for a moment. And while we look at this, I'll just flash to the leaderboard so everybody can kind of see what's going on. We're watching the top two teams play each other in the first round, and then we will continue to sweat the action at both of those tables throughout the rest of this session. It's 9 round, folks, 3 boards around. 27 boards for all the marbles, and you're looking at the 2 top teams at the moment. We'll keep you updated on the scores. Well, let me introduce everybody that's here, and we just gained another all-star to the panel. I mean, we had the amazing Chris earlier, and it wasn't just only Chris, it was absolutely the amazing Chris. Bronya Jenkins has joined us, and now Adam Kaplan on the far side there. Welcome, folks, and thank you for joining us for this analysis.
So Chris, on the concept of making what we would call a responsive double, I feel like with 5 good spades and not necessarily another 4-card suit, bidding 2 spades is kind of the more normal action.
Yeah, there are different pairs with different philosophies about this, but my philosophy is that the 2-diamond overcaller is relatively unlikely to have 4 spades. Oftentimes they would have had a takeout double shape, and of course, usually that 2-diamond overcaller, especially vulnerable, is going to have a 6-card suit, just not room for that many 4-card spades. So my idea here is that West can double generally with 5 spades, and East would then routinely bid a 3-card spade suit there. And if East does have 6-4, they can jump to 3 spades, right? Because that's going to be a very strong playing hand, almost by definition. If they were strong enough in high cards to overcall vulnerable 2 diamonds, right, in the first place, and then they find that there's a 5-4, 4-4, or 5-4 spade fit, they can definitely make a big bid. So that's kind of how I organize it. For me, a 2 spades bid there might just be, hey, I've got king, queen, jack, 6 the spades. I don't care what your spades are. I want to play in 2 spades. So that I find that to be a more efficient use of the bids if West were not a passed hand, which rules out the king, queen, jack, 6 of spades for this pair. Maybe not for Michael Rosenberg, who could happily be sitting there passing with his king, queen, jack, 6 because it's not strong enough for an unfavorable weak 2 bid. So you have to know your partner's style when you're kind of thinking about how to arrange the bids like this.
And decide what your agreements are. So if you can kind of agree that what you're saying, like, so the person with 3 spades would feel comfortable doing it because they know that the other guy's probably showing 5 spades, or know that with 5 spades, I'm just going to bid 2 spades. And
right. And of course, if you're playing in the style that I endorse, you would also double with 4 spades. And when your partner bids 2 spades, you can correct now back to 3 diamonds, let's say, with your 3-card diamonds here. So just trying to find the 4-4 spade fit, but then when your partner bids only 2 spades, you go back to diamonds. But at any rate, here, whatever West did.
We're in 3 hearts double.
Yeah, whatever West did wasn't going to matter because North is going to compete to 3 hearts, obviously, following the law of total tricks with their 6 hearts and a singleton spade. And now West.
So we're just going to go down 1.
This is West who doubled
hearts.
here.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually following, but of course, again, that looks normal. Right? A maximum passed hand with aces, opposite a vulnerable overcaller. We're not just going to sit there and go quietly. At the highest levels, this double does not show trump tricks, right? If the opponents bid 1 heart, 2 hearts, 3 hearts, our side doesn't rate to have that many trump tricks. This is simply showing an overall good hand with both offense and defense. And obviously, East has nowhere to go.
Right. I mean, West is pretty happy if partner bids out to 4 diamonds also with aces and a doubleton heart.
That's right.
Like if partner bids 3 spades on a 3-card suit, they're happy. Like whatever happens, they're.
So and this is a very border match type of contract. And what I mean by that is that if you look at the East-West hands, they certainly rate to defeat 3 hearts on average. But if you were playing in an imp tournament, the downside that one of the opponents sort of shows up with a singleton diamond, for example, and the opponents now make 3 hearts double, is so high that expert pairs would just never risk a contract like this. So they'd end up somehow in 4 diamonds or defending 3 hearts undoubled. Something like that would happen. But here, in the Reisinger, you have to be trying for the maximum result. And so East-West see, well, it's their hand, so to speak. They either need to kind of declare the hand and make something or make the opponents play a penalty. They see that there's no big fit anywhere, so penalty it is. They know, they are resigned that when they have these 2 hands, about 25% of the time, the opponents are going to make 3 hearts doubled. but we can't just sit there and let them steal the other 75% of the time. Right? Match points is a game about frequency. It doesn't matter if you have the occasional colossal disaster and you give the opponents minus 530 and 3 hearts doubled. That's okay, because turning plus 50 into 100 could be a really big deal on this kind of board, right? If it happens to time out to be 3 hearts undoubled in the other room, for example. So here, of course, no special distributional firestorms for either side, so it's going to be a fairly quick one down in 3 hearts doubled. So par achieved for East-West, the best possible result they could have done, given that the opponents competed to 3 hearts.
And sorry, let's take a look at table 2 right now, and I'll flash us over here. Again,
so they're
the top
struggling
teams
here in the 5-2 spade fit.
Yeah.
So let's
I'll
see.
remind you of that auction. Pass 3 hearts, the aggressive preempt, pass 3 spades.
Yeah, West got baited into the auction.
We can kind of see where we're at because we haven't looked at anything here real quickly. It looks like they're, trending in that direction.
Yeah, so we saw the Queen of Clubs opening lead, sort of a normal opening lead, but very unfortunate here. Although, interestingly, Declare misread the clubs. They were thinking, well, this person over there has perhaps 7 hearts, so maybe it's not Queen Jack third of clubs, maybe it's Singleton Queen or Queen Doubleton or something like that. So went up with the king to finesse in spades. North now had gotten the 6 of clubs, upside down attitude, trick 1, discouraging. Don't play another club when you get in, partner. Obviously, no reason to be switching to hearts here, so Fleischer just exits passively with a diamond. He knows that his partner almost certainly has 5 spades for the same reasons we've been talking about, right? Everyone knows West is a passed hand who came back in with spades, player that didn't open a weak 2-bid, very unlikely to have 6-card suit. So Fleischer's not panicking. He says, partner's got the same number of trumps as Declare. I don't need to rush to switch the hearts and hope my partner is the king and cash out. I'm just going to play a diamond and just see what happens. Let the play develop.
Okay, guys, and now that we have a little break in the action, we can take a look at our leaderboard after 9 and the 2 teams that we're watching. And we're just going to watch the north-south pairs of these teams for this session, guys. We have Fleischer at 21.67, which is 2.45 ahead of Amoyles here, and we'll see how this goes. It's even right now with the results, but whatever happens here, what's going to happen? Who's going to win this last board, guys?
Well, no, Fleischer's winning this board.
Fleischer's winning this board. Okay,
they'll have gone plus in both rounds.
Yeah, they're going plus in both
Okay, great.
directions,
So it's gonna be 2 to 1.
Yeah,
to
it's
Fleischer,
interesting
which
how
increases their lead.
how you win the board at both tables, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So they won the board by doubling 3 hearts at the Lorenzini Basis table. And they won the board by preempting
by
3
being
hearts,
aggressive and getting
and having the guy bid 3 spades.
I would say I would be critical here.
Maybe
I think just
someone lost the board.
Yeah, 5-3-2, vulnerable to balance the 3 level. I would say, West is just not playing good board match there.
Right, but if he passes, he also loses the board.
That's I would say. So what I would say is he would have reached sort of a normal 3 hearts. And achieved a normal result. And the win was really, East-West playing good board match and saying, look, we've got all these high cards. We're going to double you and just good luck to you. If you happen to have the distribution and you're making it today, that's that. But we see here so easily could have been the deciding factor, right? Had West Edgerton made a more disciplined pass 3 hearts, that double would have turned a half into a win.
We now have good results, folks, too, so it's going to be a full broadcast for us today. It looks like the results are working well. The other table results are updating. We'll see what happens this round. As long as it doesn't auto-populate 3 boards, I think we might be in business for. I'm not going to say it.
Don't jinx it, man.
Yep. We're not saying it.
I didn't mean to say anything, but what I can tell you is Hans and Hung have opponents, and they will be starting that broadcast pretty quickly on the feed that we're on now at Table 1. And again, that's the Amoyles team that is sitting north-south. They're in second place after 9, and they rate to probably be in second place no matter what. They were 2.54 ahead of third place.
Yeah, so they're actually mathematically certain to be still in second place.
Yes, yeah, because one imp gives them one win. Gives them that.
In an event like this as well, being 2-3 boards ahead going into the last round, it really does have such a huge impact. This is sort of a double match point round, right, where every board has twice the impact, because these 2 teams are so far ahead of third place and the others that they need certainly if Amoyals wanted to win and flip them, right? They needed
They needed
big
the
wins
reverse
here.
of this, essentially.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
needed 2-1 at least to have
help them catch up.
confidence. But honestly,
Like plenty of bridge left,
Yeah,
people.
thank
Plenty
you.
of bridge left. Things happen. You think, oh, it's over in so many matches, and then all of a sudden it's like boom,
yeah.
they come
Oop.
back.
And sometimes the wheels come off. I
like
mean, you
the-
never know what can happen. And
like the Patriots, right? It was 28-3. Like everybody went home, and then all of a sudden
we've gone through like so many broadcasts before someone had to mention the Patriots. It's just like, we almost made it through, it's just, but here we are on board 4. It looks like
Well, it's interesting swing action. Another possible multi-way action by East. I think there's definitely going to be quite a few tables where East opens a 15-17 no trump, which actually I think is a extremely reasonable action with this 4-3-3 18-point hand in a match point format that doesn't reward bidding close games. And I believe I myself would likely choose that action. The 10 of diamonds is really the only kind of plus to the East hand. Otherwise, it's a lot of disconnected honors and no other spots to speak of. And so the idea here is that if you're playing match points, just playing in 1 no trump instead of 2 no trump, right? It could be a big deal for you. Playing in 1 no trump instead of 1 club, right? If partner has just a weak hand and has to pass, that could be a big win. So I think it's an underutilized match point strategy. Don't use this strategy if you're a much better declarer than everybody else in the field. Just open a club like all the other
so
bean
I should
counters.
use the strategy always.
Open a club like all the other bean counters and get to the same contract and take more tricks. But if you're more of an average trick taker for the field, it's a chance to possibly.
So I
pick up
need to
some
jump
equity.
in real quick and just switch to our second table. I believe they're having some view graph issues at that first table. As you guys can see on the main feed, Hans and Hung are still at table 1 there, north-south. The east-west pair is a different pair. They're playing that board right now. I don't know what contract they're in. I can see that they're playing it. I just can't see any action. So we're going to circle to a table that at least, it had some action. When you see folks undo accepted, it means that
It all looked actually kind of like normal actions.
we
I'm not
had-
quite sure why they were all undone. But
yeah, well, I guess
find
we'll
out.
find out in a moment. And I think I spoke too soon on the results. One table looks okay. The other table, maybe
no,
not.
I don't. This does not. I do not believe that.
I do not believe.
No way.
Not-
0%.
No, yeah, okay. No way he's.
Yeah,
okay.
they're on the. He's on the wrong board somehow. Is what's happening.
Okay, let's just back off to some results in general, and I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna have this scene open for us so we can just take
I
a
almost
look.
wonder. I bet they started with like board 5 or something, put the wrong board on the table or something like that.
That's
Although it's
possible.
weird because we had the correct auction on
Yeah,
this hand was going
right.
before.
I don't
so
know what happened.
Maybe they played the
This
board
is
4.
continuing to be the twilight zone here in.
Well, I mean, I jinxed it, guys. I apologize. I stopped myself too, but I got close enough to the.
You
the phrase.
got far enough to properly jinx
Yeah.
it.
Yes. Thank
Yeah,
you. You're.
exactly.
I
And so
appreciate
do we
it.
not have?
I have what I am looking at right now is as you see, guys. Oh, I see what just happened. Okay. So the view graph has reset at 1 table. Again, we just have you guys on a score screen just because we don't want to reveal any information that's not kind of warranted through our BBO feed. But what we can tell you is that on board 4, we have action at both tables on the cameras. I can see them playing a contract east-west on this hand at table 1. So as we await this, I'm gonna see if I can reboot our table, and maybe that'll hook us up with a little joy here. There is our table. Let's see if we can join it. Where are you?
So Chris, does the vulnerability make any difference of whether you'd open a no trump or not? Are you more or less likely to do it if you're white versus red?
I think it's probably more attractive at match points when you're vulnerable, just because staying in 1 no trump, making 90, versus going minus. In 2 no trump minus 100, that minus 100 kind of looms bigger than a minus 50, or minus 200. playing in one club when partner has to pass and you play in a 3-3 club fit or something like that. Those 100-point penalty tricks are definitely looming a little larger. So probably more likely to downgrade at match points when I'm vulnerable, which is the opposite of kind of how you'd be feeling if we were playing imps, of course, where when you're vulnerable, you want to stretch to
That's
bid
the
games.
correct auction on the right, guys.
No, that
No.
cannot be the correct
I-
option.
I'm looking live.
You
at
are,
it,
but
guys.
it's not
It's,
this
it's the
board.
wrong hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Oh, here's what's happened, guys. I see it.
I
Okay,
bet
let
this
me
is board 5 on the table.
let me report it for you. I'm not going to show it to you, but I see the director. I think there's something there. All the hands are in the board. The auction's on the table. So something's happening there. They're waiting, I believe. There's a
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. Can we see what they see?
What do you mean?
Can we see what the view graph people are watching, like the YouTube spectators see?
Well, we would love to have that happen, but every time we do that, it crashes the broadcast.
I see. Okay, so we cannot. Okay.
So
okay,
for
okay.
safety's sake, we're going to say
No, that's fine. That's
to
what I
that
was
one.
asking. Okay.
But that was one of our learning curves from the first day. But this is what we have. At least what I see right now on the camera, and it appears to be live because I see things moving. Are a lot of people closed up, closed off hands. The board is on the tray, and all of the hands are in it. Marty's just sitting there, hands crossed. Chip is sitting there. Directors are around the table. It appears
This
to
is
be.
exciting.
So I'm not sure what's happening. And just see at the other table. In fact, I think I'm safe to push this live. Here, I'm just going to show it to everybody that's watching at home, and you guys can kind of, if you want to work around here, just see this. Or Chris, you can take a look. You see what's happening here? That the board's on the table. He's bidding. No, he made a bid.
Yeah, I just feel like somehow maybe the cards are in the wrong board. They may have possible there was a misduplication.
I think that might be why. But the
Right.
hands are still in the board. So I think
Right.
what they did is took board 4 out, gave him the hands, and left board 4 out on the table or something. I don't know. Maybe the vulnerability is different.
Yeah, the vulnerability makes them different boards definitionally. So they certainly couldn't
It looks
just
like
shrug and play unless
board
Unless
four
it was
is
the
on
same
the
duplicate
table.
on both tables.
Yeah.
right. So maybe they stop one of the tables and say,
So
hey,
wait, we're not sure what's happening, folks. We don't have any action at one table at all on our view graph. And in fact, let me throw you on that table. There's our camera. They're playing a hand. They have a hand. They're declaring from the east side. It looks like, and Hans and notice
So
we
now
don't.
they've just taken the names.
Yeah,
off the
Yeah, we don't
second
have the
table.
names there.
So I
it
think
should
what's
be without
happening. I
problems,
think it's fairly clear that on the left, East is declaring
Table
some
1.
no trump.
Yeah.
So table 1, East is declaring some no trump from the East hand. They're playing the actual board 4, and then somehow, in the table 2, they're playing something.
And what might happen in a couple moments, we might see
Okay.
results for both hands possibly in these spots.
This will be some exciting stuff here. So
So
the
wait,
view graph
what
is
happened?
looking like we're actually playing one no trump doubled, and it says at the doesn't
Wait, what happened? Did they just change this up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what we
That's
saw.
the weird
okay.
bidding that we're saying doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, let's see if we can see
But
the
one
hand.
no trump doubled is actually it would be a pushy but not crazy possibility.
I have that hand in
on
dummy.
board 4.
Well, no, what's that suit? Is that the
Right, but-
spade suit? Can you
and
guys?
that's with West having doubled the one no trump.
Yeah.
Well, he's just putting in.
I need to get a closer
see.
look. Excuse my face being too close to the camera, folks, on your feed, but I'm trying to get a look at that dummy. Is that a 4-card spade suit there? Is that the queen of diamonds? I think that's his hand. So whatever's happening at that table, that's the hand, and that was the auction. I witnessed the auction on the cameras. That looks like the dummy right there.
Okay.
So I think it's possible this is right.
I do not believe it.
I mean,
I don't believe that North opened a diamond, particularly because in their system, among other things, they'd open a club if they just even if he miscounted his point.
wait, I can do something here. Hang
And I
on.
don't believe that East overcalled the spade with a 4-card suit and a balance.
I think I can stretch that
And
that
I don't
feed a
believe that
bit.
West
and
doubled
see
the no
dummy.
trump.
I think the lead might be a face
they're
card though, and the
definitely
lead's a
they're
7
definitely
spades
looking
now.
at different hands than we are here.
They are. You know why? Because I think that's a face card that's being led, and it says it's the 7 of spades, so that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, no, we got the wrong hand.
All right. So
So
I think they just led because they have to do that to enter a
Right.
score.
Yeah, so I think what's happening is we're going to probably get boards 4 and 5 spit out to us at some point.
I think what's happening is
and we'll bring
whenever
that
we
to you.
think we're actually like got 2 steps forward and we've got the thing under control, like, somebody reminds us that we actually don't.
Yeah.
I think probably what's happening is that they've played board 4, real board 4 at table 1, and fake board 4 is being played now at table 2, and then they're going to run fake board 4 over to the other table afterwards
To get a
so
comparison.
to get a comparison. That's my best guess.
So let's look at table 1 over there.
So now we've got
we
board-
have a new hand, and presumably this will start working. I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, this hand
this
certainly
maybe
wasn't the
could-
hand for board 4 at the other table.
It could have been a diamond. What was the auction? A diamond, a
Diamond.
spade?
Diamond, a
spade,
spade, a
no
no
trump.
trump with the south hand.
No, yeah. So that's not right either.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what's happening here at the table. That auction looks right. It looks like it started a diamond double on camera. So let's see if East doubles here, and we'll know where.
Yeah, which looks like a
we have
normal
gravy.
action, right? This is a little too strong for most players' range for
And
one spade overcall.
I need to remind you, I think you were here for the conversation, Brony, or someone was, when we were talking about Sartaj, the gentleman sitting south, an extraordinary commentator. He sat with us during the USBF commentary, and he was excellent. So it's nice to see him doing quite well, especially recently, some very nice results for Sartaj. And the chance at a good one here. However, as you guys might have seen, and if you joined us late, the 2 leaders faced off in the first set, and Fleischer had the better of Moyles there. They were a 2-1 score there, and they were already up 2.4. So extending the lead early in the finals here, folks. Diamond, double, 1 heart, which is some sort of spade bid.
And that's a precision 1 diamond. So limited opening bid. Actually, South had an interesting problem after a limited opening bid, whether to kind of try to make a preemptive raise in diamonds, knowing that partner isn't going to show up with 18 points and 4-card spade support. And I think I probably would have gone with that again, especially at match points. Just I have a weak hand. My partner made a limited opening bid, so they have a minimum, and I don't really want my partner leading a spade here. But always reasonable to look for a 4-4 fit in the master suit. And that's what happened. And now...
That looks more like 2 spades than 4 spades to me.
Well, when your partner has ace, king, 4,
I'm
they
just
start to
kidding.
look pretty good.
I'm just saying, when you look at it, you're like, is that really 4 spades? 2, 4, 5, 6?
So this is interesting now.
They're semi-solid,
to
exactly.
see this 3 clubs jump. And I wonder what the East-West agreements are. I actually do like to play in this particular auction when the opponent opens the bidding, partner makes a takeout double, and then third hand responds. I actually like to play the jumps by the fourth hand are preemptive. Or not so much, they're not necessarily weak, but they're just competitive to that level.
It's the more valuable treatment there, right? After a right-hand opponent responds.
Yeah, it just seems like when I'm playing in the fourth seat like this in the West seat, I never have an invitational hand. Both opponents are bid, and it's a free bid. My partner's a takeout double. There's just not that much left. But if I do have a hand like West's that certainly wants to compete to at least 3 clubs, regardless of how the auction goes, it's a lot harder on the opponents if I can bid that directly. And, I can always Q-bid one of their suits or something like that. If I do happen to occasionally wake up with a strong hand, there's just so many bids for strong hands when the opponents have shown, well, here the precision diamond didn't show diamonds, but at least there's one heart showed spades, so I could always maybe Q-bid 1 spade with a really good hand. But using these jumps there as preemptive, again, only when responder didn't pass.
Right.
Right.
If responder passed, we revert kind of a normal situation.
Yeah. If responder often has 0 and I have my 11 points and I need to make my invitational jump.
So this proves the difficulty and the beauty of bridge, really, is nothing's perfect for everything. We're trying to shoot a target at the most possible hands that we're going to see. So you're going to see weaker values here more often than probably the stronger values that we would need for a jump in a traditional sense. So you're hitting a bigger target when you have this sort of agreement usually.
Yes, and here again, we've got an interesting match point situation for East, right? So East knows that it's their hand, right? They've got the partner made some sort of free bid, even if it's weak. East got 18 points. Doesn't look like the opponents have all that much the way the auction's going. And so East has to decide, do I want to bid on or do I just want to double the opponents in 4 diamonds and kind of hope they go down?
Bidding on will be very bad. And Doubling will produce.
Yeah, doubling
Down
will
one?
produce down one.
Yeah. What's your preferred action over there, Adam?
Well, I think I have ace queen jack of clubs. Partner showed a hand with long weak clubs. I think I'm not looking to bid here. I doubled and bid 3 spades, and partner didn't act over 4 diamonds. So, I have to trust that partner doesn't have a hand where we're making 4 spades, because I have all these red losers. And I think it's at board a match, probably I double, right? Just because we have the balance of power. Probably partner doesn't have 3 spades.
Is that a bit of a hedge too here? You're like, hey, I probably think I'm going plus at this level, and I just need to recoup that score if they're allowed to play it at a lower level at that.
I mean,
Right,
that's
that's
the
our
critical
hand.
thing, right? It's quite easy to imagine here that you were making 130,
Well done.
right? It didn't happen to be the case here, but if partner had a singleton diamond, you'd be making 130 in clubs, and so the difference between 100 and 200 is a world of difference. And again, here the ace, king, queen, fifth of spades. When your partner doesn't raise, those become good defensive cards, because if partner is short in spades, someone's going to be long in spades. It's going to be the opponents.
Right. I mean, you might be a little bit surprised to have 3 of them hold up, given
Yes.
that that South went out of their way to show spades on this hand.
It's true, but
But-
I'd be expecting 3 black tricks with the East hand, just not the actual
Oy.
tricks I happen to take. Oh,
All right.
Yeah, so-
Wow.
so this is a philosophical situation, because I think if we were playing in a team game, sorry, not a team game, an imps team game, we're not really looking to kind of double the opponents in a lot of part scores. And so the language of East's double would be very different in that game. That's a double in an imp game that says, I really want to bid something, but of course, if you have good diamonds, partner, you could pass, right? So takeout double. And then, of course, obviously West would be happy to bid 5 clubs, hearing that.
Hung
But-
thought for a little bit, but it looked like a pretty routine decision. It looked like he was just kind of checking his.
I have ace king. I have ace king ace. My partner bid on the 4 level, and
Yeah,
then
my
I
partner bid
bid
twice.
5
At the table, it
clubs.
just
Great.
looked like he looked pretty damn confident, is what I'm saying. He just
And
kind of
again,
sat there and
he sees that his partner is extremely short in clubs,
Hmm.
and he actually thinks he's probably making 4 diamonds. That partner turned out didn't really have anything good, right? Didn't have anything outside of the 6-card
yeah,
diamond suit,
he might
right?
think he's protecting his score.
Exactly.
the
He's
same
trying
way.
to protect
Yeah.
his 130.
Both doing the same.
But getting back to the philosophy of East double, board a match, sometimes when they just overcompete you at these levels, double is just, hey, I'm just trying to protect my score. So there's a lot more of these just value showing doubles that we expect partner to pass when we're playing in a border match. But I'm not familiar with the East-West pair. I don't think this is a pair that has extensive experience at the scoring.
I
And
can
so
tell
they-
you that East is rocking a pretty healthy ponytail. That's what I can see on the thing, and I
Nice.
respect that.
Yeah, but,
that's
so-
a guy you want to party with after the session's over for sure.
So, the top players that kind of regularly play all the main events, including the Reisinger, know that they have to adjust their style a little bit to play board a match, but less experienced players at the format might not kind of immediately grok all of the differences.
So it's
And-
interesting. They have a director at the table now on the feed you're looking at, folks, on the left side for you guys watching. I think this might be something to do with what happened at the other table, because now they have posted a result for board 4 at the other table, and it was that one Trump doubled, but we're not sure where that's coming from or what board or what happened there. So we'll wait. But they are playing board 5, and that appears to be the same board we're playing here. Fleischer opens a club with this hand.
Yep,
because they're
that's
not
their
playing a
style.
precision,
2+ club anyway.
Yep.
So they were opening a club on all their balanced hands. They're all their balanced hands without 5 diamonds.
Is East just always too good for 1-0, or do you ever just slide? I mean, that looks like a massive hand if you're playing just 15 to 18. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so that's again, it's sort of a piggy match point underbid. And so what I mean by that, right? What does it mean to have a piggy underbid? So when you're
no, I'm interested. Here.
right, so normally if we're playing in imps, we think of piggy as we push to a game or slam, something like that. In match points, we're often pigging out in terms of the strain choice that we're making. So East could overcall spades. They say, oh, I've got ace, queen, jack of clubs over North's hypothetical suit. I'm balanced. It doesn't look like roughs are going to be that important. So I'm going to gamble here that even if we have a 5-3 spade fit, the opponents won't be able to hurt us in diamonds or hearts, or maybe won't be able to find it. And we're going to make the same number of tricks in no trump. So I'm pigging out to try to get those 10 points. But at the same time, East is an experienced player who realizes that match point scoring does not reward aggressive bidding for games or slams. So, while at the same time she's kind of piggy about the strain, trying to choose that no trump strain for the extra 10 points, she's also being somewhat conservative and not sort of doubling and overcalling to show 19 to 21 balanced, just because, again, it's just not a format that rewards those stretches.
Right. Well, it creates kind of an interesting problem for South, who needs to figure out how they want to show their hand. Right. They probably want to be able to show diamonds in some form, but have to be thinking that maybe they belong in spades. Maybe they want to be competing in spades.
I mean, I would
Do you have
think
methods here with your partners over something like this?
Not to show a hand like this.
I play.
Why would you think about it?
I just play 2 clubs as majors, and all the other suits are natural. So I would just be
like
able to
old school Landy in this.
Yeah, I would just be able to bid 2 diamonds natural. I am confident that Martel, having taken this long, does not have that choice available. I am guessing that they play their full no trump system here, where 2 clubs is majors and 2 diamonds is 1 major. So he's got kind of a tough decision of, does he want to bid 3 diamonds or something like that? Does he just want to pass? I mean, I really, pass with the South hand is kind of an incredible gamble. You kind of need your partner to have the ace of diamonds, not singleton, for passing to work well, because the problem with defending 1 no trump with a hand like South is, if Declarer has, ace third of diamonds or something like that, they just duck a couple of diamonds and your whole hand is dead. So you could be worth 1 or 2 tricks on defense against no trump, but obviously you're ready to be worth 5 tricks on Declarer play. So usually that's why when we have these good long suits that aren't necessarily running, we try to become the Declarer.
The other table just shipped in a result. 5 clubs doubled. We saw that action over there. 5 clubs doubled, down 2 for 300, and we should presumably see that result populate here.
Yeah, so that's going to be a very strong result for that team.
And folks, just so you know, we are now 1 full round in. We're in the middle of round 2 of the finals of the Reisinger, and right now we have the Fleischer team in the lead with 23.67 as a total. 3.4 behind is that Moyles team, just like we knew from the first round. We saw they had a 2-1 advantage in that set. And then Rosenberg into third, 18.17. So still 2 full boards out of second for the Rosenberg team. So it's still, it's turning into a 1-horse race, but it is a 2-horse race at the top. But again, lots of time and lots of bridge left to go. And we're here with myself, Rob Barrington, Chris Willinkin, Bronya Jenkins, Adam Kaplan. Let's get back to the table 2, and he has passed, and now it's going to be a little transfer to clubs. And
transfer to clubs.
Will we get some diamond action now?
We will, because one worry that Martel had originally was, hey, my partner might be sitting there with kind of 6 clubs and a singleton diamond. But now he sort of tells from the auction, my partner almost certainly has a balanced hand, right? Because East has some clubs to overhaul a no trump, and West has at least 6 of them to transfer. So now I know I'm catching a little bit of a diamond fit almost always. And of course, I don't want to defend a suit that I have no trump set. Probably not the best option. So easy to come in with 3 diamonds here. And then it's a tough, Poon has a tough problem there. He sort of he really doesn't have great defense against 3 diamonds. So he'd kind of like to sacrifice in 4 clubs, but his hand is not that well limited. So it's not totally clear that if he competes to 4 clubs here, his partner's going to play him for just 1 king. So I think that's probably what he's thinking about now. This would be a good situation for the Italian style methods where with any good hand, West could just double. And so 4 clubs is always weak. But this pair, again, in the language in a border match might just more be, hey, I transferred with 7 points and you overcalled the no trump and they're stealing from us.
So when you guys talk into that mic over there, just we just have a couple people talking about just a little bit, just very close to that mic. It is super sensitive to not pick up outside noise, but if you're not talking right into it, we're not hearing you as clearly. And thank you guys for the updates. But all of your stuff is being heard, but we want to hear it more, and we don't want it to fall into your face either. Awesome. And just like right into the front of it is magic. Perfecto. And so if you grab it, that's perfect.
Whoop! Oh no!
Wow.
East fell from grace here. She was doing so well. She'd gotten, this was sort of a perfect result, right? Because 3 diamonds is making north-south. And so, 4 clubs undoubled by east-west would be like a really nice result to bring back on this board. But again, we had this problem where partner was not really limited well, and I don't think this pair was kind of on a firm ground about everything here. So maybe East is thinking, oh, my partner transferred and then bid again, and she's got something, so now I'm going to sort of go for a game in 4 spades or 5 clubs. But I think now Marty Fleischer, one of the best parts of his game is his itchy trigger finger. So he's just a really good sense for when to double the opponents. And so
His sense is on here.
I had no doubt. It was, I would have bet 100 to 1 that he was going to rip this.
So just an update, we see the Fleischer team right now. That's the North-South pair here, and they're playing the 4th place team at the moment after the first round of this last session. That's the Goldberg team. What we have is, we think, if that result is to be believed on the first board, and we're not sure, we have the Fleischer team losing the first board. They will probably, we don't know what happened at the other table in this match. Yeah. We know what happened in the other match, so maybe we can take a look and see if we, it says 3 clubs making 3. Let's see if that makes sense, guys.
It looks like we don't have an auction.
Yeah, we don't have any information, but it's possible it is right.
Absolutely.
Which means Fleischer gets back what they lost on the first
board.
And now we're
5 clubs doubled. They're likely to get it back, whatever happened at the other table.
Right. This is most likely a win for Fleischer. But
Right,
that's
right.
twice that we see people get to 5 clubs doubled, on hands that have no chance of making 5 clubs.
Yeah. And both matches saw, similar action, actually. So,
and border match, it's known as a card player's game, but actually, in many ways, it's a theoretician's game to sort of understand, when to double and what the doubles should mean, and how to compete, because since every little bit matters so much, just having a solid grounding in all these positions is really, really important.
And the results do look like they are making some sense here. So as you guys can see, we're watching Martel and Fleischer versus Poon and Goldberg. And we see at the other table, apparently 4 hearts making +1. That seems to make sense on these sorts of cards. And we will see what they do here.
Well, it really depends on whether you right-sided or not, as it turns out. If you're preempting 2 hearts with the east hand, then you'll actually find yourself declaring and having the Queen of Diamonds led through the King. So siding is huge here.
And this is a hand vulnerable against not weak 2-bid in first chair, the east hand there, that's going to divide the field. You'll have kind of the people who are older and American will tend to skew towards a pass, and people who are younger and European will tend to skew towards a weak 2-bid. And I guess for folks from other parts of the world, I don't have as clear a grasp on the tendencies. But at any rate, certainly would have expected Connie Goldberg to start with a pass. She's kind of an old school player. And that's worked out very well, as Adams observed, right? We've got the hearts played from the side where the diamonds are protected. So in order to defeat 4 hearts, North needs to find a very sweet underlead in clubs. Club to the King for a diamond through, which I do not believe will be found after, after a club raise. But you never know. Meanwhile, also interesting at this table, right? We see a 3 hearts raise by Goldberg, right? Not making kind of a jump raise to 4 hearts, despite the fact that she has 6 trumps, which I actually think is a really good bid, because one of the opponents is already preempted, so the opponents have no more information exchange to do, right? South is just the captain, so you can't shut South out of anything. So this is a hand where you want to put 3 hearts because you don't really have any idea whose hand it is, and so now if the opponents kind of jump to 5 clubs at least your partner has to make a decision knowing that the opponents were kind of excited to jump to 5 clubs and that you only had a raise to 3 hearts. And so now when partner makes a penalty double, it's a lot easier to just respect that and pass, I think.
So
I mean, you do, ooh,
wow.
wow.
Well, so Chris, the other piece here, I think, is that 4 hearts tends to show more on the sort of points side of things rather than just pure playing strength, right?
Could be either hand. It's ambiguous. It's going to be some playing hand that's close to a game. So yeah.
Yeah,
so it
but
could
but
be a
but as
balanced
a
10
passed
count
hand,
easily.
right? As a passed hand, you also have a 4 club cubit available, so you have sort of multiple of these things, all of which cover those sort of stronger hands, and three hearts does sort of get my, I guess, high card strength across, even if it
And
undersells my trump
ace
life.
clubs lead,
Yeah.
so the
So
underlead did not
a
take
winning
case.
compete to 5 hearts, as it happened.
Yeah.
One questions whether the bidding would have been different if West had Queen Jack third of diamonds instead of King third, but we don't, East West don't have to worry about it now.
The other
Success.
table
Well,
were,
well,
2 hearts, 4 hearts was their
so
option.
hold on. So if Fleischer doesn't cash the ace of diamonds at trick 2, Declarer still has to get spades right in order to avoid going off in 5 hearts, right?
That is true.
That is
And
true.
and Martel is probably not too eager to give suit preference for diamonds
No,
if that
he's
that
gonna
is what it
encourage
is.
here
He's
a
gonna
little
he's gonna encourage, and Fleischer may even continue clubs.
Yeah, I think he will continue
I think
clubs.
Fleischer will
Sure.
continue clubs.
Yeah. Why
not?
reason wouldn't he?
I have to say that it would have been impossible for me not to bid 4 hearts with Connie's hand. I just would have looked at my 6
I would've
hearts
bid
and I
four.
would just have bid
Yeah,
4. I'm
yeah,
not
so
saying it's right. I'm
it's
just
just-
saying I
no,
know
same, like,
myself. I
It's
would have just done
important
that.
for players to understand that after a preempt, the language of 4 hearts is very different. It's not a preemptive hand in any way. It has nothing to do with 1 heart, 2 clubs, 4 hearts, right? Where the 2 club bidder could have a lot of different things, and so if we make a double jump like that, it doesn't
should
matter
be
that the
solid.
opponent overcalled. It's basically unchanged. Here, 4 hearts is a value bid. It says I'm too strong to bid 3 hearts and not strong enough to cube bid 4 clubs. So there could be, balanced 11 counts in there, for example, with 3 little hearts as part of the 4 heart bid. So that's why it's important not to also bid it with this hand. Just a totally different language after the preempt.
All right, so we have, we have everything that comes down to getting this right for
I mean,
11
This
tricks.
is going to be made because there's no way. I mean, South. First of all, he can't know to throw away his Queen Jack 10 of diamonds, and second of all, if he did, that would be suspicious enough that West would go right anyway. I mean, who's throwing away these high cards to keep 4 little spades? So I just feel like he's gonna, he still can afford to run some more rounds of trump.
You can run 3 rounds of trump. Well, you can only run 2 more rounds of trump because if you play ace, king, queen of spades and don't see the jack, you can rough a spade back and lead a diamond up. That feels like the most natural play.
I don't
but
think there's really much thought on Declarer's mind about the ace of diamonds being onside. I mean, could be, but it would be. Oh, sorry, it's a 3 club overcall in this. Or this is a 2 club or a 3 club?
this is a 3 club overcall.
3 club overcall.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
You're
So
right.
he's
going to want to
and
combine his chances. And
Right,
so he's
like-
going to take 2. You got 4 trumps left, so 2 more rounds of hearts.
right.
South has to make.
We
he's
can't
got an
afford to
easy
take
club
3.
discard.
And this table's behind for whatever reason that we're not quite familiar with about what's happening. Maybe we can get a director in here at some point during one of the breaks and figure out what happened. But they're just a little behind. They're starting board 7 in the Amoyals match, and
But actually now just sort of getting back to looking at it, Declare can actually afford to take 3 rounds of trumps because once South has pitched what's known to be his last club, you can and then pitch the spade. You could play ace, king, queen of spades, rough a spade, and lead a diamond up. And South is known to have nothing but diamonds left, even though Declare would be out of trumps. There's just nothing left with diamonds, so he's guaranteed to get a trick with the king of diamonds if the ace is on side. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen now is they're going to take another round of trumps, and I think Chip, he is a extremely savvy defender, so I think he's not going to throw his 5th spade quickly. There's sort of snitchy for the opponents. I think he's just going to be as unhelpful as possible
play it
and throw the
forward.
10 of clubs. But then I think Declare will be able to kind of keep going Oh,
Wow.
Well, so something else worth noting is that Fleischer did get to pitch a club on this second heart, and he pitched what is known to be his lowest club. And so that that as well, at least for Martel, should be helpful. That maybe Fleischer has a diamond card, so he doesn't need to hold the Queen Jack 10.
But again, if nobody is certain enough about that to be throwing the Queen Jack 10 of diamonds away with 4 little spades. It's just, I've played a lot of top flight bridge over the last 30 years, and I've never seen that happen.
Dating yourself, Mr. Wellington.
Yeah.
You were.
So he decided to just play for the.
Yeah, he played
He
very
just
simple.
played for the Jack of Spades to drop, or if the Jack of Spades doesn't drop, I'm getting back to the board and I get to play a diamond up and play for the Ace of Diamonds on side.
This was just a hand for a little bit, just patience. There's no reason to start doing it. You could afford at least two rounds of trump before that.
So what we were, again, unofficial results as far as we know, but at this moment, and we do have official results, folks, and we'll update those as soon as we get those, as we have been throughout. But at the moment, it appears that this table, the Fleischer team went 2-1 once again, and that would seem to suggest that they are increasing their lead, and they are not destined, but they're trending, towards doing a rare double, the Soloway and the Reisinger in the same year. That's an impressive feat.
Incredibly impressive accomplishment, especially considering that the events are literally back to back.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
they finished playing the Soloway finals on Thursday and started the Reisinger on Friday.
Gavin, Gavin's in the chat there. Why don't you come? Oh no, you're in Florida, aren't you? Are you on an airplane, Gavin? Let us know in 15 minutes. We appreciate the help, buddy.
Yeah, in 15 minutes.
And we just had a little update about maybe talking to the directors and getting that in there as well, Gavin. So yeah, of course we're thinking about all of this. Stop.
It's
Enjoy
really
your flight home.
It's really interesting to be 15 minutes ahead or behind, however you want to look at it.
Hopefully we address some
and
of
then the
things
chat
without
is
being
coming
killed.
through, but the chat is live, so you're like talking to the and like when I in the first session when I wasn't sitting here, I was trying to respond to the chat, so
Yeah,
I
you
knew
did an
like
amazing
I could
job.
hear you guys
The Bone
talking about what I was putting on the
Yeah.
chat that was going to come out like 15 minutes. It's like a complete that movie
Mind
all
warp.
those movies where you just have like different time warps.
Wait, Time Cop, is that your favorite? Me too. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Not Time Cop.
So it looks
Out of Time. Remember Out of Time with Justin
Absolutely.
Timberlake? I mean,
Yeah.
so it looks like Martel is choosing to go a little bit low, probably showing this as an invitational hand with both majors.
5-5.
Yeah, it's not totally clear what's happening, whether two spades is, some pairs play up, that two spades is artificial and has at least some hands, but it looks like, Adam, you were right there,
Straightforward.
that it's just, 5-5 invitational or something. And
It might just be 5 hearts invitational if they play some sort of transfers, but Fleischer, looking at all primes with ace, his Queen Jack in his ace suit with 3 card support, might have just said, okay, you know what, I bid a game, good luck.
yeah.
If you want to find a very astonishing bridge resume, Google or go to the Wikipedia page for Chip Martel and just look at the history of championships at all levels. It's astonishing.
Yeah, and I guess this is kind of to your point, Chris, that at board a match, it really doesn't pay to be pushing for this game. Partner will be able to judge appropriately, and maybe you stay low when partner has a misfit or a minimum.
So here things do seem to be fairly favorable for Declare, basically about as favorable as they could be. So King of Spades onside, the King Jack of Hearts, sort of onside, right? We're leading up towards the dummy. King of Diamonds onside if that finesse is needed, but still Declare has some problems. It's hard to know. Is he just going to play a spade? I feel like everything's fluid enough that he's probably just going to play a spade to the queen at trick 2, and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, your first instinct when you see the hand might be to win the ace of clubs, play ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. But if that loses, your only entry back to your hand now is the ace of trump.
Yeah,
and that you start running out of entries pretty quickly.
Because then they can just play some trumps and stick you in the dummy again. Yeah, so I think it's going to be. I think basically it's a complicated hand. He's going to think about it for a while. There's just sort of too many permutations to consider everything in detail at the time that's allotted. So he's just going to basically shrug and play a spade to the queen and say, look, I'm really well placed if that wins. In fact, I believe he's already decided to do that. He's probably spending his time figuring out what he's going to do in the event that the spade wins. I guess he could also just leave the 9 of spades and run it, which is not a crazy play. But ooh, interesting. He's going sort of the route back. See, this just doesn't feel right to me.
It doesn't to me either, because just having to use the ace of trump to get back to your hand later feels like it's,
Yeah, see, here West can now just sort of tap the dummy with a club, and then it's a really tough spot now for North. I think that.
Yeah, things are not looking good. Things are not looking good.
Yeah, and see, this is getting back. This is probably a great hand as an example of the difference between board and match and imps. So at imps, you don't mind being in this game. You need to win a finesse or two, catch some good breaks. But if you bid a pushy game at imps and you're vulnerable, you can win 10 imps on that hand. That's a huge possible upside. Here, first of all, you don't have that same risk-reward ratio. But more important even than that is the concept that if you find your way, you thread through the hand perfectly to 10 tricks. 3 hearts making 4 will often win against 3 hearts making 3 at the other table. And so if the other table's in 3 hearts making 3, then bidding game has no upside. You can't, if you took 10 tricks, you were going to win the board anyway. All it does is turn some pushes when you only take 9 tricks into losses. And so that is the sort of the math and the concept behind conservative game and slam bidding in match points. Just try to take the extra trick anyway. So you see here, Fleischer's now in a kind of desperation mode, and he's going to finish down a lot.
Right. Well, he
right, guys,
can see that he
this-
needs entries back to his hand, and so at this point his best shot at getting those entries was finding some heart honors on side so that he could establish spades. But
just a
this is
real
all
quick-
this will all unravel rather quickly, and he may even finish 2 down now.
Oh, I don't see how he's going to finish less than 2 down.
And just a quick update, I flashed the scores on the screen now for you. And I'm going to leave those up there for you. I'll keep posting them as we get the results in after each round. But right now we see Fleischer 25.67 now, 3.4546 ahead of Amoyles 22.21, and Rosenberg nipping on Amoyles' heels now within 2 boards, or just below. 2.04 is the margin there. So we have some race in here, but it looks like Fleischer is just, if they can hold it together, guys, and just kind of play average bridge from here on out, they rate to be the champions of this event. We'll see if it gets exciting.
I think Goldberg kind of thinking it all over. Probably she's just going to play her trump back. She knows from the way it's going that her partner has probably 4 spades to the jack, because otherwise DeClaire would have just drawn trumps and played on spades.
Right. Well, and even 4 spades to the 9 is good enough now, if she returns a trump, because dummy will be dead, and she guards diamonds. Even though DeClare's 10 of clubs is good, it's no use.
And just a quick reminder, folks, we're watching.
So here she's lost the trick.
We're watching the Fleischer match right now, the leaders. At the other table, we can flash to a different match, which is the second place team, and we'll go over there for some comparisons, board wise and results wise. But,
But here we can see the 7 of clubs return will enable Fleischer to achieve down 1 by winning his 10 of clubs and queen of diamonds, finessing in spades, and cross roughing at the end.
Yeah, so but the trump return would have gotten down 2, and that's actually a half board swing here, right? That
Perhaps.
Since the other table did play 4 hearts, 1 down.
Yeah, just again, in general, just following general precepts, right? If you have 1 little trump and the opponents have 2 big trumps, and you can make them go 2 for 1, if you're not sure, if it's just murky, that's probably a good play. So sometimes on a hand like this, if you can't quite figure it out and there's too many possibilities, you just kind of go 1 level up in abstraction and go with the general strategy. 2 for the price of 1. Seems good.
in the chat, we're not saying anyone is bad at BAM. We're saying some partnerships may not be as experienced with this sort of format and may behave just differently than maybe the optimal situation just because of lack of experience.
Yes, it's
We're
just-
not calling out anybody being, bad at bridge.
Well,
don't
like,
take any
so,
offense.
so I mean, there may well be some people who are bad at BAM, but you're not going to find any of them in the Reisinger final.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. The ones that are bad at BAM are day one,
Yeah.
day one exits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Border Match is kind of a unique form of scoring that there's not that many tournaments. There's no,
Where
there's
do
not
you
a
get a
big
bunch of
Border Match
experience unless you play
knockout. There's
this?
not,
Yeah.
there's not that many opportunities to play Border Match in the first place, and very, very few to play really high level Border Match, where
Right.
every board is sort of a knife fight. Trying to get that extra 50 points or extra 10 points even in some cases.
I mean, I remember I played my first my second overall Reisinger entry and my first Reisinger final was 1998, and I was playing with a good Florida player named Dennis McGarry, and we teamed up kind of at the last minute, partnership desk kind of situation with Hector Camberos and Pablo Lombardi from Argentina, and they had literally never entered a border match, and so they never quite figured it out in that tournament, but it worked great for us because they were just bidding all these thin games, but they kept making them, and we were just kind of sailing through the event. I think we ended up finishing 5th or 6th or something like that, and probably now, I would guess over time, everyone has learned a little bit more, about border match, but it is really common to see folks come into a border match, even these guys, really experienced international players, just not have had the experience or ever sat to think carefully about this event that they just don't play in other countries, right? It's only played here, and it's only played one tournament a year.
So let's get to the action here. It goes a diamond, 2 clubs, and at the other table or the other match that we're kind of sweating at as we watch, typical kind of question: a diamond past a spade in one situation, a diamond past 2 clubs here, and we see it run out this way. But what's your preference in this spot usually, guys? Is it a 2 club bid or?
I'm a spade bidder. If I have 5 clubs, sure, but with a balanced hand, especially at Border Match, the most likely thing that's going to happen is it's going to go a diamond, pass a spade, pass a no trump, pass 3 no trump, and I don't want to go telling them more things. I don't want to dance around what other major things are going on or anything else. I'm just good. I bid my 4-card major. If partner doesn't raise, I bid 3 no.
Jason?
My thoughts were identical to Adam there. So.
And I don't think I welcomed you properly to the broadcast, sir. Welcome, Jason. Jason is not Brown yet. Don't worry. We haven't gotten that crazy here. That's Jason Feldman joining the broadcast. What about you, Chris? Is this 1 spade the same for you?
1 spade, and I'd say the only thing I'd add here is even if it's systemically permissible to kind of bid 2 clubs with this, when you happen to have ace, king, jack, 9 of spades, this is a hand that once in a while could belong in a 4-3 spade fit, right? Imagine if you're sitting east and your partner has queen, 3rd of spades and 2 little hearts, for example, right? And so if I don't bid a spade now, that's probably gone forever.
Well, change your black suits, Chris. Would you bid 2 clubs or you still bid a spade?
That would be I probably would bid a spade with that, just in my own methods. But I'm just saying, even if the system bid is sort of 2 clubs with a 4-4, I probably would still bid 1 spade with this because, again, just anytime you might belong in a 4-3 fit, if you don't start with that suit, it's just very, very hard. It's very hard to get partner to show 3-card support for a suit that they know you don't have 5 cards in. They're going to be thinking about other possibilities, almost always.
And here we see 3 no trump in the west, 8 of hearts lead from Fleischer, and that beautiful dummy comes down.
Yes,
we can
not
see
the piercing lead on this particular hand. So sure. 2 clubs apparently worked great as a lead deflector.
Yeah,
right. That might be one of the biggest arguments for 2 clubs is if you're trying to deflect the club lead.
Yeah, although you don't even know whether you want a club lead. It's a little murky, but what I think is not murky here is there's just no way in heck that Chip Martell is going to be able to figure out to plonk down the 8 clubs here. So this is going to be an extremely successful, journey to +490 for East-West. So that's that. And 1 round of diamonds plus a claim soon to follow.
Yeah, well, it's also interesting, again, here, they played 3-0 West. If they played 3-0 from East, which is the side that you would kind of expect to, with a balanced hand opposite a very shapely 7-4, at least today, Martel would have an easy club lead. So it was sort of not only did they bid 2 clubs, but then they sort of wrong-sided no trump, only to find that the hand with a clear club lead was in fact not on lead.
And that was a 490 just racked up really quickly there.
Tasty 490 for
Tasty,
East
sexy
West.
490.
Getting to the 3-0 with the 7-4 1-1 hand, not always straightforward, and then kind of getting putting the opponents on the winning lead for your own side.
Yeah, we're working. If you're having sometimes it might help to refresh. Sometimes it can be just an internet issue, but we are attempting to fully normalize all of our volume. We're dealing with a cobbled together microphone system, but we hope you can hear the good content. We know you can hear it, but just bear with us as we get everything perfect for you. And as you can see, board 9, third round of the 2024 Reisinger. The leaders, we're looking at them, folks, Martel and Fleischer.
So an unbalanced diamond, or I think they may be able to have 5 diamonds if they're balanced, but it's sort of a real diamond from Fleischer, if you will. 1 spade overcall, and now Martel is having larcenous thoughts cycling through his mind, right? He says, well, I know we've got a big diamond fit, and my partner didn't open a heart, so I know my opponents have at least 9 hearts. Let's see if I can steal some space.
There we go.
And sure enough, it looks like 3 diamonds here is just going to buy the pot. I don't see either East or West, coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a counterintuitive bid when you first look at the hand, because you say, oh, I have all these spades, all this defense, but the heart void really is such a big giveaway that the opponents almost certainly belong in hearts in some form, and so the more I can do right now to shut that out, the better. And yeah, I think 3 diamonds should be very effective in doing that.
Yeah. Al Hollander put something in the chat, which is interesting because Soloway's only been played for 4 years. Martel is the first person that we know of to win all 5 of the big tournaments. And
Yes.
And he's about to win the Reisinger again if they hold up for this. So that's speaking of his amazing record. Add that to the Wikipedia page, boys and girls. That's pretty amazing.
So ace of clubs lead. I like this lead here without any really great choices. Partner didn't raise spades. They didn't bid hearts. Maybe they got something in clubs. Maybe I can get a ruff. Little does East know that he has a natural trump trick.
Right. Well, he'll give up on the clubs when partner discourages, perhaps. But it's not clear. It's not clear that he has anything better that he's dying to do. But probably he'll want to just play a trump and start cutting down on ruffs when he sees this dummy. Because the first thing that he has to be thinking is, well, however many hearts partner might have, we do want to start cutting down on ruffs.
Yeah, although I think continuing a club here. So first of all, if we assume that the 6 of clubs is a standard attitude signal, the 3 is still missing here. So that could have perhaps been King 10, 6, 3 or something. Don't think he knows where the King of Clubs is, but also sometimes threatening ruffs in a side suit is sort of a synthetic way to, instead of leading trumps, you kind of force the opponents to draw trumps sometimes. So that actually can be a more effective way of getting the trumps out of the dummy. So here I think we're going to see West is going to fly and give the club ruff. Again, he doesn't know his partner is a natural trump trick either.
And I've flashed the scores right above me, folks. You can see the live running score. Fleischer, the table we're watching, Martel sitting south, Fleischer sitting north.
So this defense, which was quite thoughtful, actually has really made Declare's life easier because now, the opponent's trumps are 2-2, so they ruffed with their natural trump trick, which is just going to make it a lot easier to kind of handle the hand going forward. And
well, he can shift to the 8 of diamonds, and who knows? Maybe he will get another trump trick.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible.
tell.
Yeah. I just don't think so because even if Declare wanted to take the trump finesse, it's too complicated.
Yeah, you're right.
I think what's going to happen is basically he's going to draw a second round of trumps just because he has no great easy alternative, cross in clubs, and just pass the queen of spades to East, give him his king and take the rest.
And I believe after they finish this board, I believe they usually take a few moments of a break, so we'll have a little bit of time to take a look at the scores and talk about any questions you guys might have. Just remember, if you're watching online, we're 15 minutes delayed. So if you want to talk about a hand, if you want to talk about anything, just mention the board number so we can maybe cycle back to it. We can at least see one table that has some pretty decent results here.
No, it looks like Steve, you might be onto something here. So the problem with this line is that if the finesse wins, you're not that obviously well placed.
Yeah, right. It's not that great for you, right?
Yeah.
Or just cross-ruffing though too.
So okay.
Passing the queen of spades, and then he doesn't have a trump to return, and it's forced to either play another spade or heart.
Sorry.
Well, I don't know that
if
they have a solid read on where the ace of hearts is, right? So certainly, if the hearts are 5-4, which is sort of what you were talking about in your version of the hand, he says 4 hearts. There might be room for ambiguity about that, but at any rate, so they've exited passively, and this is now a claim. And you got the 10 of spades to pitch one of the losers, a club and a diamond to take care of the others.
Fleischer's started out 2-1, 2-1, and here, what are they going to end up with? We don't know yet. We don't know what's happening at the other table, but all right, that's the end of action at this table. I don't think we can see the other table necessarily yet, but we can wait for a result there. Is that possible? It says on board 8 that the result was 3-no trump redoubled. That might be a
double for club lead?
Yeah, should we take a look?
Diamond to spade, let me see if I can get that on our screen here. I probably can't for other viewers, and I don't want to necessarily screw it up by giving you the result. But at the other table, there was an interesting result on board 8 that got the board for the.
Well, can we click through?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to do it, Chris, because I can't necessarily share this screen.
We don't need to share,
people,
but we can talk about what happened. I think if we just see it.
Well, we can't see the hand. That's the problem. So for sharing it, this is the hand where left-hand opponent has a stiff spade, 4 hearts, and 7 diamonds. And they played 3-no trump redoubled down 1 at the other table. So that was, I guess, the elusive 200 for down 1 redoubled.
It's hard to see how they could go down in 3-no, especially if you're redoubled.
And let me tell you that these things may not be true either.
Yeah,
so,
that's why I'd like to click through.
Yeah, so it looks like it was queen king, ace 10, and then.
He thought he had to guess where the. Wait a second, that's weird.
There's no chance that he pitched a diamond.
That seems. That seems.
I mean, it is the last day of a 10-day tournament, and we're all tired and so on. But this feels like something that probably we count to 10.
Maybe that's just a result that got thrown in there. This last result, that's what I'm waiting for, though. This one we're looking at on the screen, folks. 2 hearts in the West, made 2 at the other table as well. So that is
right after it looks like a 1 club opening by North instead of 1 diamond. That's just a matter of style.
Yeah.
Although, so perhaps after a 1 club opening and a 1 spade overcall, maybe now South had to contend with the concept this partner could only be on a 3-card suit. so didn't happen to want to bid 3 clubs. I personally, I have to tell you, I would bid 3 clubs preemptive with the South End anyway. Your partner usually has 4 clubs, and even if you have a 7-card fit, they've got 9 hearts. Let's just mix it up and see what happens. Maybe maybe one of the opponents is looking at ace-third of clubs and now thinks his partner's going to have a singleton. Sometimes they get the 4 hearts and you cash a whole bunch of clubs against them.
Right. Well, it's worth noting that when partner probably rates to have at most 2 spades, they're a heavy favorite to have 4 clubs, right? It's only when partner has 3 spades that it really starts to be a problem. And so, even with a, could be short club or with something else, when you can count on partner to have at least 7 minor cards, it's a good start at least to still being able to compete. But this is a nice hand for playing a sort of natural real diamond, because Martel was able to confidently bid 3 diamonds and shut West out.
So we have nothing going on at this table. We can kind of see what's happening at a different table here on the left for you guys in the room. They are currently, they're in 2 spades in the south end.
Yeah, North, Andy Hung looks like he chose to open a no trump.
And let's take a peek.
With the 1-4-4-4 with the stiff jack, which is an interesting choice.
I'm not sure you're allowed to do that in ACBL with a singleton jack, but
at this event you are, though.
I believe that this event has this event it's allowed, but you may need to disclose it,
yes,
or
you
you
an
announce
artificial 1-no trump essentially.
Would you? This is a quick question. Would you do that at the table with the players, or would that just be in your system notes and it's the other player's responsibility to know that, or do you alert when it happens?
In the ACBL, I think it might even be a pre-alert. It's kind of a big deal.
Okay.
I mean, at one point in this event, I think, or maybe it wasn't this event, but another similar event, I had considered, just explicitly saying, every time partner opens a no trump, saying, 15 to 17 could have a singleton, could have 2 singletons, could have an 8-card suit, could have a 7-card suit, you name it, whatever it is, like it could be weird.
So at the moment, just to remind you guys, that nothing's perfect here with our feed, unfortunately. So there's a little delay after the first board. And some of you we're on a 15-minute delay, so you might be on the first board. The names might not make sense in the east-west positions, but then once we cycle to the second board, the matchup should be the same. The name should be correct. So that's where we have that. The results are correct this time, which is helpful for sure. But I guess now is as good a time as any to release our first sponsorship and prize round. I'm going to go get the prize. I'm going to try not to trip over anything. Boye has graciously donated a nice sweatshirt with the logo of the World Bridge Tour, WBT. And I'm wondering, should we give this to the best broadcaster? Should we give it to just a random viewer that's watching? That comes up with the nicest comment, or the funniest
random viewer.
What do you think?
Go for a viewer.
So we have a lot of time left, folks. I want you to give me suggestions on who should win this in the chat, but also, I think maybe Al Hollander, we should just send it to him because he's just amazing. So he's throwing it in there. But let's get a little competition in the chat, and let's suggest some places where we can actually not offload, but reward somebody with this beautiful sweatshirt. I prefer to go.
I have an idea.
Okay, tell me.
Who in the chat can guess Chris's favorite convention?
Is it Flannery?
Okay, that's too easy then.
Oh,
I
do you remember?
I know you want that hoodie, Rob, but you're not eligible. Sorry.
It is warm, but I live in Florida, so I wouldn't get as much use out of it as like someone that has to endure winter or just a hard thing. But it is a very good sweatshirt. It feels like it's well made. Do you think it's European? And
maybe Chinese.
It was designed in Norway. Designed.
Okay, that's a good start.
I'm not sure where it was made, but it was designed in Norway.
Don't ask too many questions.
Exactly. So I'm gonna drape that over here, and we're gonna sit with that. And I'm looking for good suggestions in the chat. We're waiting for, like I said, after 3 rounds, you just take a little bit of a break, and they come back. You can see Marty and Chip are at the table. And we see that the East-West players are not quite there yet, but
Yeah.
I would guess at the last day, guys. It's the last day. You're playing the last event. You're not in a hurry for sure, right? You want to play well and you want to do well, but are you just like, let's get this over with, get to the table quickly. I want to get it done, or you're just doing the same as always?
If I'm still in one of the main events on the last day, I'm still grinding and trying to win it. I'm not thinking about trying to get this over with. I feel some ways for someone like me who's not playing many weeks a year, and then kind of some of the prime time that I play is at the Nationals. I'm kind of relishing that opportunity. I'm more almost at my peak by the end of the week. And
So for you, it's like reading a good book. You're not looking forward to it to end. You just want to keep. I mean, unless you get to win every time. But,
right. But then, like conversely, though, if you are playing in like say one of like the side Swisses, you're kind of disappointed. You're not still in the main event. If playing in those, you're like, okay, let's just somewhat get it over with. And
gotcha.
You're obviously still trying to do your best and take all your tricks, but there's something about it. Just the tournament winded down, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Right. Or yeah, exactly. Or you can commentate and still have fun.
All right, so I think we have the right names and we have the right players, and action has started. You can see at home that the players are at their table. They're sorting their hands. We're about to see action on board 10. And let's see if we have results after round 3. I'll bring them to you when I get them. But Fleischer definitely going to be ahead. And they had another 2-1 round, so they're just pretty consistent, 60, 65%-ish. What's the real math, guys? Give it to me. Whoever gets the exact math correct wins the special prize. Congratulations, sir. You just won a sweatshirt. Your math was so good.
I feel like we can maybe give this away on
Yeah,
the
we're
stream.
giving it to a viewer. I'm just kidding.
Good plan.
But I was trying to make it dramatic.
All right.
Check, one club here.
Yeah, and so this is going to go past a heart, I guess. I expect Martel to sneak in a one spade overcall there. As a pass hand, particularly with the opponents bidding clubs and hearts, so partner's probably going to lead a diamond or a spade, right? We really have a big preference between those two. So
Get him on the spade train.
Get him on the spade train. We're a past hand, so partner's not going to play us for too much. And just in general, we sort of talked about going low in game and slam situations at match points, but the converse of that is you must be very aggressive to kind of compete for the part score and get in your lead directors and kind of play small ball. And so actually I think West had a pretty interesting problem over the one spade, right? They could make a support double, perhaps, to show their 3 hearts, but they're void in spades, which partner could not respond one spade. So, when the opponents have spades, hearts are kind of a minor. So West says, well, I'm just gonna, if I have to outbid the spades, I think my ace queen 7th is probably a better bet than my 3 little. And so sure enough here, Martel raising spades, no fancy cubit or anything like that because he knows his partner's a passed hand. So even though he has 11 points, he doesn't believe there's a game and he doesn't want to tell the opponents where the points are. And now East has a kind of a tough problem. I think he's probably going to double.
Right. I mean, West might be able to, sort of get their hearts in after East doubles, for example. East is pretty happy to have double be sort of this, your standard border match 2-way double, right?
Yes.
If partner is happy to defend, well, we have 4 trumps and some stuff, and we probably have more than half the deck. And if partner pulls, then probably they have either a spade void or some compelling reason to pull, and that's really helpful for us too. So, double sort of serves this very flexible role, especially at border match where pass is often an option for partner.
Yeah. So here I think West is. I don't know what West is going to do. Probably just 4 clubs. I don't think West is really looking to play in hearts. And in fact, by the way, notice on this deal there is a 5-3 heart fit, but think about the play in 4 hearts on a spade lead, right? To declare roughs, and if declare kind of roughs and ever tries to draw a trump, or declare heart to the jack or something, the defense can cash 2 hearts and 3 spades. Mm-hmm. So it's a pretty awkward hand in 4 hearts, whereas 5 clubs, Just 4 clubs is cold, and 5 clubs just simply requires the queen of hearts on side. So,
and as you can see on the screen, I've put up the results. I'm a little confused just because it seems to suggest that Fleischer got. Oh no, forget it. Never mind what I'm saying. I'm not confused at all. That's the score, folks. That's the official score from the ACBL. It's 26.67 for Fleischer. Moyles is within 2 now, so 24.71. And now a little mix-up. Rosenberg 21.17, but right behind them, 22.17, and right behind them, Nick Nickel now in 4th place, charging a very experienced team. In fact, I think they are leading the session with 6.5 as their total. So, not surprising that historic team is doing well in the final session.
Yeah. So on a spade lead as declarer here in 4 hearts, right? My thinking would be that I can rough a couple spades. I have entries to my hand for that. And, if I can get rid of all my spades, then I can afford to lose an awful lot of trump tricks and still survive. So probably I rough the ace of spades, play a diamond to the queen, rough a spade, club to the king, rough a spade, ace, king of diamonds, shaking my last spade.
then just you let them rough the ace of clubs.
Right, let them eat cake.
I
mean, I can afford to lose 3 trump tricks now.
Certainly you're going to lose at least 3 trump tricks on that line.
If clubs are 2-2, then I'm in good shape, right? I can cash a second club, and I'm down to only 5 trumps.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And if clubs are 3-1, I just need to make sure that I play the correct order, play trumps in the correct order, so that I don't somehow manage to lose a 4th trump trick
or something. Yeah. Which here with the 9 of hearts on side is not a worry.
Right, exactly. So I mean, the hand is actually quite friendly.
Yeah, but it's interesting because that's an easy line at imps, and might also be correct at border match. I don't know. That's complicated, and might depend on whether you think the other table is going to be in game. But in a way, also, you could sort of just say, well, if the queen of hearts is on side, a heart to the jack is just going to be sort of a strong. Maybe I'll just try for that. I guess they can always duck the ace of hearts.
Right. A heart to the jack doesn't help me.
If they can find a duck, then.
A heart to the jack really doesn't actually, do me much good, because they just duck the ace of hearts, and I'm still in the same bad spot. So I really think.
Yeah, so I agree with you. The cross rough is probably the best line.
Right. Well, and on top of that, we may have won the board just by bidding and making 4 hearts. We've kind of done. We've done well to find our 5-3 fit that looks like it's going to play well, as opposed to playing in 5 clubs or something else. And
we're looking at 1 versus 8 right now. So in this event, it's not you're not getting any cream puffs in this event, but if a team isn't scoring well, you want to score well against that team just to stay on par with the rest of the field, and that is what Fleischer's looking to do at the start here.
So again, it's a good spot to see a difference right between the optimal match point contract. Oh.
Well, it looks like he did kind of a hybrid. Yeah, kind of a hybrid here, where he roughed 1 and then played a heart to the king after taking another pitch on the diamond.
I wonder why he thought he knew. Oh, I see what happened, because of course Martell had the ace of spades, so he credited Martell as a past hand with ace king of spades, so he quote unquote knew the heart aces in the north. Is probably why he's doing this. But yeah, just a great result here to make 4 hearts. And again, this is showing how border match is a game of inches. Because of course, at imps, getting to 4 hearts would be a terrible outcome, right? 5 clubs, just taking the heart finesse for 6. Yeah. But here, a little bit of risk in there. But 620 potentially instead of 600 could be reward. Could be big.
Yeah. And as we see the result at the other table, 5 clubs by the West making.
Makes sense. Again, that's sort of the normal bridge, as opposed to the skating on the edge border match bridge, try to get those extra 20 points.
Right. It'd be interesting if East-West play support doubles too. So then when he bid 4 hearts, did he already kind of denied 3 hearts?
I mean, I would just think, I don't think anyone's kind of introducing honor doubleton at the 4 level in a suit that was only bid 1. So I would have just thought, even if you do play support doubles, and he's showing some really skewed hand like this, where probably doesn't want to play hearts.
And if you're looking live, folks, the results are here. And if you see results, they're always relative to the previous round. So what's happening here, we're kind of seeing live results here, and we expect a 4 hearts makes, which it's looked like it's going to make here, where that's going to be a win for the East-West pair. But here are the results after 3 rounds, folks. 3 of 9, so a third of the way through. And
I'm surprised that Martel is sweating this so much. You know, if DeClaire had ace, king, jack of hearts, would he really lead heart to the king and lead the jack of hearts out of his hand? The many possible plays with that hand, I don't think that's one of them. So of course he eventually does go right. And we're leaning.
And thank you for getting in the Brone bot is in the chat. That's Bronia's alter ego in the chat, so I'm loving that. Thank you so much. Answering your questions. Again, 15 minutes delay, folks. If you want to chat about something, reference a board for us so we can go back and look at it. We think that the results are looking pretty tasty for us. We can at least see stuff that happened this time, so that's a win for us. And that's a loss for Fleischer in the first board. But we'll see if can they win the last 2 to just hold serve here for their usual 2 points per round as the session's going. Can anyone catch them? We had a little bit of a closer result this round, but still a big lead for Fleischer.
And I've got to say, this board, this is always, when you say something that's a border match, you're just asking to look like a fool, but this does look fairly flat, like a fairly flat 2 spades contract.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts about balancing with the East hand after it goes 2 spades pass to you? And all white.
It's definitely possible. I kind of might expect him to double 1 spade and then kind of retire. I would, you know, or here 1 heart showing spades. If the double, I think most
that's their
top
system,
flight
this is
players
spades,
play that when you double a transfer response like this, you're just showing a takeout double of the suit that's
the equivalent bid, like we've been talking about with the raises as well.
Exactly, right? If you play a club pass a spade double as takeout, you don't want to lose your takeout double because the opponents happen to be making an artificial bid. So the double's alerted.
Right, or some things that people play too, which would happen to be useful on this particular hand, is that like a double might show the other major in diamonds, whereas accepting their transfer might show the other major in clubs, or vice versa. However you want to do that.
Yes, I've seen that. My personal preference, I actually like to use the Q bid as sort of a Michaels that includes clubs, assuming the opponent's 1 club opening includes all their balanced hands, right? So, and that's the case pretty much with Fleischer and Martel. I think, again, the 5-card diamonds, I think they can go either way. But if your opponent can be opening 1 club with 2 clubs and 4 diamonds, it kind of stinks if you just can really never get back to clubs.
Yeah.
And so against that kind of 1 club, a club pass, a heart showing spades, I like to be able to show all the 2 suitors, you know, the 5-5s. And, you know, with a takeout double, I don't worry too much about which minor I have because, you know, in general, partner doesn't usually bid minors when I make a takeout double. Usually they bid majors or no trumps, so I sweat those a little bit less.
Yeah, did arrive in 2 spades, so no foolish look for you.
Well, no, but I also said a flat 2 spades.
Yes.
If you look at the suit, there's no discards coming. I don't see any way the declarer can go wrong in any of the suits. I guess there was some, and I can't even, there's not really any end plays because, I mean, I guess there could be if they really took a long time.
Try not to get the prize dirty, Chris.
Okay.
In fact, you know what? It's nice and warm, actually.
Yeah.
This was worn briefly by Christopher Walenkin also, and he'll sign it for you for a little extra.
I want a discount. It's
exactly.
Some wear and tear.
That's price. So here, any kind of intrigue, I think, has been settled by this lead, right? Because there was some possible chance that if somehow all the other suits got played and completely cleaned up before anyone got around to clubs, Declarer could play ace of clubs and a low club, and East might win and have to give Declarer roughly discard, you know, at trick 10 or something. But this is just settled now at trick 1. No more end play.
There's a vote for Chris for the sweatshirt, and many votes for Al Hollander already. So So far, so good, guys. Let's keep dancing. You were going to say something, Adam?
Well, no, I was just going to talk about a treatment that I actually saw come up against me because I've been playing transfers over a club this week. It is playing that the double is sort of a more balanced takeout and using the cubid as the other two suits, but more shapely and weaker. It's something I haven't actually tried myself, but seemed kind of interesting.
It's intriguing.
So, yeah, right, exactly. Like it was kind of cool, and when it came up, I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I might try that sometime. So
yeah, that sounds sort of related to mine, but I just don't really think these sort of explicitly weak takeout bids are good. I think just you play against good opponents, they're gonna punish you for that. First of all, they'll punish you for getting in because when you're weak, they usually buy the contract and they can play it well. And second of all, just advertising that you're weak is usually not cool. You try to avoid doing that if you can.
We have the first derogatory statement about the carpeting and the playing set.
I mean,
it's
it's
the same
valid.
as it is in the playing room.
It's the Westgate's finest, folks.
Yeah, so someone is very explicitly saying, do not give the sweatshirt to the person that designed the carpeting. So after
may not have gotten updated in decades. Yeah.
After several days of looking at this throughout the entirety of the hotel, I can agree with that now. Yes. They'll be selling the pieces of the carpet like they did with the Boston Garden parquet floor when they tear the building down. So be in the market for that.
So meanwhile, even though we can see that the hand is sort of a little boring here, it doesn't look boring to the players. I think Martel is just going to, he's going to draw trumps. And the question is, I think he's probably just going to exit with his third club at this point. And just let the opponents come to him somewhere.
Oh, there goes spade.
Yeah, after drawing trumps.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave, that's in the works. Thank you. Dave, our audio is, again, first time we're doing this, but we've learned a lot, and we also have many tools that we intend to buy for our next broadcast, which we'll see you guys in Memphis for that one. And we expect that to be, well, let's put it this way. This event is very challenging from a broadcasting platform or perspective because the players are moving and it's a pair event, essentially. A normal team event is two teams in the same rooms for the entirety of the day, which makes it a heck of a lot easier to park cameras and have the right information available. So we appreciate everybody doing the hard work on the tech side in order that we can bring that to you. This is powered by BBO, and a lot of hard work on the ACBL side from everybody involved. And the hardest work and honestly the most fun is the guys next to me. So thanks a lot for joining. We have Chris Willinkin to my left, Jason Feldman right next to him, and Adam Kaplan, three of the best players in the general vicinity of this room at the moment.
So here we see that Martel did, in fact, draw trumps, exit a club, heart back. Now Martel's going to end play the opponents again, win the king of hearts, exit a heart, right? So notice the way he's played it. He didn't care where the ace of hearts was. He didn't care where the king jack of diamonds was. He's just taking his tricks. So a well-played hand to a push.
Yeah, right. All that for the push.
Right,
But
because there was nothing to misguess. Nothing was possible to misguess. Every honor was on side. So someone who just simply took their finesses instead of letting the opponents come to them would have achieved the same number of tricks. So sometimes the deal is just not that fair.
ship 110 there to north-south. We'll await a result at the other table, and I'll update you guys when we see that. I'm going to flash that score up for everybody looking at home, and you can see we're watching the leaders, folks. We have Martel and Fleischer right here, and they are playing the 8th place team at the moment. At the other match that we're looking at, we are looking at the 2nd place team. You can see that right on the screen. They're just under 2 boards behind. That's the Amoyles team, and they are currently playing the 9th place team. So both of these teams, the 1st and 2nd place team, playing 2 of the lower scoring teams of this event. But as we said, there are no easy outs. There's no easy 3 points in this place.
Interesting hand here on number 12.
Showing a weak hand
Shortness
with the
and
majors.
diamonds. Oh, weekend with the majors. Okay.
Probably both majors. We played against this pair the first day, and
That is not just
they
weak,
did get to
that
open
is
2 diamonds.
Anorexic in nature. That's
At least he's 5'4". Like if I
Notice
many
that-
people who, if you moved a spade into diamonds, would say, "Great, sign me up
4-4.
two diamonds."
Wow.
4-4, yeah.
Because you get to show
At-
both essentially. You
Well,
get two
at
kind of
favorable,
targets. Yeah.
it creates action, and in border match, sometimes that can be a very useful thing.
What
And
would your
notice here-
normal agreement be here for the double? Sorry.
Points, yeah.
Okay, good.
I was just going to say, notice here that the 2 diamond bid has arrived at East-West best contract most efficiently.
His partner just has. That's a pretty good.
Right, and this is something you all out there, everybody's watching, should be really clear on. So almost always, if your partner makes an artificial bid and the opponent's double to show points, and you pass, that should say, okay, partner, you showed the majors, good for you. I want to play diamonds, right? Because if you think about it, East would have, if it had gone 2 diamonds pass, East would have just passed to play in 2 diamonds. So the opponents shouldn't be able to deprive us of the opportunity to play in 2 diamonds just because they made the double. We still want to be able to pass, and here, obviously, any other contract East-West will pay.
Chip's just going, holy
a
cow.
telephone number. Yeah, so
like, what are we playing? How high? Where?
yeah, I think he's just going to probably be practical. I think he's going to be practical and bid 6-0 because
Just
the
directly
problem
here,
is, well, right? Because the problem is that if he Q bids, for example, to try to find a fit, now he's putting that king double 10 of diamonds down in dummy, and the person who passed has long diamonds. They don't necessarily, you don't want to, put this down into the queen of diamonds left. I just think,
So
I just think he's going to keep it.
Another valid question is, what is a cupid here?
3 diamonds is the cupid.
You think-
There's no question of that.
Okay.
The opponents, that's the only.
Because right-hand
because they
opponent
passed,
showed
yes.
length and diamonds. That's
Right,
assuming
because
he has
if
a
you
pass.
wanted to play in diamonds, you would pass 2 diamonds doubled.
right.
Right. No, it makes sense, but it's worth sort of flagging because in these auctions where the opponents have sort of no, they've shown multiple suits and so on. Sometimes people wind up getting, a little confused or maybe don't even have agreements about what do our bids mean here. And so exactly right that when they say, hey, we want to play this suit, we believe them. Right,
Well,
at least
if we don't believe
when
them,
they're
we just
doubled.
pass,
Right, we believe them when they're doubled, at least.
And so here, if I'm in Martel's seat, I'm thinking, look, I've lost my opportunity to have some really good auction, but I have gained a lot of information about the deal, right? And so, maybe I'll win by, taking some, maybe partner will have ace 10 third of spades, and I'll be able to lead a spade to the 10 now that the person showed the majors. Maybe it's a normal 4-4 spade fit for 6 spades, but it goes down on 5-0 spades. I have so many ways to win.
There it is. Boom.
In just having won the bidding, and I'm not going to try to. My teammates aren't going to have this device available. I'm not going to try to out accurate the opponents in a bidding start. I'm just going to bash in there.
His part, Chip's lefty kind of just right after 6-0 hits the table and he passes it. Lefty just looks at him for a bit, just gives him a look like, okay, this is what's happening here.
Yeah, right.
And quick lead. He's smiling now, face down on the table. There it goes. 10 of D's.
And so here, I don't think there's going to be a ton to it. So Declare's got 2 diamonds, 2 hearts are 4, 4 spades are 8. So I think he's just going to, test the clubs first, because if the clubs break his 5 club tricks, that's 13. And if the clubs don't break, so he's only up to 11 there. He can always just finesse the heart. Yeah, it's not likely to win into the 2 diamonds opener, but East could have queen and 1, or equivalently play ace king of hearts. Right? He'll basically see if there's a risk-free 13 tricks and clubs. And if not,
right. Well, it's worth noting that it is fully risk-free, pretty much, because we know that West has at least 8, if not 9, major suit cards.
Yeah.
So when once they show up with a diamond, we can be pretty sure, but maybe not 100%, but 99% sure that when we cash 3 clubs, if somebody does have 4 clubs, it's going to be East, and we're going to be able to keep them off lead. When we're setting up our hearts.
And even, by the way, if West were 4-4-4-1 and showed up with the 4th club, we still have a claim by taking 4 rounds of spades to extract West's spades. Diamond to the ace will force West to just pitch a heart. Now we can, knowing he's only 3 hearts and 1 club left, we can throw him in to lead a heart into the ace, king, jack, and the 3 card out of position. So it's actually, once everybody follows to 2 Ooh, no, I don't. Okay, I don't believe
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Or
that's
you could just give
looks
up a
like a
club
little
for-
quick view graph operator.
Or if that's the shape too, you can just give up a club for
You guys are
12
doing a
tricks.
great
and-
job over there. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Sorry about that.
that's true. Too. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's true.
But that,
So,
and bonus
look-
points for the end play though.
Yeah, right. For the sexy end play, right? Little quick update. Al would prefer the Versace cement bidding notes rather than the sweatshirt, so he'd prefer that. And there's someone in here that claims he remembers when our own Adam Kaplan was the youngest Life Master ever at 9 years old. Is that about right? Or
10 and 43 days, but who's counting?
Well, excuse me, 10 and 4. So all 9, a little over 9.
Sure. No,
And you can tell us how long
I've
that
had
was,
my
but,
record smashed multiple times now.
Well,
So
I think that the newest one was
like 8 and
something
something.
like that. Yeah, maybe
8 and
it was impressive either
yes,
way.
yes, exactly.
I played when I was 8, but I had no idea what I was doing. I was there for the snacks,
Mm-hmm.
basically. which-
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure I had that much more of an idea what I was doing either, but
All right, so you can see, folks, at the table, everyone's away from the table. They're taking another short break, which will give us a moment to just dip into anything we've missed. We haven't seen the result at this table, but it appears that the first 2 results were zeros for Martel and Fleischer here.
Oh, interesting. As I say, the only predicting a flat board and board a match is the only certain way to look foolish in life, and so, 3.
Yeah, we knew the
club
first
double?
one. The first board was, and let's see if I can slide into the results. I think I can show this to the field here, and we can have an even better. There we go. Perfect. All right. Yeah, Jason, thank you so much. We'll see you again,
later.
sir. Thank you for all the help, and we appreciate it. Jason Feldman, everybody, say goodbye. We'll see him again. We'll see you in
Bye,
Memphis,
everybody,
sir.
enjoy.
Thanks, brother. All right, so Chris, here we go. There's the 5 club bid right there.
Yeah, that one's a little more normal, kind of what we expected, sort of the cold 5 clubs, on a finesse for 6.
Yep.
And then can we take a look at the auction to
You
3
know
clubs
what?
double?
Unfortunately, I have the wrong table again here in the result there, but we can take a look at the board 11, a club pass. Wow.
Yeah, so this is
Oh, excuse me, a
interesting-
spade pass.
Yeah, so this is a situation where Thomas Bessit chose a relatively conservative pass after a club pass to spade, with 4-4 and diamonds and hearts. I actually kind of I kind of admire the pass, although I think because of the sort of nobody vol insanity that we've been talking about, I would double a spade, but it's not really a bridge bid. Pass is really more of a bridge bid. But then, of course, with the opponent showing an 8-card major suit fit, he felt compelled to balance. And, mathematically, if the opponents have an 8-card major suit fit, we know that either we have an 8-card fit somewhere.
I like everything you're saying, and I appreciate it, but unfortunately, I cannot push that particular hand out to the public.
Oh,
at this
I
point.
see. I didn't realize we're not looking
So
at
yeah,
that.
no, I didn't realize it.
Yeah, but also, by the way, he opened a diamond, so so that does make it a little bit different because
make it a little
if
different.
on a club pass of spade he might have doubled, but on a diamond pass of spade
I
it's
see.
definitely
It's a precision diamond.
Yeah.
So he couldn't. I mean, I still wouldn't.
But
if it's a
we could
precision
just,
diamond pass to spade.
I hate to just stop you guys,
But nobody else
if
can
we
see this
just
hand.
stop
We're
talking
just
about
me
it
and
now,
Chris are
move on
just
to
me and
something
Chris
else,
are
that would
just
be
talking about
lovely.
this hand. Yeah.
You guys can take it offline if you want. But
We
I
will.
still-
We'll be fighting later.
No one's going to remember this hand, unfortunately, and I can't really give it to anybody just yet.
All right, let's go to board 13.
But what I can tell you, the good news is that Chip is back at the table. It looks like they are cycling into another round, and I see the East-West pair approaching, and I will let you know who they are in a second. It looks like the Danish pair, possibly. I believe this is the Pollock team coming in against Fleischer, if I remember the players correctly. We're about to see the trays on the table. We see Chip just smiling and greeting his opponents. Always a gentleman, and here we go.
Always a gentleman, one of the true gentlemen of bridge.
Absolutely. Just, I don't know.
And married to one of the best women.
Absolutely, for sure.
Thank you, Jan, for everything you do all the time.
Absolutely. Jan Martel, just effort above effort. And the reason this is happening really a lot of times. But my favorite thing about especially my New York experience, I spent a lot of time playing bridge in New York, was the best players, for the most part, were also just some of the best people. You know, they behave well at the table. They they set a good example, and it was a really nice environment to be around. And it looks like they tied the third board, so it's 1-1.
Yeah, not a shocking result.
Yeah.
33 high card points and no 8 card fit.
Yeah.
Not shocking to see 6-0 making 7 as a push.
And that means that we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens when we update the scores. Obviously, Fleischer will still be in the lead, but they went for only 1 point half a point.
And why are we? Is it possible to maybe update do a little refresher?
No, here it comes. It just takes a bit of time. They're still bidding the hand at the table, and best part is that the unfortunate part of some of our technology working together is you guys have a better view than Chris and Bronya do at the moment. They're kind of just seeing the back end of the hand play. You guys get to see the players at the table and all of the good stuff. And this score that you're looking at is after round 3, folks. In fact, I'll take it down for now, and I'll put it back up when we get an after round 4 score for the full update.
I do love this concept of the way of doing it this way. First of all, I love having the commentators drop by, and it's just so fun and social. I love being able to see the players. When I'm not on screen, I'm actually watching on the delay and answering the chat, and it's really cool to hear you guys talk like afterwards. It's really kind of it's very, very fun. So I'm super excited about. And Rob, thank you for doing this, because we said to Rob, come back and do this, and he's like, I'm there. So
it's a dream come true. This is the way bridge should be broadcast, and we're starting that process today. So we have a lot of work to do. Two of my favorite people at the other match, the Rimstead brothers playing against Moyles. So that means, as of last round's results, Moyles still in second, and they are currently playing the. Where are those? Is it possible that are the Rimsteads even in this event? I don't even see them on the leaderboard here. No, there they are. Sorry, they're the Lebowitz team, 5th. So that's 2 versus 5, and we are 1 versus. Looks like 1 versus. Not sure yet. Possibly 1 versus 8 in the other match there. In fact, that should be what it is at this moment.
So meanwhile, look at this. We've got some spirited action here where Martel kicks off. You're not seeing an alert on this screen, but that one club is a 2+ club. So Martel and Fleischer open most of their balanced hands with 1 club.
That's why when you were talking earlier, the diamond hand is more of an unbalanced.
Right. It's 5 diamonds or 4-4-4-1. So here, the 1 spade, normal 1 spade overcall from West. North has no bid. They can't bid diamonds because that would show a good hand, and they can't bid no trump because that would show a balanced hand, so just a pass to start. Normal 1 no trump advance from East, showing about 8-12. Pass. And I think here, West probably could not remove to 2 clubs natural, because usually in most top expert partnerships, if the opponents have bid 1 suit, even if it's kind of a 2+ suit, the agreement would still be to use that suit as a Q bid. So I think 2 clubs by West would probably show some sort of unspecified good hand. So he probably had to pass there. Not super happy about that, right? Now, of course, Fleischer back in there, doesn't like to defend 1 no trump with a void. So back in there competing with 2 diamonds. He does have sort of a weak 2-bid type of strength hand. And his partner will know he's not completely 1-suited probably, because no weak jump shift the previous time.
Yep.
So now pass back to West, and West is thinking, oh my gosh, I might be missing out in a big way in clubs, right? This fellow on my right opened a 2+ club. Who knows? We could have 10 club. My partner bid no trump, and I showing a club stopper, and here I am with 5 clubs. So he competes to 3 clubs, which I think is quite sensible. And then Martel says, well, guess what, boys? My club was real this time.
All right, we have ourselves some scoring updates, folks, and we have John McAllister joining us as well here.
Yo.
Let me show you the score updates on your screen, and I'll share it with my panel here. Fleischer, 27.17. Within one board now, Amoyles, 26.21.
Let's go, Moyles.
And then Rosenberg, 24.67. I mean, it's a race, guys. We have just about a little more than half of the event left, and it's exciting. Let's keep dancing, folks. So this is results after round 4 that you're looking at right above my right shoulder. And we're looking at live action from the leaders, but the leaders under a little bit of pressure from the Amoyles team, and their last round, and I can tell you how they caught up. Amoyles had, they just had a little bit more than Fleischer, but Fleischer just had that down round for sure. There it was.
So meanwhile, here, Fleischer's found a diamond lead, and Declare's gone up ace, and I'm pretty sure here Declare is confident the clubs are 5-0 because he knows Martel doubled with no aces opposite a partner that was originally kind of a passer. So there's really nothing here that could possibly explain this double other than ace 9 8 for the club. So he's just not touching trumps at all correctly. Goes after the spades in a sensible way, ace and then 10, although unlucky, as the cards lie, that Fleischer is sitting over there, and the king, jack, 8, 7 are all natural tricks. So Fleischer here now, no rush to lead spades and give his partner over-ups because the master hand is a bunch of spade losers that aren't going anywhere. So he's going to be thinking about, I think, either leading another diamond or switching to hearts. He'll probably think for a little while about that.
So going down, so again, 3 diamonds and a north down 1. So we cannot replicate the result from the other table. So it's either.
So if we look at Declare's losers, right, they have 1 club, 1 heart, and kind of 1 spade on top. But they do have these 3 slow spade losers they've got to find a way to take care of. And basically Martel's just going to be able to over-ruff any roughs that are taken. So it just seems really hard to believe that
he could make it.
Yeah.
I agree.
It looks like down 1. And so the double, it turns out, probably wasn't necessary, although it does look like a good double there. You got a big surprise for the opponents. But here, looks like the Fleischer team's going to be plus at both tables.
So just an update on the panel here. We still have myself, Christopher Wilenkin, and we have Bronya Jenkins, and welcome, Mr. McAllister.
Hi, hey Rob.
How you doing, bud? Welcome to the broadcast.
Hey.
I was telling the story of, remember we had dinner in New York, and you asked who the best bridge player was, and I told the exact quote.
The Herd quote?
Yeah. About Joe thinks he's the best. John thinks I'm the best, and I know I'm the best. The typical arrogant bridge pro speak, as you know. That is really good. So welcome to the action. We have an exciting leaderboard now. It's getting tighter, right? This is probably going to be a win for Fleischer, though, right?
I don't see any way they could let this make. I think Fleischer's going to switch to a heart. He wants to lead. He knows Martel has king, doubleton, and diamonds, but he can also see that Martel is going to be over-roughing a bunch of spades and might not have that many ways to conveniently get off lead. So he's just switching to a heart to leave Martel the diamond king as an exit card.
And I don't know if Bronya, if you heard yet, we have the sweatshirt that is the prize, and there is 1 vote for Chris Wilenkin getting the sweatshirt because of his excellent analysis, but also Al Hollander is up for it as well. I think you should be in the running also.
I would be happy just to point out that Chris's analysis is way beyond anything that you would be getting from yours truly. I came here looking for Boya Brogland. Is he around? Was he doing some commentary earlier?
He was, but I think he was doing something else in the interim. But maybe you can get him to come here, Boya, if you're around. John's looking for you, so head on over to the.
I didn't realize I was coming into a production studio here. It's quite exciting. I feel important.
His sweatshirt's still here, but it's someone else's sweatshirt now. That's the key.
And I love listening to Chris's analysis. It's pretty. Yeah. There's a reason why he gets paid well to play this game.
All right, and we're 5 rounds, or the start of the 5th round, out of 9. 27 boards, and honestly, still Fleischer's a favorite, but it's definitely a closer favorite now. Is
it just a 2-horse race?
No, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? The Rosenberg is 1 point, like 5-4 behind, so like a board and a half behind at Moyles in third, and then Moyles is 0.96 behind, so just less than a full board behind first. So
that's nothing, isn't it?
yeah,
I mean,
we have 27 total boards, and we're only on board 13, so we could certainly see some changing. Does anyone want to gamble on any of this? You know, and we are in Vegas. And I remind you, we're live in Vegas. Bridge isn't really a gambling game, but
that's not true.
Bridge could be a gambling game. I'm just throwing that out.
No, that's
there.
not true. I just collected this from a
noticed,
set game that I played.
If you can't see on camera, that is a wad of bills that's being flashed. And where are you going after this, sir? Are you traveling alone down a dark alley?
Oh, come on! I'm like not even in the top 5% of people with cash in their pocket in this city.
Yeah, so right now we're looking at board 14 flashing on the screen. This looks like it could be gravy. The West player, and here now we know it's Hammerlove and Tilvad. And this is the 9th place team. Yes, this is the Pollock lineup against Martel and Fleischer. So 1 versus 9 here. At the other table, it is 2, the Moyles team, who is just within a board of first, against the 5th place team, or excuse me, the 7th place team, Levelitz.
And here, East kicking it off with a 10-14 no trump. Yummy board of match treats.
Yeah, whoa, look at that though. This is one of those things we talked about earlier. Hey, Billy, what's up? Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah.
We see 1-0, 3-0 with this 7-bagger in spades, but lots of values here.
Yeah,
so
this is junky values, all your points in your 2 shortest suits there, plus a running side suit. And by the way, I mean, if you look at the East-West contract, East-West hands rather, it seems quite clear that 3-0 trump is the best contract.
Yeah, I mean,
so this is eccentric looking, but it's a really smart bid.
We see at the other table the results already in. 4 spades by the West made 12 tricks, it looks like. Are we making 12 and no trump here, boys?
Well,
we've got
with the heart lead, it's a good start.
We've got 3 hearts, and assuming we guess the spades, 7 spades is 10, and the ace of diamonds and the club is 12. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, a diamond lead would give Declare maybe some worries. He might consider ducking the first diamond even. Yes. But today, with diamonds 6-2 at least, or 6-1, he's got 12 tricks either way. There's a bit of entry problems on a diamond lead though, where the diamond and the is really the only safe entry to your hand. I guess the jack of clubs comes down. What am I talking about?
So this is one of the sort of other advantages, right? Of bidding 1-0 trump has 3-0 trump, just as we talked about, right? You're often going to attract a major suit lead.
Yeah.
And I would say, particularly, I think very few experts who are experienced in board a match would consider leading a diamond from Chip Martell's hand. Now, if you were playing in imps, you probably lead a diamond and just think, look, if we can't set up and run these diamonds, we're probably not beating 3-0 trump.
Right, and you're looking for just the beat there, not anything else.
But here, I mean, experts are going to be very reluctant to lead from a long, broken suit without any side entries. Because the thing is, normally when you lead a diamond here, the single most likely outcome is you blew a trick. When you lead away from a queen 10-8-6. Now, oftentimes in no trump, you kind of get that back later. But here, there's no entry, so it's not like you can give a trick and then set up the diamonds and then run them, right? So I would think that Martel was thinking 5 of hearts, 9 of spades. Diamonds only as the third choice, but
unless you thought that either of those were terrible. All right,
3 of spades would have worked well.
Yeah. It looks like that's going to be a little bit of a spoiler play here. And are you thinking like you're 9th, you're 10th in the last day of the Reisinger? You're not folding it in. You're trying to win points, right? It doesn't matter.
Nobody wants to come in last. And the fact is, being 9th in the Reisinger that's a real achievement.
That's amazing.
It feels disappointing if you got to this day, but 9th out of 40 teams. And remember, this is an event where it's only the best of the best, even starting on day one.
Yeah.
Right. It's,
You don't enter this event.
it's very, very self-selecting. The people who, the teams and the people who go out of their way and make plans to play the Reisinger, like, it's all people who were excited about Board Match and are fighting for, day 3, which is probably, one of the best, if not the best days of, match point or Border Match bridge that you can have. It's field every single team is tough, and even just squeezing out 8th versus 9th, right? I've been there, right, of being sitting 9th fighting for 7th or 8th, and even that when you jump up a place feels really good.
Yeah, and that's why as we're seeing here, we're seeing just good play. And Martel has an interesting shape on this hand, and we see the result flash right away. 5 spades in the south making at the other table, so we'll see what develops here.
Yeah, this does look like a relatively straightforward 11 tricks for declare. The clubs come in for discards. The hearts can be played on for 2 finesses if necessary. So this just doesn't look.
Looks like just a cut and dry possible unless something weird happens.
Yes, certainly. If East-West did in fact push North-South to the 5 level at the other table, which appears likely. They definitely get a gold star for effort there. Sometimes, 5 spades it could go down, but this is not that day.
And we don't have a good read of the results at the main other table where Moise is playing, but we'll update you afterwards. They are playing the previous board right now.
Is there any way, Rob? I wonder if it might be interesting. I know this is primarily, obviously, a Reisinger broadcast, but is it possible to know what the results of the? We're getting towards the end of the North American Swiss.
I can tell you who's leading the mixed Swiss after 5.
Who?
The Rimsteads with Kevin Dwyer and Shan Huang are in the lead.
Playing 5-handed, all pros essentially.
5, I believe they're 4 and Joyce's NPC, but
got it.
She may also be playing. I'm actually not certain on that, but that's a very strong squad.
I can't get a live sweat, no. But I bet you if we have Bronya in the room or somebody else, they can probably go get us a little bit of an idea of what's happening. Yeah.
I'll actually go.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
This is going to be a boring hand. I'll go.
Chris, your mic.
Bill, you want to grab the mic and clip it on, or
just
grab the one over there?
Right, well, we'll just.
Oh yeah, that's
share.
fine too. Just pull it
So
toward you, right toward you.
Are we commentating on the hand on the right here?
On the right, yeah.
Okay.
Bronya, we just went to get a sweat on the Swiss in the mix, just for see what the scores are, see if we can update some people for that, because this board looks like it's going to be a little bit of one of the. There'll probably be a little break after this as well.
So what does that mean?
We're just updating on what's happening.
Cool.
Well, unless
tell Billy he's got to talk into the microphone.
Yeah, Billy, you have to talk into the microphone.
Okay, I've got it. I've got it.
And welcome to the broadcast, sir. The best thing about this, for me especially, like I'm a kid in a candy store, is just the amazing panels we've had. Everyone that's joined us, and this is such a great format. People can just drop in. We're right in there what the Patreon lounge used to be for the Nationals. So we've had so many amazing people drop in and say hi and talk about bridge. So thank you for joining. And here we go.
Yeah, very exciting.
Looks like all roads lead to the same result, right? And
yes.
That's an average round for Fleischer now. Just a win, a loss, and a tie. And that's the format, folks. 1, half, or 0. That's all you're playing for. Win, loss, or draw. It doesn't matter if it's a 2,000-point difference or a 10-point difference. That's what matters.
Kind of surprising with the 6 diamonds after his partner raised to 3 that he didn't come again white red to 5 diamonds. I mean, it's got a couple queens on the side, but not. It probably looks like he probably should have tried to push him up to the 5 level here.
And it seems like that's likely what they did at the other table. In fact, I can show you guys in the room what happened. They did, in fact, take that push to 5 diamonds at the other table, Billy, and then it went double by North past 5 spades, and that's how they got that result.
That's kind of, standard bridge. Well, I've got 6 of them. with ace, king, jack, sixth. Probably we don't have enough defense to beat 4 spades generally.
Especially after the raise to 3 diamonds.
Right. And no spots in the, no even bothersome queen 10 thirds or anything, or, yeah.
All right, and as predicted, not too much to see here. It's just gonna be scooping up the tricks.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, he's just roughing.
The clubs
Wait,
break.
he's only making 4 actually. Is that right?
I don't think so.
What happened? What did we miss there?
I don't know.
That is a loss if that's correct. And that's a blow for
We'd have to
team.
see what happened in the
Yeah,
replay.
Let's go look at that
where did
at our table.
Where did the third trick come from?
It went heart to the jack as a win, spade ace. Yeah, sorry, that's the wrong board, guys. There it is. There is the rough ace of hearts. He just played heart, essentially, and then lost to another heart attack. That's interesting.
I don't know
what happened. Think that could be right, or you think that's just a view graph problem?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out, actually. And once again, the scores above my right shoulder, folks, should be the official scores. Those are ones that are coming right from ACBL Live, which essentially I believe is right from their machines, right? They're patching us into that. So that's the score that matters. Some of the results, we're not sure, especially when we see something wonky like that in a board that looks like it might not have been the correct line. We'll take those with a grain of salt.
I don't know. Maybe, I guess there's a problem with if you cash the ace, king of clubs first, the queen of spades might score somewhere where it wasn't going to or something, right? Is that what happened here, maybe? I'm not sure what the declarer was thinking.
Right. I mean, the other piece here is that he might have been worried that the ace queen of spades were offside, or that he might lose a spade to the ace and get a spade back, and he decided that West rated to have four hearts, in which case maybe he thought he could read the situation. But yeah, it's definitely a bit odd. I'm not sure.
If this is a correct score, this is that's big, right? That's them going.
So we don't have the result from the other table yet.
Close set.
But obviously the guy at the other table will have to lead spades.
Can I show you guys table 1 here? This is the second place team. This is the Amos team against the Rimstead brothers. And I have to tell you the best burn quote I've heard in while we wait to see what Ola does with his hand.
You do have
I can't remember who said it. Hampson. He said, and first of all, Michael Rimstead's like the nicest person ever, and this was a very good quote. He goes, I think Michael has the best luck. He's the only Rimstead that can say he has 3 wonderful siblings. And I was like, that's a sick burn right there, especially considering like how nice both of the Rimstead brothers are. And here you could see those guys live, and there it is. He got to the 5 diamond bid over there, and he turned his head. This was it, guys. He put the 5 diamond bid down, and he went like, I don't know what that means, but it seemed like he was reluctant to put that bid down, at least for a moment. And we will find out what happens. The tray is in front of. He just shipped it with a pass, and we'll see what Sartaj does. What would you guys do with the south hand here?
Well, so it's interesting to note on this. But it's interesting to note on this auction, right? Andy didn't bid over 2 diamonds. It went a spade, 2 diamonds, and he chose to pass with the north hand. Heard it go 2 spades. Heard partner bid 3 spades all by themselves, and then he passed over the double, hoping maybe they'll try to defend 3 spades double. When that didn't happen, he tried 4 spades, and sort of the tempo of the auction really sort of slowed things down enough to where it's kind of understandable, for Sartaj not to be particularly eager about defending or bidding out to 5 spades.
Right.
When partner couldn't raise to 2 spades, partner competed to 4, but honor in 1 is very much in the game. So playing 5 spades is mic him up.
Yeah, like playing 5 spades is feels a little bit scary here, with 10 7th, and so that winds up being sort of a
Just put it in Billy. Take it back.
yeah.
Billy, I'm sorry. I just gave you a microphone that now you don't
Here,
need.
I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, pass that back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Give you that back. We'll do a little of this.
A nice thoughtful lead of the king of spades there.
Yeah, right there, Billy. I mean, Andy led the king of spades on this.
To save
Nice.
a pitch. Throw a heart loser away on the.
And we see two different treatments on this. The table, the other match that we were watching, which was the Fleischer match, we saw both tables play spades, 4 spades and 5 spades. Here we see at the other table 5 spades down 1. And 5 diamonds doubled here. Martel only made 4 spades. So there was commonality in only 10 tricks in spades on this at two different matches. So we could have, this is going to be good for the Amos team, right? They're the north-south pair here, so they're going to win this board, it looks like, right?
Yep.
And we aren't, when we look at the other results, I'm not sure if they're right, so we can't know, but we will let you know after the round. It takes about 5 or 6 minutes for us to get the results after the round completes, and when we do get those, I will share those live with you folks. And we'll make sure to bring you all the action. We had, I can say we had a misunderstanding of how our delay worked on the end of it. So you might have been surprised in the last couple of broadcasts where we just ended abruptly. That will not happen again. Apologies for that, but we certainly don't want that to happen in the last session. So we're glad it happened in the penultimate one.
So look what's about to happen to Sartaj here. Right, the defense didn't get hearts going early enough, and so now when Declarer plays on clubs, he's actually going to get end played into having to give up either a rough and discard or an extra heart trick. So it looks like 5 diamonds doubled will go down 1 less, but it's sort of a Pyrrhic victory in the sense that
same result, but you feel better about it, maybe.
Right, you feel good about going off 1 less in 5 diamonds, especially given that. It's a good save, but with 5 spades down 1 in the other room, turns out that as long as nobody revokes too many times, this will be a win for Moyles.
And I don't know if the Rinset's
It
actually feel that
takes
terrible
you got to
about
lead
this,
a
knowing
club
that spades
to
is
get all your tricks,
successful.
right? You have to come out with North has to come out with a club to get all your tricks. Get the ace king out of his hand at trick 1 and 2.
Very.
Yeah, yeah, that would be an odd lead. But 300 is good enough for the win.
All right, there it is. And that is a wrap for round 5, folks. And we will have the updated scores, but it should be exciting because Fleischer lost a step that round. 1 point out of 3.
Well, and it's 10 rounds in the evening, not 9, I believe, because there's 10 teams, so you play
9 rounds.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, math, not mathing.
Well done.
I don't know.
But it was 10 rounds the first set yesterday, and then
okay,
it was 9,
that's what I was thinking
yeah,
of because you play 10.
Because
9 and 10.
I was a little mad at you for a moment. I'm like,
no.
We're staying for more boards tonight.
I'm full of nonsense.
We're in a good run here. Now we have the Rimsteads at this table. Quick change, and let me get you over to that table. We see Hampson and I think Greco coming into the other match. So it's funny, the tables are right next to each other. They're tables 5 and table 6, so we're seeing a lot of the same East-West pairs come right after each other. And here we go.
Yeah, so Michael choosing kind of an aggressive but normal, I think, 1 spade overcall. Feels red white. It's a little scary, and Jack 10 9 6 isn't awe inspiring, but sometimes you just you get in early and then get out with a hand like
the
this.
majors, you just got to get in there. You could have a game up with almost nothing, right? Imagine your partner is sitting there with king jack fifth of hearts and a singleton spade and not much else. You might make a game on a good day, so you can't be sitting there passing with such a good pure hand.
And you do have a nice 9-card hard fit with the East-West players, but the question is, where will you be when you try to discover it? Relatively
They're
early?
going to discover it right here.
Yeah, about to be discovered.
Yep.
And really, the only question here, honestly, is 2 hearts or 3.
There, and there's a quick 3.
Chosen the 3 hearts, right? So the fact that you sort of had a quote unquote only 7 points when you overcalled is just irrelevant. Once you find the huge fit, and there's also a little bit of a double fit. Partner's got the doubleton spade and the 5-card hearts, which they showed with their takeout double of 2 clubs.
I haven't touched.
That your side probably makes a lot, and also where are those minors? The opponents probably also make a lot. So many good reasons to kind of get it up there with the jump to 3 hearts.
This is something that the advancing players, and if you're out there taking a look at that, first of all, thank you for joining. But second of all, it's very hard to wrap your head around a 7-point hand.
And now he's
taking this sort of action. But as you hear from Chris, this is all about a massive trump fit and a lot of shape where you take tricks. And
lots of pressure on the south hand now.
Yeah, exactly. Bill.
Martel's there with his 7.5 tricks and doesn't know if he can stop the spade. Who's stopping the spades?
Yeah, I think you just have to kind of bid 3-no trump, and the opponents are guessing on the opening lead too. You're guessing with they. How do they know that you're wide open in spades? So they're probably going to lead the bid and raised heart suit most of the time.
Right. Well, he might also look to to bid 3 spades if spades was if spades was the problem suit, or sorry, if he has a spade stop and hearts was the problem suit, he might actually just look to bid 3 spades. But
keep going. I'm just don't pay attention to me.
Yeah, it's true that in general, what Adam's referencing is that if the opponents have bid 2 suits naturally, generally, if we bid either of those suits, we are showing a stopper in that suit and looking for a stopper in the other suit for no trump. So 3 spades bid by South here would say, I have spade stop. Obviously, why didn't I bid 3-no trump? I must be looking for a heart stopper. So here, I think 3-no trump would definitely show a heart stopper and is ambiguous about spades. And that's just, there's a limited number of bids at this level, so that's just the best that South can do. But again, it is also a little bit of a poker situation, right? Because it's very hard for West to know which suit to lead.
Chip taking his time with this. He has the tray fully in front of him, hanging off the table almost, and Ola just sitting there with his hands in his pockets and his head down, waiting for the action.
And of course, 3-no is the winning bid by Martel here.
Yeah, I just can't see
because
how
of the
he's
spade blockage.
Well, right, but also, who knows what would be led? Here probably, I agree, West would probably find a spade lead, but if West had king doubleton of spades, then I think there's no way he's just going to come out with this king doubleton right here. He has a sequence to lead, but I think 3-no trump, you'd often just survive anyway.
Marty and Michael just chatting away, having a good old time on the other side of the screen right now. Just they're kind of having a nice conversation right now.
What do we think Martel's going to bid? 3-no or 3 spades?
You want to? There we go.
He's
$5, $1. Do we want to gamble on it? That's the question.
By the way, just back on terms of the East hand and the only 7 points and so forth, you can notice that on this hand, East-West have some play for 4 hearts, right? If the heart finesse wins and the hearts are 2-2, but the hearts come in, right? They'll lose only 1 diamond, 1 club, and 1 spade.
Well,
so that just shows the power when you have a big fit, 9+ card fit, and then you also have shape on the side. These hands can just take a lot of tricks with very few points.
There he is. After a long time, he bids 3-no and snap double by. Oh no, sorry.
I'm thinking West is
Snap
bidding
bid.
4 hearts here. Yes.
He did bid 4 hearts.
Oh, 4 diamonds.
4 diamonds.
4 diamonds.
Yeah. What's 4 diamonds, your guess?
Pick a major. We've got fits in both. You pick the place where we should play.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with 5 bad hearts that he might be worried that partner was jumping a little bit more on strength. Although the 3 no bid sort rates to make that less it makes that certainly less attractive. But it's plausible the partner could have a little more, and 4 spades might play better than in hearts, given the bad trump.
And he chooses hearts. The double is just,
I've got diamonds.
Yep. Hey, I still have those.
I have even more than I told you the previous time.
Yeah.
And Chip has another problem.
Yeah, and Chip, once again,
Has more
bidding
problems.
Trey in the same situation, directly in front,
Yeah.
taking his time.
I mean, he has
By the way, that
to
is
be
good.
thinking about 4-0, honestly.
The position of the
No,
tray
5
there
clubs.
is kind of proper technique, right? So this is not observed by a lot of good players, but the tray should be fully
5 clubs.
on in one side of the screen, which often requires it to kind of come over an
To
angle
intrude into the
to
open air space.
to
Yeah.
not be peeking under. Yeah, that
Understood.
just makes it much harder
And
for
the
anyone to
instance
get
have come
any
through. Look at
extraneous
that. That is
information.
doubling.
From the
Yep.
inside.
Yeah, I mean,
Very well done by West.
By Ola, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Relatively quick decisions by the young Rimstead there.
Well, he's had all of Chip's time to kind of make his
yeah,
plan.
he's making
so.
his plan while he's thinking, exactly. And that is the end of the auction, folks. And we're opposite 3-0 Trump in the north, down 1. So what will be the result here?
Looks
Is
like
this
down 1.
another
Looks like
loss
the
for
3 top
Martella?
losers.
And because they're doubled, this is...
Yeah, that's a loss.
And let me see if we can get a
Well done.
sweat of the after 5 results. We'll probably have those at this point, and I will refresh those for you.
Yeah, well, it's worth noting in 5 clubs doubled that this king of spade lead takes out the entry to the diamonds. So Declarer is actually going to have a lot. They have an extra spade to dispose of that they don't really have anywhere to put, and they don't know that there's the stiff 10 of clubs sitting out there that gives them an extra entry.
I guess nothing. I think they're just going to take a club finesse essentially by playing ace of spades and a spade, planning to then rough the 3rd spade and dummy and just hope that West, who is known to be out of spades at that point, doesn't have the 10.
Right.
There's an update in
They
scores,
could duck the
guys.
spade.
Oh, or you duck it, but it's essentially that's the same thing. There's going to be another spade continued, and now he's that same.
Right, it's the
club
same
finesse.
position basically. Yeah.
So here we go, 28.67 for Fleischer. Almost exactly 1 board behind. 27.68 is the Amos team.
Almost being a key word.
That .01, right?
Yeah, that could decide
that
the
could
event.
certainly do it. And when you see these fractional scores, folks, there's carryover involved. That's why it's kind of a weird number if you're looking at it. But honestly, Kevin Rosenberg right behind by .88. So within a board of Moyles as well. And then nickel charging. There are 3 teams with 9.5 points. They are Rosenberg, Nickel, and Who. Those are the hot teams right now. Fleischer not being shabby either, 7.5, but they're getting a little bit of pursuit here. Let's see what happens. And gentlemen, I'm going to have to take a short break myself for once. So let me pass this to Billy.
What is he passing to me?
You get a
You want
microphone.
me to pass it out of the room, Billy?
No, it's
You just clip that on you, and I'll be right back.
All right. Well, now that he's gone, we can say things about him. So yeah, I mean the Rimsteads really did very well here to not only sort of get the opponents out of what was likely a making what was a making 3-0, but
it was going to fail in practice, right? In other words, Declarer wasn't going to. On the King of Spades would have been led for sure, I think, and Declarer is just going to, he's not going to try to lead a heart to the king and play for a blockage. You try to go down 5. He's just gonna run a straight.
Declarer is going to be forced to get it right? King of Spades ducked spade. He runs 7 clubs and exits a diamond, and
yes, the other guy's high.
And down 1.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. So
So it was going to go down 1. It turns out an overcompete. Assuming you would find the winning lead of the King of Spades, but hard to complain about getting to 4 hearts when all you need is luck and hearts to make it. It's a reasonable set of actions, certainly by East-West, and then, kind of the tough, misjudgment by Martel. And when I say misjudgment, that's not to denigrate, but just say, it did not happen to work out well in this case. think there's perhaps an argument for him to pass it around to partner, but it sort of sounds like a big misfit from partner, essentially bidding diamonds 3 times, but certainly nothing to criticize. A relatively normal set of actions from all the players, and then a very good double at the end by Rimstead again to turn 50 into 100 and turn half a board into a full board. So you notice everyone's very, very quick on the trigger in this event, and you're seeing why. Here we are again, the 2+ club from Fleischer, 1 diamond overcall, Martel, wondering. The south hand, if you kind of look at it superficially, right, you might think, oh boy, they've overcalled in diamonds and I have them nailed. But then you kind of look up and you say, well, I've only got 3 major suit cards,
yes.
and my partner didn't open a major, so
Maybe I should give them. Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean,
Are they allowed to raise? Does one club promise anything or no?
no, for this pair it could be a 2+ club,
So
but
they
I think
couldn't raise.
I think in standard it
Yeah,
would
I would
actually be
raise to 2
clearly
clubs.
be correct to
Yes,
raise
to
to
2
2 clubs at the south end because it's just a complete pipe dream to end
Yes.
up defending diamonds, and
Agreed.
you want to get past the majors.
But when we know that partner has at most probably 1 diamond, right? Maybe 2, and they have at most 8 major suit cards, right? If we give partner a stiff diamond and 8 major suit cards, they have 4 clubs.
Well,
right?
but the problem is if you do raise clubs and partner has 4 clubs in a singleton diamond, partner doesn't know that you know. So they're going to be thinking, oh, I could have had 2 cards in a balanced hand, and now I have a splinter in diamonds, and they're just going to go off to the races. So I don't think you can quite survive on this particular auction, kind of guessing your partner's hand, because they won't know that you've guessed it. Aha. So here comes Martel. I think 2 diamonds here would be an offer to play. So in other words, when partner opens the bidding and the opponent overcalls and we pass, the only good hand we can have for that pass is sort of a penalty double of the overcalled suit. So that means if we do start with that pass and then later the opponent bids something else and we come back, bidding the overcaller suit, that is natural. It says my hand was such a good penalty double of 1 diamond that I want to compete to 2 diamonds, even though I know my right-hand opponent has a 1 diamond overcall. And that appears to be sort of fairly accurate bidding from north-south here. You can see that, in fact, 2 diamonds would certainly play fine on this hand.
Chris, did you get any results from the other events by any chance?
I did. I got to take a look at the North American Swiss, which is being the substantial lead to a Chinese team captained by Sun, all Chinese team, including former World Open Pairs champion Fu Zhang.
Yeah.
In second place is the Knottenbelt team. And in third place, the Bernal team, which is sort of a multinational team, including quite a few Swedes.
And any mixed?
I did not check the mix.
The Rimsteads are with, I guess, 3 Rimsteads now, with
Kevin,
Shan Huang.
Cecilia, and Sandra, yeah.
Yes.
The other Rimsteads that you're
Yes.
not looking at right now.
Right, the rest of them, yes.
And so look at this exciting action here. So we've got that 2 diamond bid natural from south, a rare but clear bid. The opponents find the 4-4 spade fit, and now Fleischer thinks to himself, he says, I know my partner has a singleton spade. I have 10-4, so that's not good for defense. And if my partner was willing to play in 2 diamonds after the opponent overcalled, boy, must this singleton jack of diamonds be a good card. And again, just to keep beating a dead horse, nobody is vulnerable at match points.
And
so
Fleischer
we
proving his
wanna
aggression here
compete
too.
and look,
Yeah.
and this is one of the great things that can
amazing.
happen is
There it is.
sometimes right the opponents also know that nobody's vulnerable at match points, and so they might think to themselves, well, even if I can get plus 100 against 3 diamonds doubled, maybe I can get plus 140 in 3 spades.
Well, this-
I have to say, I don't really like this pull with king queen 5th of diamonds. It feels like you're supposed to take your chances on defense.
But it feels like this is where bridge kind of blurs the line with poker sometimes at the high level, right? Like in these spots where there's aggression, like what's happening, how close is it, and you're going to get a fair amount of these right and a fair amount wrong, I would guess, if you're.
To make 3 spades.
Yeah, but at some point, the law of total tricks can be a helpful guide if you're not sure. Again, if you feel like you're getting in the weeds, my advice is always just to zoom out, right, and say, hey, the opponent. I know I know the opponents don't have any more than 8 diamonds, right? Because I've got 5. Probably they have exactly 8. Here they happen not to, but that's what East is expecting. And he knows from the bidding that the spades are only a 4-4 fit. So 8 diamonds and 8 spades. Well, if the law of total tricks is accurate on this deal, that should say, well, if we're making 3 spades for 9 tricks, we're expecting the opponents only to be able to take 7 tricks in a diamond contract. So plus 300 is better than plus 140.
And just a heads up for those of you watching out there, the scores you're seeing right above me are after round 5. We are currently round 6. You can see we're playing boards 16, 17, and 18. And we have 9 total rounds to go. So 3 more after this. This is always going to be a live score from the round before that you're looking at. You can see it's tightening up at the top.
Double.
What are we talking about over there, guys? Talk to me.
West's aggressive double bid was very good, but his partner, Chris was saying, his partner, you would have thought King Queen 5th was enough to sit for the double, and now he's going to go minus here in 3 spades, when he was going to go plus in.
Defending 3 diamonds.
Defending 3 diamonds looked like they clearly looks like they have enough here to.
And particularly if you just look at those spade spots, notice that Declare can never get any diamond roughs. Right, they'll all be getting over roughs. He's got to basically, find a way to get back and forth and all that. Although the spade switch seems to have possibly been helpful to. I think it would have been.
Clearly on a diamond
better
back,
just to switch to a diamond and try to get those
they had him quickly with a diamond back.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a grind.
Yeah.
We're going. Yes.
Yeah. So what's going to happen next? It's going to be a heart to the jack, the 10 of hearts.
Well, and Fleischer was probably hoping/expecting partner to have one of the jack or 10 of hearts, which is why he was returning trump. So he was thinking that as long as partner has a heart spot, we're safe to start trying to prevent them from roughing out things rather than going for roughs in our own hand.
Wow.
But this is an interesting.
Yeah. So that's just sort of conceding. Basically, the dummy is now kind of starting to set up.
Right. Well, I mean, and now Fleischer might cash the ace of clubs and play a diamond, really trying to drive home the point.
Right, but that's
not enough.
Yeah, because basically what's going to happen is jack of diamonds, king ace and a diamond back, and Declare can just pitch a club.
Trouble here.
Yeah.
North South's got some trouble.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can see at the other table, 3 diamonds in the South doubled down 1.
Yeah.
So they took 1 step less at the other table apparently on this one. Yeah. I honestly, I'm super impressed with just that 3 diamond bid by the North player. Where, how do you think that this is okay? But really, when you do put your partner on a hand, the most important thing you can start doing if you're an advancing player, start thinking about what's going on over there. What does the auction tell you? And it just becomes very powerful to know what partner and know your partner's a solid citizen here, and you can trust them to have a hand that's worth this sort of bid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say most players are solid citizens when they're trying to play in a suit.
The opponents have shown it, but yeah, exactly. They've shown naturally.
That is generally a spot.
If you're not a solid citizen there, you probably
you're going to pay a lot of penalties.
Yeah, very fair. All right, and we see varying degrees of speed throughout this event. Some of the hands have been relatively quick, and some a little less so.
I think Fleischer knows a lot about the deal now. He obviously knows the spade suit, and he knows the heart suit because he got count from his partner. So he knows that Declare has Jack 10 double 10 of hearts to throw the jack away here.
Correct.
So
he does know all the cards now.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing he doesn't know for certain, well, no, he knows everything for certain. He just knows everything.
One thing we talked about.
Yeah, this I don't love that. Just like enabling. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Well, this now gives him a chance, one last chance, I think, to
Yes,
go for the
he's still
promo.
okay. Marty's still okay here.
Because Declarer is going to wind up. Well, actually, is that true?
He's
Actually,
drawing all
he
the
can
trump.
draw trumps and run hearts
And then
and
a
play
club to
and
the
play a
10.
diamond.
Yeah.
No, he runs hearts and plays a diamond,
Well, yeah,
and they have to give him one more trick in the end.
Because
He's going to be fine.
Yeah, yeah. So he's now he's actually making 3 spades. It looks like.
Yeah, wow.
Yes.
140 against 100. Nobody vol.
There it is.
Nobody vol in match points.
Beating a dead horse, basically. We've been talking about the same concepts over and over again, and we see how. They rewound something there. Did that matter, guys? I did not.
Yeah, no. I mean, at this point, he can just exit a diamond, and
He gets either a club trick or a diamond
or a
trick.
diamond trick. Yeah.
One or the other.
Pretty nifty for the Rimstead brothers, and that is another spoiler play, right, guys?
Meanwhile, we're talking about spoiler plays, but Fleischer sort of well below average with the set now, and it just shows when you're scoring on match points on a one top can turn on a dime.
Yeah.
Right, so just a few bad boards. Maybe if you were playing in a tough match point field, you'd have 3 40% boards, no big deal, right? But 40% in the Reisinger is 0%.
Yes. That is well said.
So here we go. Lebowitz taking it to him in the first 2 boards, 2 wins.
Yeah, I think this event's about to get very interesting.
Agreed. And right now, I'm leaving the score up there, folks, right above me. That is the score before the action of this round, folks. So what you're seeing above me is a live update, but after round 5. So we have 2, and now this 3rd result to come in. We'll get another update, but right now, they're 0 for this round. So Fleischer, if M. Oils is doing anywhere better, or honestly Rosenberg at this point, we could have a multi-horse race for the last several rounds here. 6 rounds, 3 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, Fleischer, it looks like has lost the last 4 boards, right? Which is a pretty big swing.
Are you
in
feeling
an event
that
like this?
Are you feeling that when it's happening too? Like, when do they get a chance to compare after how many boards at all?
It just depends. In theory, you can compare whenever, but you have to finish. You have to not be slowing up the event. Is normally what they do.
Okay.
So I don't know. Not watching the tables like you, so I don't know whether they're kind of finishing with any time left to go compare or not.
And again,
I assume there'll be a break after here. There's usually a break after 3 and 6.
exactly.
So
And we've usually seen a few minutes here where they just have people away, and
they will surely be comparing during that time.
Yep.
And so here looks like some sort of semi-forcing 1 no trump response, if I'm guessing.
And then 2 diamonds, like, you definitely want to be bidding with this hand. You don't want to be floating a no trump in necessarily, I guess, in this spot. What do you think with the East hand there?
I don't know. I think I probably would float a no trump.
You would let it go? Not worried about it?
It's not clear we have somewhere better to play. I have good spots. My stiff queen is okay. I don't mind floating a no trump. Especially, I'm not really enthusiastic about playing game anywhere.
There's the impossible spade for us.
Yes.
Where would you like to play? Just looking at the East-West hands.
Well,
it's not totally clear.
No.
Playing my own methods, I would have gotten to 2 hearts by bidding 2 diamonds 1 round earlier with the East hand. Big Flannery fan here.
You play Flannery. I was just going to say, what do we think?
2 diamonds pass, 2 hearts all pass.
Well, the cards are very friendly. No matter where you play it, it's very friendly.
It's going to be good news, right? Yeah.
So the more aggressive you are, the better off you're going to be here, because everything is making.
Easy 3 no trump as the cards lay.
Yeah.
Even though it's not a particularly good contract.
You're not loving it when the dummy comes down, even.
No. But with King Queen of Hearts on side and the King of Spades on side,
right?
You're just of
and
course
the clubs 4-4. Clubs are 4-4 too. Yeah.
And just notice in the auction there, I'm just going to flash it up because it is a pretty neat bid for those of you that are kind of new to the game.
And where did they stop? In 3 diamonds, eh?
Yeah, so that's going to be a win for the Fleischer team if that other result is correct.
Because 120 is going to be better than what? Can they only make 3 diamonds?
No, I believe you're going to make more than that.
Yeah,
so they made 150 and 1 no, and 3 diamonds
plus 2. Excuse me.
Right. But 3 diamonds actually has life for making 5.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
get
you could even make 5 if you go all in here in diamonds. Yes, with the spade finesse.
What's up, sir?
and
Welcome.
The 3-2 diamonds. And the king, queen of hearts. Yeah, it'd be hard to actually fall out of not making 5 diamonds. No matter what line you took, everything comes home.
And just a quick thing, I have the auction up here, but I'm gonna slide it out of there for now. But that 2 spade bid is essentially just, hey partner, I have a really good hand for that second suit you just showed.
Right.
Because guess what I didn't have originally? I didn't have 4 spades, so it becomes a neat little mechanism where now you can make a courtesy raise with maybe a lesser hand.
Right.
That can just bid 3 diamonds, so you get a 2-tiered type of show there.
How are you?
I believe we have Alon Bierman in the crowd as well. If you lead it, we can't see you necessarily, and just move the mic toward you if you want to talk. But welcome to the broadcast, sir.
Thank you.
I want to give him a good plug. Popular.
I will be just really short, so.
Popular Israeli bridge professional.
It's okay, whatever.
All right. So he needs to make 5 to get a chop, basically, right? And that would be a massive just tear through here.
He's on his
2.5
way.
versus the leaders.
He's definitely on his way to making 5 here.
Wow.
If he
Oh, I see. So
he leads a heart up here, and he's
Oh yeah. So what? He switched to a harder trick too.
no, they led the heart.
Oh.
I'll give it to you just in case, and maybe the crowd needs it. So
no, he did. He switched to a harder trick.
I went club and then heart switch. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was very helpful for because I think if he had just played a trump back, making 5 was definitely. Declare has a lot of worries.
A lot of worries. Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit more.
Yeah. Now he has the extra entries to to lead down.
And he knows the spade finesse is going to be winning again. as well,
Right. I
so
mean,
that's
if 3-2 on 3-2 trumps now, he's got some extra entries. He's got some spade roughs to
so
threaten.
I agree now. Certainly on that
like-
heart switch and leading a heart down now, he's going to probably make 5 pretty easily to push the board.
Yeah, and so we'll get a kind of exciting push, but
And again, let me just draw your attention to the scores right above, folks. Fleischer in the lead, but it is a shrinking lead. They're 0.99 ahead of Moyles in second place,
Right,
who
and
are
they've
in
just
turn 0.88 ahead of Rosenberg. So it's
and
close.
assuming that they've recorded minus 150 on this board, they've dropped. They got half.
They went half out of 3.
So they've essentially dropped the board against.
We may have a new leader. After
Par.
this
I think
round,
it's quite
guys.
likely there'll be a new leader, although not certain.
so here Declare is trying to rough out all of these clubs. It's a bit interesting though because now he's running low on high trumps here. He still has a club to deal with, and had Martel covered this 10 of spades, I think he might have been in bigger trouble. But now he has transportation to sort of to do everything and still make 5. But I think Martel could have still saved it as Declare played it by covering the 10 of spades. Of course, you look a bit silly when when partner has Jack third, but camera's there.
Yeah. I think Jack third would be unlikely because you have the 8 and the Declare has shown you the 9 and 10, so they'd be kind of giving up some legitimate plays. Probably could have figured it out, but
That is
that.
It's going to be that. That's 11 tricks. They're going to take a diamond at the end in the south chair, but that is a chop, and wow.
Okay.
Wow. After 6, we have a ball game, as they say, gentlemen. So we will wait the results to be updated officially but I don't know if we're gonna have lead change, but we're gonna have a really, really tight run towards the finish here.
Yeah, what's interesting is that with Fleischer having had such a big lead and falling back, we now have a lot of other teams that are all of a sudden in reach. So I mean,
Nickel even. Nickel,
right.
If Nickel has
That's right.
one big set, they're in it.
That's right.
I think
For 4
maybe
to 5
Goldberg
teams.
is a little too far out. They're 5.5 away.
That's too far. There's not enough boards left.
I
for
mean,
that.
again, it's you're not gaining things hand over fist here. It's one or a half at a time. But man, having a downturn, and it looks like Hampson and Greco are at the table and ready to go. So
all
maybe
right.
they're
This could be a very big round. This
maybe
could be
we're
the round
winning.
that
This is
decides
the Nickel
event.
team coming in, and let's see where they are as they start playing. We'll get that updated score. Maybe we're looking at 1-2, 1-3. Who knows?
Yeah, we might have another one of these double match point rounds where, you know, each board that one team wins really gives them an advantage over the other team that's vying for the lead.
Particularly if Nickel is a little bit on the outside here, a good match by them just changes everything, and it also could help many other teams that are close enough to get in shouting this. They're ready to play, guys. Here they go. Boom. Maybe other tables are taking a break. They maybe are playing through a break, or maybe there isn't one. They're just trying to.
Oh yeah, who knows?
Get it going.
The one heart opening.
He passed. Oh, sorry, that's hearts. I thought he had a spade suit up there for a second.
I think Greco is probably just going to force the game here, but it is a little uncomfortable in the Hampson Greco style, which is opening all 11s. On the other hand, King Jack Doubleton of your partner's 5-card suit do look pretty exciting, although he'd rather hit his partner with Fleischer's hearts than with his Hampson's actual hearts.
That's much more useful. Right?
Yeah, and here we end up in what sort of ends up being a thin 3-0 because the cards don't fit perfectly. But of course, North is cursing his life on opening lead here.
Good choice. Good luck.
Well, I have King 6-4 and King 6-5. I lead my stronger one. That's the problem.
All right, then the 5 of diamonds for Adam Kaplan.
Well, okay. I think there is something to be said for a spade.
He led the weaker suit.
I think a spade lead is good because we many times in a precision style where the opener is known to be limited, we might see a responder with 4 spades and 5 clubs and just kind of 13 or 14 points, just did a spade. They say, well, I'm not worried about slam and clubs or something like that. I just want to check for spades and then get to 3-0 trump. So I think, Declare is denied spades, and I think it's just extremely unlikely that Demi's going to have the spades here, although certainly possible. So I think this is well chosen.
Actually, obviously on this hand, the king would have been the better lead. Might as well get that king out of your hand early.
The old Merrimack Cooch.
Right? Yeah, the police lead. Yes, the king.
So it's funny. In the other match, the auction was a club pass 3-0 at the table to the left there. And don't let your eyes deceive you guys. We are not watching Hampson and Greco at both tables. One of the tables updates after one round. So they're not in 2 places at once. So I'm waiting for the results, guys. Let's get these updated.
Yeah,
let me just say that if I had had queen 3rd of spades, I would have been leading the queen of spades.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
but
So I think-
unfortunately they
King
dealt me the
3rd
king-
is
king
too
3rd,
much.
Right, but that was unlucky. It wasn't queen 3rd, king 3rd.
So I think Martel here. It's hard to imagine it being wrong in the long run to just return a spade, even though Declare has 2 spade stoppers. For all Martel knows, his partner has ace 3rd of diamonds, right? Doesn't want to start setting up Declare's tricks. I think he's just going to return a spade. I actually think he might consider returning like the 5 of spades to be a little tricky here.
I mean, his partner could have 4 spades, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I would say it looks like on a high level, if Hampson did false card with the 8 of spades, that makes it a lot easier for Martel to read the 4 as being from a 3-card suit, because we know Declare has the deuce. Because Fleischer can't have 5.
Would he beat 2-0 so quickly with Jack and 1 in spade?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. We have an update of the leaderboard, gentlemen. Are you ready? It is exciting. Here it is, and here it comes to the rest of the world. Amoyle's now 29.71 in the lead.
Wow.
Down by 0.54 is Rosenberg.
Okay.
And then Fleischer now third, down by exactly a half of a point.
So, below second or below?
Below second. So the top 29.71, second 29.17, third 28.67. Everyone else is, Nickel is 3.5 boards behind third. So it looks like a 3-horse race, and it is as tight as we can have it at this point, guys.
So interesting here. Anyway, did you go back to the card combination?
They're tearing down our set around us.
Hampson, they're just kind of
you're gonna take it all down now, or you're gonna leave us up for a moment, guys?
I think we may not have paid our rent or something.
Just the white drape. Okay, thank you. Just the door. They're
just
ready
the-
for us to
just
get
the
out of
door.
here, folks. If we can pan the camera around, they're tearing down the site around us. It's this is the West Gate, folks.
So anyway, just to go back to what I was saying, the 4 of spades is led, and Hampson false cards with the 8. So now, Fleischer cannot have the deuce. There's no holding, from king 6 4 deuce or something. He wouldn't lead the 4. He'd lead the deuce. So Martel knows that Hampson has the deuce, and also suspects that Hampson probably didn't bid 2-no trump with 2 little spades. Probably has a spade honor in there somewhere. Therefore, spades are 3-3, and he kind of found the diamond switch. So Hampson, won, and he got a piece of good news here, about to get a piece of bad news.
Well, and Martel knows that he can spare his spades now because there's no future there, and Hampson has gotten rid of a couple dummy entries here.
Yeah. So what is he up to in tricks? He's got 3 hearts and 2 spades with an eventual finesse is 5. And 2 diamonds and a club. He's got some problems. Yeah.
He set up the setting tricks for Fleischer now.
Right now, Fleischer's
got
got
entries.
Yeah, Fleischer actually is going to get to run hearts. It looks like
Be a very quick defense here for Marty.
Yeah, it's interesting.
3 versus 4, folks.
It's interesting. You see, had he just having won the heart jack, some case for playing on clubs to the queen. Yeah, just needing either 3-3 clubs or any 10 or jack doubleton. There's 9-8 of clubs. They're pulling a lot of weight here.
Yes.
And so definitely, definitely a possible play.
Yes.
Particularly, I would say, because
he was short entries.
Yeah, it was going to be very hard. With sort of knowing from the play that the king of diamonds is in the north hand, so the queen of diamonds won't be a re-entry. Yeah, not totally clear.
Yeah, that was maybe a little too fast for Eric there.
So
for
Jeff. Once again, we're watching now
playing.
3 versus 4. We're watching 3 versus 4. Fleischer is now down to third, but again, very close to between first and third. The other table, we have our first place team, so we will sweat that action as well. But right now, I mean, we couldn't ask for anything more at this point for a finish. We have 3 teams.
Yeah. So just briefly, it looks like in the other room.
They played 3-0 in the East on this end, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like 3-0 may have failed in the other room as well.
And we'll get an update on the exact teams there, but it looks like it's Emwells and Zimmerman, if that's correct, which means that could be Kalita and Klukowski there. We'll find out in the next board. And again, we believe we have the right tables focused on here because we know we have the leaders at the other table. And it's Klukowski, Kalita versus Hung and Sartaj Hans in the match, and that is the first place team. And what else? Do you wanna switch over there, guys?
Yeah,
wanna watch
let's
the
jump
winners?
Over. The
leaders.
It's all over, but
leaders.
all over, but the shouting on board 19.
And there you can see the players there. There's Sartaj in the south chair, Klukowski, just kind of staring in the distance at this moment. Nothing's happening just yet. There's a couple bids now, and we have first versus 9th here. So the Zimmerman team is kind of out of it, but like we said, one of the best pairs in the world sitting at the table here, and they're not really playing for 9th place, or they're playing to get the best result on every single board. So
yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a quick run to 4 spades.
2 hearts is just some sort of.
This must be.
That's a misclick.
Or a misclick.
Okay, that makes more sense there. Yeah.
And now I think. interesting. 3 hearts game try, maybe just to sow some confusion, and there they are. And so this looks, Declare actually has a interesting problem here. Although.
So does North.
So does North.
On the low diamond.
North having a
Thank you very much.
interesting issue as well.
Yeah, that's no problem sticking in the 7 of diamonds.
Yeah.
So
So this is going to be interesting because eventually West is probably going to play low, and then so as we seeing all the cards, we see North has to put in the 7 of diamonds to force the queen and kind of preserve his ace jack over dummies king 10. Is that an impossible play? I'm not sure. It's hard to. Nobody would love to lead from queen 3rd or queen 4th on this auction.
Well, of course, what caused it obviously was the interesting 3 heart bid by Kalita.
Do you think that is a deke here in a way, or was
no?
it always...
I don't quite know what 3 hearts was, but it obviously South had a normal heart lead on 1-2-4. He would have just come out with the heart to the 9 and king, but for some reason, because you kind of don't want to take away the heart lead when you have king and 1.
Yeah.
So he.
Maybe it's just generally sowing confusion so that maybe.
And there we have the jack.
Right.
Yes.
Well, so I think he might have actually been thinking about 3-0 maybe if partner bids 3-0, if partner actually bids 3-0 over 3 hearts. I might consider passing, but that's pretty rich.
That's a
right.
little,
That's still pretty rich.
That's really going for it, right?
Usually you would bid your length, and if partner bids 3-0, then you could say, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
That seems a little more
responsible.
Yeah. Anyways, it worked out great for Kalita. He stole a trick here with getting
Al
Hans.
Hollander has a great trivia question, and I'm guessing it's for Chris and Adam. What was the makeup of Billy Cohen's history-making team that won the Reisinger in 1981?
In 81?
No, I don't think
no,
it was
87.
87.
87, Al. Sorry. Al, that's your second misclick of the day out of 8,000 amazing things. So, what was that team in 87?
That's Billy and Ron, maybe. It must be. Wait, let's see. So Reisinger? Was it Reisinger win?
It was the Reisinger win, 87.
Maybe. So was it Billy and Ron? Let's see. It was Zia. I'm pretty sure. Reisinger win in '87. Could it have been Zia and Jaggy and Billy and Ron, something like that?
Nice work, Chris. Knowing his bridge history, well done.
Thank you,
Al. Thanks for the
Very
poll.
good.
That was excellent there.
He definitely gets the sweatshirt now.
Oh, yes. That cemented the sweatshirt for Chris Willikin. You are the proud owner of, wait, let me get it. I have a gift also that I can open on camera when we have a break. But Chris, I would like you to sit. Yeah, that's better. I would like you to accept this on behalf of not only the ACBL, the ViewGraph team, the chat, who has said that they want this. And honestly, we tried to give it to Al Hollander, but he said he'd rather have the notes for Cementa and Versace. We'll try to get working on that. But Chris, thank you for just being amazing, and I hope this warms you in New York and those cold winter days.
It warms my heart.
Yeah, and that is the greatest bridge player in the world that gave that to you. It's Boyer.
He told us so himself.
Klukowski is second best, but and just don't cover the microphone because you're dropping gold there. So congratulations, well done, sir. WBT, check it out, folks, and Bridge War, check that out. Get playing, get people playing. We're gonna get this game going. Let's get the Reisinger Bridge War results next year on this broadcast. I like it.
Okay, 1 spade, 1 no. That's an interesting.
Yeah, they probably don't have
interesting.
any tool. This is one, in the sort of more modern style where the 1-no Trump response to one of a major is completely non-forcing, a little bit of the scary side, but usually when you've got a 7-bagger, someone did something, and sure enough, if you look at it, probably each of the three, if North hadn't bid, East would certainly bid, and if not, though they had both somehow passed,
dancing.
South would have come in. So you do survive these non-forcing one-no trumps and these crazy hands pretty well, which I think is why the modern style is moving away from the forcing and semi-forcing no trump to just the completely non-forcing no trump partner. If you opened with 12 to 14 balance, just pass my one no trump response, and otherwise bid your suit. But at any rate,
West chose one. Are we looking at the one on the left here?
Left,
The
yeah,
Kalita?
sorry,
I
go
mean, obviously, like a invitational 3 hearts probably would have worked better. Would have kept North out of the bidding, and
now they found just
now
a
they
massive
found
fit
5
here.
diamonds,
Yeah.
and now they're going to find their way to 5 diamonds here.
I think that 3 hearts invitational as sort of a semi-psychic bid with the West hand would have, it has some appeal at this game and would have even more appeal in an imp format where you say,
Because
look,
it's more bang for your buck in that.
yeah. If I steal in my opponent's vulnerable game, that's 10 to 12 imps, and if I go minus 50 in 3 hearts when I could have gone plus 110 in 2 hearts, it only cost 4. So I'm getting laid the right odds. So here, perhaps he just didn't want to go minus into his own plus score.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, 3 hearts you could kind of say that it's like a good mixed type hand. This is right. White red. You get
and you got the extra heart.
Right. There's enough things going for you that it's just many ways to win, and I mean here if North South do find their way to 5 diamonds,
takeout double. I would say by
Ouch.
That was an interesting, double.
So now Splinter,
it's gonna have...
Splinter by South as the past hand.
Yeah, right.
Splintering as a past hand in
After
support of your
this.
past hand partner overcall. Vulnerable against
red
9.
play.
Here we go. Okay.
By the way, solid citizen territory. Am I wrong or what? Like, this is...
Klukowski now thinking, well, I have a really nice heart fit here. I'm pretty sure Kalita. I think North is just going to pass here. I think. Right?
It's not going to save him.
Well, the splitter may serve its purpose. I mean, if Andy passes, then maybe Sartaj has to respect that and defend 4 hearts.
Yeah.
I don't think East is going to pass. He made a takeout double.
Yeah, right.
So his partner jumped to 4 hearts. Might not always have 7 of them.
There he is.
He did it.
So, but in all seriousness, folks, this is why you probably don't want to be making a takeout double with this hand, because it's not just that your partner could bury you. It's also, you can't get the hearts when you belong there because you're never going to believe it.
Exactly.
This is something.
Amazing.
So they get out of hearts and into spades, and
whatever.
Whoop.
There, undo accepted. I double. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Klukowski has to be wondering whether his 7-card heart suit should be trumps, even if partner.
No, he knows.
pulled
He
the
knows
4
something
spades,
is wrong.
This auction
Sartaj smoothly
cannot be
passes.
repeated at any other table.
That's true. That's true.
Well, it's fun. We can probably, if we can, we can sweat some of these results as at least contractually, and maybe even see the auctions in a private way. I can tell you guys that.
Always good when you get to lay down your 7-card suit and
it's not Trump.
And your partner made a takeout double. Sorry.
And yet, thank you in the chat. Shout out to the view graph operators. They're doing a great job in this session. Everything's been pretty darn good.
Yeah. That really didn't take him long to pass the double, I gotta say.
Well, I just think
West was 7 hearts and his partner doubled.
But he knows his partner. He jumped to 4 hearts and partner pulled. So I think
it wasn't a jump.
No,
it
no,
wasn't a jump.
it was
3 on one. Oh wow.
You splintered.
Oh, forgive my bad eyes. Yeah. So
that's your first mistake of the day. Actually, can I have the sweatshirt back, please?
Look what's happened here. He's found like a really nice, thoughtful lead. Probably didn't work out that best on this hand, but sort of realizing here, okay, the opponents didn't get to hearts, so my partner has a bunch of hearts. They overcalled diamonds and they penalty double spades. So it's kind of like, actually, if you really think about the shapes, it's almost a lock that North is going to be void in clubs. It's just there's not enough cards to go around otherwise.
So we are approaching the end of the 7th round, folks. We have 2 rounds left after this, and again, I'm going to flash the leaderboard up for you guys. I've taken it down for the moment. Not sure why I did that, but
yeah. In this particular hand, however, the Ace of Clubs lead is just going to kind of simplify matters for Declare.
Right. Well, and Declarer is going to have to be a little careful, but they'll be able to lead a low spade off dummy, and force North to split to pick up the spade suit. If they can't afford to lead the jack anymore because they only have one entry to dummy, but they'll survive here and having been tipped
have
up.
a hard entry too.
Right. Well, the hard
clubs are
entry
all
is
good now.
the hard entry is the only entry.
Right.
Because he can't lead a club because it'll get roughed.
Wait, doesn't he make it now by
Yes,
playing?
leading a low spade.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the double kind of tips him off to it. He has to imagine that North has a passed hand with the queen jack of diamonds to his name.
Has
the
guy
king
doubled
queen of
and
spades.
There's no more face cards out.
And let me just remind you all of the results here, or at least the current results after round 6. You're looking at the leaders, folks. The Amoyles team, the North-South pair here, only up by 0.54, so a little over half of a board over the Rosenberg team, who's playing this event four-handed.
I left an hour ago and Fleischer was up by
Exactly, Steve. It's changed quite a bit, actually. They had a down set. They only had a half out of 3 in the last set, and they were kind of below average for a round before that, I believe, as well. So they've left the door open. Yeah. And that's Steve Garner off camera, folks. Just
Winner of multiple Reisingers himself.
Yes, I
He
believe.
He knows
Hall of Fame inductee as well recently. Well, it's an all-star. That's the coolest thing about this experience. For me, doing this live like this, other than having an audience here, it's almost perfect because people can drop in and say hi and give their thoughts on certain things. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
so
so
well
it
done.
looks
Now
like
this has been- this
Kalita
is-
tried playing a low spade out of his hand instead, but that works just fine
Yeah,
because he
that's
needs
what he's
North to
supposed
have
to
the
do.
king queen
Yeah.
of spades anyway. So it's effectively the same thing. He
Well,
gets
actually,
to
he
overtake the
doesn't.
king of hearts.
Oh, I see. Because otherwise, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Kevin Rosenberg's partner is Brian Platnick, who played many, many years on a team with Greco Hampson as well, also in this event. So,
And a comparison from the other table, it looks like
Six
clubs
clubs.
east, down 4.
Yeah, so a double loss, we might say.
So they,
Double loss.
yeah,
hey,
yeah,
at
they
least spend
definitely
them together,
condensed.
right?
It's good.
Yeah.
Mercifully undoubled. So,
They don't, what, you want
This looks
1.25
like now-
boards?
This
Like-
looks like now a down round for Amoyles, though. Win 1, lose 2, so they go 1 and 2 here. So now is the door open for Rosenberg to step through? Fleischer.
Well, it looks like
By the
Fleischer
way,
won
they-
the.
Fleischer got what did they get? 2 out of 3 there.
They got to 6 clubs, and clubs were never bid by East West at this table. By the way, yes, in the bidding, yes. The other table, 6 clubs.
Gets the 6 clubs, and yeah,
clubs never bid.
that is true.
Yeah, so,
Yes.
so popping over to the flight, right? I mean, over
Let's
in the
jump
Fleischer
over to
room,
Fleischer right
they
now.
won
They're,
their first
they're,
board.
They're playing this last hand, and they're in the auction, and they're at the 4 heart level. Will they get to play 4 hearts?
Yeah,
They've
so-
had much different action here.
I'm
as
actually,
expected.
I'm a little surprised that Fleischer didn't overcall against the strong club. So the club pass a heart. Leaving the Greco-Hampson method, this shows it's totally artificial and shows a minimum game force of kind of any sort, if I'm not mistaken, sort of an 8 to 10 type of hand.
Yep. So you would expect Fleischer, especially given his aggressive reputation, to maybe sometimes take a call here? Or?
Well, they could have shown the minors, and North would have been bidding
Well,
away.
I would actually thought, perhaps either opponent might
Well,
have.
sure. Martel could have taken action over with the initial club bid with a
Right,
two-suiter.
right. Although that is less attractive, I would say, with 2 broken suits, kind of
Yes,
vulnerable against that.
agreed.
But I feel like North, to get doubled in 2 diamonds would certainly be unlucky.
Yeah.
And one thing is, if you catch the opponent with a 1 no trump rebid, right, bidding 2 diamonds causes them a lot of problems. And if you catch the opponent with a 2 club rebid, not super unlikely when you're void of that suit. Again, 2 diamonds, just sneaky, taking up 1 no trump and 2 clubs, taking a little bit of space, just gentle pressure.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That might have made this hand a
Look
little
at that.
more-
Hampson Greco get to play a tasty 4 hearts.
Right, so
Don't have a result from the other table here, and the Amoyles match, the leaders, or at least the leaders before this round, are finished, and they are, I believe, away from the table at the moment.
So how is he going to play this?
I'm guessing a heart, and then probably what do we do here?
Is there a solid? I think there's kind of a solid case here.
Ace and a spade, right?
I think there's a solid case for just well, you might just overtake the king of hearts, perhaps,
Right.
because
you can afford.
basically, if the hearts are 3-2, I mean, your queen doubleton obviously you'll pay off to, but the problem is how do you get to your hand otherwise to kind of draw trumps? The problem is if you play a club, you might easily run into a club ruff. Not even on the first round, right? You play a club to the jack or something, and they win and return a club, and you could just, suffer a ruff. So we'll see.
Yes.
Let's see what he does.
So he's just gonna.
the first action.
So he's just gonna probably now. I don't think he's gonna risk playing clubs.
No, he's going to play ace.
He's just gonna play ace.
He played a club.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, it would be a nice spot for. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter what he does, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hurting a lot now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would assume he's winning the ace. Because he knows his heart's dropping. So he's going to win the ace, I think.
Yeah.
That's a good
He
point.
thinks Declara might have-
certainly doesn't want. He wants some way to get that heart cash before they get over there and cash that ace of hearts.
So
you can't let him
one
do it.
key thing is that from South's perspective, South knows that Declare cannot have a holding like Jack and 1, because that would have given partner an opening lead, a singleton to lead on the opening lead. So he's either got singleton Jack, where partner has doubleton club, or Jack third, where partner's void of clubs, or Declare is void and partner started with Jack third of clubs. And boy, again, would this be a lot easier to read if North had overcalled 2 diamonds, so we know a little bit more about the shapes. But
Right. I
so
mean,
that's
Declare
what
has to
Martell
be a
is
little
thinking about.
Right. I mean, like the opponents have passed throughout on this hand. They have 11 diamonds between them.
Yep.
So I guess it doesn't really matter what he does, right? It's the same. Is that right?
There's that result from the other one, guys. 4 hearts in the West, down 1. So they get to play hearts in both tables at this match.
Yeah.
And unsuccessful at the other table. Let's see what happens here. Looks like this trends toward unsuccessful in general, right?
So I guess,
Yeah,
right?
I don't think it really matters what he does, right? Basically, Declare can never get off the dummy. So they rough some club and switch to the king of spades, or fly ace
A
of
low
clubs and
spade.
switch to a spade.
A low spade.
Why bother?
Because I think he could get thrown back. No, I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just want to kind of clear it out, and then basically, anyway, South is going to rough the second spade anyway, right, just to play another club. So no reason to give him a chance to do something heroic. Not that I think
And then
this
he
is-
gets to rough the spade
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
queen.
That's what I'm
give him
saying. And
another
give his
club
partner
rough.
another club rough. Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So either way, it's the same, right?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing you might think about is going up with the ace and playing a spade, because if one of his partner has the king jack of spades.
Right.
Well, and he can see already that Declare is going to be locked in dummy, but,
But I would
today
say-
that'll cost a trick actually.
Yeah, but I would say, like, again, the fact that North didn't overcall is just
There we go.
making this.
He's made a play, and it looked like a smallish club. There it is, 10 of club. Here comes the rough. And there's the diamond.
Oh.
Allowing Declare to get over there.
Ooh.
And that is going to be
Not good.
that, as Chris Farley would have said, that's going to leave a mark.
I have a pain not here or here, but right here. And this is going to smarts for them, unfortunately.
But yeah, so again, it's just very hard to visualize. Of course, perhaps Fleischer can figure this out and think to himself, well, would Declare be so quick to draw trumps and dummy if he had diamond losers? But on the other hand, you don't necessarily love to take a rough with the king of trumps anyway. So it just.
Jan
just
Martell
wasn't.
at the table, by the way, playing an excellent dummy for someone taking a break, I think.
Yeah, there just wasn't that much information to go on, and so a lot of times in these hands, in theory, you could figure everything out, but it's just really, really hard under time pressure to kind of, we're looking here and we say, oh, he's locked in dummy. There's a singleton diamond. It's totally obvious, but yeah, definitely not always obvious to the players.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fleischer might have been able to work out that Declare would have played, ace and a spade if he had a stiff spade, but
he has no.
He doesn't know what South's minor suit distribution is because South never bid.
Right.
Yeah.
And has to imagine that maybe Declare was trying to build a club trick to to take a pitch, take a diamond pitch or something.
Yeah, 4 hearts they beat at the other table, I see.
Yep, and here they go. They're about to just show you the results here because they're shuffling the cards, popping them in, and scoring. It looks like they are leaving the table, or maybe not. Chip's sticking around, so maybe there's another pair coming in. Oh, there they are. The special Ks, Kukowski, Kalita coming in. I did not just invent that. I hope not, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, not
What do you
bad.
think? Special Ks. Great jackets for them, maybe. You know, where it spells K, but on both jackets. You know, so when they're next to each other. Okay, that's enough. I've been here too long, guys. So we're going to await. They've started now. In fact, let's get to that main feed. We'll flash the results in a moment when we get them. Again, a little bit of a delay when the round changes, but let's go to the live action at the first table on our left, gentlemen. On the left here, we have the MLS team who was leading after the last round, but it's very close. They had a down round. Oh, no, they didn't actually. They were, yeah, they got 2 points in the last round, so they rate to be doing still quite well.
And here, after the week 2 bid and 2-spade overcall, Andy Hung is thinking
how high
slam and 3-no trump, both very much in the game. Maybe a plan could be to cube it, and if partner does something exciting, you can move for it slam. And if partner doesn't, you can offer choice of games with 3-no trump.
Yeah. And once again, folks, you're here live. We are in round 8 of 9, so the penultimate round. We're going to bring all the action to you, and it is getting very close. You can see the scores. The scores right here have not been updated just yet. This is after 6 rounds. We're going to have the update in just a few moments to give you the live score with 2 to go. But we're now watching, after the last round, we're watching the first place team versus the 9th place team.
And I can tell you, even though, folks, you can't see what's happening in the Fleischer Martel against Greco and Hampson room, East is opened with a multi 2 diamonds.
With that the Kalita hand
with
here.
Kalita's hand with the hearts, and South's overcall 2 spades, so they've reached essentially the same situation. And in that spot, Martel and Fleischer have just bashed into a straightforward 4 spades.
Yep.
Very unusual bid
and as
by
you
Marty.
predicted, 3-0 just clipped off by the North player quickly.
Yep.
Right. Andy took a very different view.
Yeah, I think this has a lot to recommend it. First of all, the extra 10 points we're also talking about, but just also imagine the overcaller sitting there with Jack third of hearts or something. If you bid 4 spades and it goes heart to the queen, ace of hearts, heart rough, right? And you lose the first 3 tricks, right? So when I have that king third of hearts in North, I'm really thinking 3-0. And do I really have a club rough coming in my ace king doubleton? It could be.
Yeah, that was a very strange bid by Marty. I don't quite understand what jumping to 4 spades was.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that 3-0 has going for it with king third rather than king doubleton is that you actually get to hold up a round, right? You have a little bit more control over the play.
Yeah, if you needed to. Here, there will obviously be no holding up. There will be winning and claiming.
My guess is there's a little hangover from the previous hand.
Possible, right?
And he just was not interested. Maybe. You said they've been on a losing streak of hands?
So maybe honestly, they haven't taken a break either. They seem to have getting up after the table, maybe moving toward a break, but then a pair is coming in and they're sitting down.
He let them make the game. I think there was clearly a hangover bid there with that jump to 4 spades.
Yeah, maybe just saying, okay, we're just going to play the normal contract, kind of stop the bleeding.
Yeah, he didn't give it 3 hearts or something. Anything.
Okay, the most exciting part, guys. I'm waiting for the update here. Let's see if we have there we go, results after 7. We're looking at the leaders still, but oh my goodness, it is a .04 spread between Amoyles and Rosenberg at this point.
4/100ths of a board.
Oh, excuse me, between Amoyles, Rosenberg, and Fleischer. Fleischer and Rosenberg tied for second at 30.67. It's a 3-horse race, folks. The other pairs are 4 boards behind. We have 3 teams. We have Amoyles .04 ahead of 2 teams who are tied for second, third, Rosenberg and Fleischer. Oh, let's dance, boys. Here we go.
Yeah, this was another loss. They got to 3-0 at the other table here. So.
Yeah, so
Loss for Fleischer.
Yeah, loss for Fleischer and plus position for Hung.
For Hung,
although they're
at least
still,
as far as we know, we don't know what's happening at the other table there. But
right. Because you know, they have an average plus board, and so they're in good shape. But of course, anything could happen. But the anything that would cause them to lose would be the opponents bidding 6 no trump, which I just think is unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
It could happen.
But you're fun. In this case, you're expecting push at worst, right? If you're the north-south pair.
I think
that's what you expect.
I predict that no pairs will be in 6 no, but I could be wrong. Maybe somebody will find it. But I think it's going to be a lot of 3 no's, a lot of 4 spades, maybe some 6 spades.
Going down.
Going down.
Yeah.
On the heart rough. Ooh, and look at this action.
We're going to see an interesting hand coming up on board 23 at some point.
Why don't we jump over?
Well, we're going to see it next at this table.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Because they're going to take a million years to play the diamond.
Yeah, there we go. Let's look at this one, guys. 6-6 in the reds in the west chair. 1 heart pass, a game forcing 2 clubs. Let's start describing our 12-card hearts.
Yeah.
Red suits here, please.
Yeah, actually, when I used to play relay here, we gave up on hands with 12 cards in 2 suits. So we said okay, 11
plus.
Like 11 we can mostly show, but 12 we give up.
Yeah. That is and certainly here
they're certainly going to play hearts. It's
I feel like unless they're doing something super. Ooh, interesting. So again. 4 triple 3,
suppressing your
extra values, aiming at a possible 3 no trump.
But when he hears 3 diamonds here, it's going to be like, oh, okay, or whatever 3 clubs is, some sort of.
This is actually these are methods developed by Shistov Martins, whereby on the 3rd bid from opener here on the 2/1 auction, opener utilizes transfers. So in this scheme, a very, very effective method I play in my current partnership. So 3 clubs there shows a diamond rebid, a 3 diamond bid would show a heart rebid,
and you just create room in the auction when you need it.
And 3 hearts would show a 3-card club support. And so the idea behind it is that when partner transfers now, you can accept the transfer and set trumps at the 3 level. So you actually gain. By just saving that 1 bid, you gain a full level for all your slam auctions.
Sort of serious, non-serious here.
So this is an unspecified void.
Okay.
3 no. 3 no was?
3 no. I think I believe in the methods because this is how I play.
Would they ask here possibly as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Clubs?
Yeah. So I believe that. So having shown 10 cards in the 2 suits, and if hearts is trump, I'm guessing that I think 3 spades and 4 clubs would be short, and 3 no is some void.
So
that's what I'm guessing.
At the
it's
other
very
table,
similar to how we play.
I think we need to circle back to the other table in a moment. Let's see where this one ends, and let's watch the other table because we have the number 1 and number 2 teams playing each other right now. We have Amoyles versus Rosenberg, Zhang and Lee at the table against Hung and Hans on the same hand. They're a little previous to the bids at this table, so let's see how this one susses out, and we'll go over there. But exciting stuff, folks. 5 boards left for all the marbles. 3 teams just at each other. Almost a dead heat for 3 of them.
Yeah, I wonder if this is, they're not common auctions, so I wonder if Kalita is I wonder if he's thinking about what to do, or if he's trying to sweat this and be like, wait a second, 3 no trump. Let me just make sure. Is this natural or is it 6-6?
Yeah, exactly. The good news is I don't think he's passing 3 no, whatever it is. So.
Well, no, right, but yes.
Right, 3 hearts set. 3 hearts set hearts is trump.
Well, it's not totally clear. That's one thing that's interesting. It's just a question of the style.
He'll probably, if he's not sure, he'll come with like 4 clubs cubit or something. Yeah.
But I think it's going to be 4 clubs for
asking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
if he can remember the system.
Yeah, he's definitely sweating it over there. But these are actually great methods. You get to show 5-5, or here, 5-5 plus with a void and spades. It's a pretty strong start. You can actually just. It's very rare that with a 6-6 like this, you can actually describe your hand well enough to kind of relinquish captaincy to partner. But I actually think here, that's not a crazy description, just to say, well, I'm just going to let my partner decide if their 2/1 was based on, ace, king, 3rd of spades or, something else. But again, these great methods in theory, you've got to remember them.
Yeah.
There's always that little piece of it.
They've in the other match, they've now progressed to the 4 level after establishing a heart fit relatively low. So they've had what appears to be a heart auction essentially from
Yeah, I mean,
relatively low.
it looks like a naturalish 2-over-1
Right,
auction.
with Zhang and Lee at the table there, the Rosenberg team. Here we're waiting for Kalita's decision here after 3-0, and it could be interesting, right?
Well, I mean, all roads kind of lead to the same place, probably. We know
Sure.
that partner has 10 red cards at a minimum and a spade void, so we can even just ask for key cards, find out we're off one, and off we go.
And
right?
at this table, is West under the impression that East could just have a 2-card hard holding because he did clip off no trump first? Or could he know that sometimes partner just has this, I guess?
I have seen other Polish pairs in the past kind of start with 2 no trump with 3-card hearts.
He
I
doesn't-
think,
he's
I think
forgotten.
that might be kind of part of the language there.
Got it. He has him on
Okay.
his range, possibly.
Looks like he's remembered the system.
Yeah, there it is. No.
Or he's just cue bidding.
Yeah, he's just bidding 4 clubs to keep it going and see what
keep it
happens.
going.
Like the 2-way, I
Yeah.
hope one of these is going to be
So
okay.
I think this is probably...
It was a fast
this
4
is-
spades.
Yeah, I mean, and so this
Exclusion.
is a spot where Fleischer, again, is very... fast 4 spades, I see. Martel usually will kind of hold the tray in those spots, and make it kind of hard for it to go over immediately. But I think here the 4 spades just shows the spade void and too strong, right? If he,
too strong for 4 hearts.
if he was responding low high to his void, 4 hearts by him would have been non-forcing. So yeah, here he is able to just show the spade void, a little too good not to get past 4 hearts and then just leave it to his partner. So now we see key card Blackwood. It's nice to have already shown the void, so now we can just show 1 key card, not worry about void showing.
Yep.
And so on the way to a great 6 hearts contract. So it's actually, this is useful science in this spot, right? It actually mattered, right? That the ace of spades, the ace of spades wasn't helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're able to diagnose that they're off 2 key cards, but one of them's not cash.
Well done with one of the pairs that's playing the best these days, Klukowski Kalita. Special K. Shake and bake. Let's get to the feature table now. Let's switch just a moment and look at their auction. I'm going to bring it up to the top of that. You'll see that it was a more natural situation here. It was a heart, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, and now we started with 3 spades and
So here's a question. At what point does the opponent's having 10 spades and having made a lead directing double? I mean, actually the 10 spades sort of spoils it a little bit, but at what point do you start considering playing the heart suit the other way around, right? Because you could theoretically try to pin the jack or 10 of hearts and play south to be the one short in hearts.
Yeah.
Rather than the sort of more normal play of ace of hearts and a heart to the queen. Right here, with the opponents having 10 spades, it's probably doesn't really sway things, because if either of them had 6 spades, certainly if South had 6 spades to the that were good enough that they may wanted to make a lead directing double, they might have bid them. But there's got to be at least some consideration, especially if maybe North finds a inspired diamond lead or something, that South is the one with short hearts and not North.
Yeah, it's just a little, that is aiming at a very, very specific holding. So I just don't think that'll be on anyone's radar here.
6 hearts at both tables. More of a naturally-ish auction here, but result is the same. Both pairs playing slam, and we'll see what the other table is going to ship us as a result when we get it. But right now we're looking at number 1, the Amoyals team, versus tied for second, 0.04 of a point behind after, well, how many boards have they played, guys? 57.
One more round.
84, 108. 107. Thank you, folks. I'm done. That's math. That's the most I can do.
All right. So the other table looks like.
In fact, we can while
jumping
we're waiting
over to the Fleischer match.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the lead, let's take a quick peek back at Fleischer, and we'll see that on the previous board they did cash in 1430 as the score on that last board, 23.
And can we see what the other table
We can if it's populated, and let's take a little peek.
So
only five hearts.
5 hearts making 6. Yeah.
So that was a win for Zimmerman again. That is just Fleischer taking a downturn in a big way here, and this could prove disastrous. There's only one round left, and we're going the wrong direction. But it's still super close.
We're going the right direction for everybody on the left-hand side.
Honestly,
the Moyles and Rosenberg teams have to be ecstatic seeing that they actually
not only
are given this opening.
Is it true that they can't compare the last few rounds now? They are not allowed at this point, or would they be able to actually?
That is what they have usually done, is to not allow comparisons of the last couple of rounds. The idea being you don't want people kind of swinging wildly at the very end.
Yeah, you want to keep it like a normal progression of bridge.
Meanwhile, let's see. Are we in the action room here?
Yeah, let's go back to the action room. Actually, we'll get back to this hand in a moment. We'll see it from this table's perspective.
All right.
But as you see, here's the play of 6 hearts. It's probably not going to go
it's just a fast hand. Heart to the ace and heart down.
And then we'll get right to that one. And look at the result, though, at the other table. Is that 4 hearts?
Yeah, 4 hearts. Looks like it.
What happened?
So that's a win for Rosenberg, and that is a gain.
Somebody played 4 hearts?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That seems like...
Again, it's just, one thing about, hands with fits and voids is it's just so critical to get a handle on the level of the fit around the void. So, do we have wasted values or not?
Well, I got to show you.
Maybe the opponent.
This is Rosenberg taking the lead, guys. This is Rosenberg taking the lead. They won the first board. They won the second board. Let's see what happens on the third one, guys. Wow. 4-handed, Rosenberg lead, Platnick Zhang.
Do we have the bidding on that pair that didn't get to where
I can find it, Billy. Yeah, let's take a look. Here's the other table right here. I'm not sure if they'll post it, but it looks like that's posted, so this should be as well. Yeah, there it is. A heart, 2 clubs, some sort of alert there, 3 diamonds, and then just a jump to 4 hearts.
So actually, I actually know their.
He knows.
Yeah, I actually know their method. So 3 diamonds showed at least 5-5 in the reds with like 11 to 14, so a minimum. And I'm surprised that East chose 4 hearts over this, unless I'm forgetting the follow-ons that 4 hearts was actually key card in something. But I'm pretty sure it's to play.
Yeah, that was not impressive.
Yeah. And we will look at this hand here. The North player, 10 cards in spades and diamonds, but they play, it looks like a strong club system here. So there's our club. Would you be bidding 2 clubs with the East hand here if you had a natural bid, or would you just say, I've had enough of that sort of
stuff? So it's a great question, and I think the answer really depends on the form of scoring, because again, in match points, there's just such a reward for this low-level pushing it around, especially
White. Yeah.
Nobody vulnerable, right? Same theme. If we were playing imps, this would be completely unthinkable because it risks a massive disaster of just going for 800 when the opponents can only make a part score. Just overcalling 5-3, 3-2 at the 2 level. It's just not something you're going to be doing into a known strong opponent. It's just a recipe for disaster. But yeah, here I like the good aggressive bid, just putting a little bit of pressure, right? Not letting the strong club pair, kind of make a whole lot of bids, right?
And here we go. We have more competition, making it, clouding the issue.
The gentle raise, getting past 2 spades, right? And so look, North is in trouble. North is in trouble.
This is not a leak, not a leak, but this is the problem maybe with a short club system, strong club system, because you haven't been able to describe your hand yet. With
right. I mean, the best defense to a strong club is always getting the auction back to the club opener at the 3 level.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
like the more times you can do that in any way that's possible, the more you're going to be a difficult opponent, and the more that you'll make your opponents wish they weren't playing a strong club.
Now it's interesting in terms of the system here. So I think I think the common style these days. So obviously, South's two hearts created a game force here for North-South. So I think the general idea here is if North were to now bid 3 spades or something directly, they're saying, hey, I've got at least 6 good spades, kind of a one-suited hand, or at least one really great suit. And I think pass here is some flexibility, right? So here, North doesn't want to emphasize spades or diamonds yet. They want to just kind of go slowly. And it may well be that pass includes penalty doubles. Some people might play that way. But regardless of what the pass is, obviously, South is King, Queen, Jack, 10, 7 of the hearts. And basically all he's going to do for the rest of the auction is bid hearts.
Can I
Again,
tell
North
you?
has a problem.
Well, I think North now is probably...
He's like, well, should I raise on my void or just bid 3-0 or bid 3 spades or what am I doing here?
Yeah, it's just
what
really,
am I doing here?
it's really ugly. I think he's going to bid 3 spades because if you're not sure in these spots, usually making the cheapest bid is cheapest of your reasonable bids is a good choice.
Of course, South could have just bid 4 hearts to show like a one loser.
Yeah,
suit.
I don't know if they play that way. It's a good point, Billy. So this is definitely a little bit more of an American style, I would say, to have fewer jumps to game. When we're already in a game for us, to have fewer jumps to game that are sort of so-called fast arrival, meaning we just want to play game, shut up, partner, as opposed to I have really good suit. I'm jumping to emphasize my suit quality.
Right.
So maybe, partner, you can actually bid 6 hearts
6
on the
on
right
your
day,
void.
even with a void.
Sure. With your void, right. That's the...
That would
right.
be-
If you had not on this particular hand where you've got
Right,
ace
where you
queen
have
there of
nothing.
clubs, but
Right.
There's 3-0 though.
Well,
With a red box around it, so something there.
Right. Maybe 3 hearts was.
which is obviously it's the place to pass. If he thinks his partner has a heart, he would be right to pass.
So
I don't know if he
designation
knows
looks
about a
like
double
both are
stopper,
alluded
though.
here.
Well, right, but it certainly would be in the right.
Right. Well,
Since
that
could
and
be-
it looks
could
like
be
it was
embarrassing.
This
conventional.
match point game.
Hung,
You know.
Hung is just looks like he's calculating something here. He's reaching for the box and he's pump faking. He's like, I'm not sure at this point. Here it comes. There's a heart bid. Looks like he's bid 4 hearts here, guys.
Well judged.
Yes.
Can I tell you that Kevin Rosenberg's team here, 14 out of the first 21. So 14 points. Class of the field in this session. Second best is the Who team, which has 12.5. Again, after 21 boards. Not what we're seeing here. We'll get that update in a moment.
Oh, here comes
Ooh.
Blackwood.
Here comes
we
Rusty.
are.
And that is not going to work.
And that's
going to be almost certainly another loss.
for Amoyles, which means Rosenberg has another massive set and maybe maybe they can't be caught after this one, possibly. It depends on how well Fleischer does.
It looks in the other room like Fleischer lost at least 2 of the boards.
It does, if those results are also correct.
Yeah,
we
this
may
could
have
be-
it.
could be
I
over.
don't know if we can have.
It might. It's got to be
It
awfully
might-
close. Like
they
if
might
Kevin's
be
team
close
wins
to it playing,
another
we'll
half
find out.
board.
Yeah.
Like
Well, right now, if they do sweep, right, which it appears that they will, they'll get 3, they'll get 0. So clearly they'll be 2.94. So not a claim, but my goodness, score up 1 in that last set, and you're handing it to Rosenberg. As far as we know, folks, again, unofficial results so far, and don't worry, we're gonna leave this stream up for an extra 40 minutes just to make sure you guys see the end of this exciting.
He'll be going down 2 on a
Rob,
club lead here.
see if you can grab some of them and bring them
Yeah,
in here
that's what I'm
too.
saying. Well, maybe we'll send somebody out towards the end and see if we can get at least a part of that Rosenberg team in here. And it's only 4 of them. If they end up winning, we can probably get them all in here. We'll have to, of course, kick you guys out, and I hope you understand.
I take up enough space. We can 2 of them can fit here.
All right,
2
there's
down.
a club lead for
2 down
5
on the
hearts.
club lead.
Yeah, it looks like.
He'll have to finesse.
No, I don't think he's going to finesse.
He's going to just take his down 1 and go home?
I think he's down 1 and go home.
I don't know.
Although the flip side is even that is not sure because he has to cross and 9 diamonds.
I'm thinking he's finessing here.
No, I don't think so.
Would you like to $5 wager this? What do we think, guys? Can I create some action here?
I know I would be finessing.
All right, Chris, would you like to bet $1 on the finesse or the non-finesse of Hans here?
I'm
All right, $1 American.
$1 American? All right.
I'll take that.
Billy
actually,
has
also.
finesse.
Okay.
I'll
Chris
take,
has no finesse.
I'll
and we have
take
another
finesse.
taker
I'm
over here.
taking
Okay,
finesse.
so this is a potentially $3 swing, folks, in the gambling
Wait,
portion of the
$3?
program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have to take $1 also?
I did not. No. Only
right,
John.
we'll
I
take
can't
it.
gamble.
right.
I'm the moderator, Chris.
All
Oh,
right. I'm good thing we're
we
in
have,
Vegas.
we have live payment here, folks.
right.
This is amazing.
these have been through some
Those look like
experience.
dollars
but
that have been in
there
the
you
pocket
go.
for a while.
All
But
right.
that makes it all the sweeter.
And people say that commentators don't get paid.
Congratulations to the winners tonight, Adam Kaplan, Billy Kahn, for the dollar victory in the View Graph room.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, guys, let's. Again, it appears from everything we can see that the Rosenberg team is in a commanding position after this round. The reason I'm only showing the top 3 teams right now is because those are the people that are currently in the race. We may have different scores for maybe second or third as it comes to it, but first is really what matters, and we believe that will be Rosenberg after this round.
Well, and the great thing is, I believe that Rosenberg is actually moving to the other tape, to the Fleischer table.
We're gonna get
for
to
the
see
for the
Rosenberg
last 3
versus,
boards.
Fleischer,
so
yeah.
it's,
Yeah. Jan Martel is amazing. I just have to say, she set this up just absolutely perfectly. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Bronya, for honestly the only reason that this is here is because Bronya kind of wanted it to be here, and I can't thank her enough for just leading us into this format. And really, kind of, I felt like this was the moonshot in the '60s. We have really bad technology here, but we cobbled it together for what we think is hopefully a professional broadcast for you guys that is done on low budget and.
I don't see any tinfoil or duct tape anywhere, to your credit.
All right, so let's see how quickly they go. Let's get over to that feature table and see the Rosenberg team arrive, possibly. And there's Chip. There is Kevin coming in.
Yes. See you later.
Thank you for letting
Billy,
me
thank you
fit
so
in for,
much. Oh my God!
First time I've ever done anything like this, so it was.
Well, it was a pleasure to have you, and come back. We'll see you in Memphis.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Everybody's over at my house.
Very good.
Yes.
I'm going to hold you to that one.
We'll do the broadcast from there.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
magic,
The broadcast
right?
from Billy's house. Yes. Very good.
I love it. But that'll be our sound check spot right there. We'll be in your basement. Yeah, I agree, Al. Chris's explanations of not just the bidding, but everything have been spot on, as well as Adam for joining it. This is your first time this week, too. Many times before.
Right. I've done my own
chair.
online stuff, whatever else, but it's nice not to be the one organizing and trying to, actually make the thing
I could have put
launch.
you in this chair instead of me? Oh, you should have told me that 2 hours ago, Adam. All right, so we're waiting for, and here we go, guys. We have action at one table. Let's see if we have it at the Fleischer table as well. We do. Players opening hands, and here comes the action. Pass a club with this. Is that 18? That is 18 over there. And sorry, Adam, let me make sure you can see that. Okay. Pass a club pass.
Right, that
Wow.
this is not one of those 18s that I'd
This
be
is 16
downgrading.
opposite.
into
I was just
one
thinking
of
about
clubs.
that, yeah.
It is 4-3-3, but that 10 of clubs, ace, queen, 10, fourth. I mean, just look at
no jacks.
all the possibilities there.
I mean, you have a lot of tricks.
And so here, this should be just a relatively straightforward 6-0.
Sure.
Making
3-0, interesting. Not 2-0.
So this looks like 3-0, sort of fast arrival, sort of minimum for his strong club, perhaps. But I'm pretty sure that with 16 points opposite a 16-plus club, there's going to be a lot more bidding.
So we're looking at Lee and Zhang versus Martel and Fleischer. The team that is sitting east-west, we believe to be solidly in command of the event, and that is the Rosenberg team. So we're looking at the east-west pair here. I will update the results as soon as we get them, but and there's that predicted 6-0 Trump bid. Equivalency at the other match, interesting. North chose an odd 2-spade opening bid with that.
Quite reasonable. First seat favorable vulnerability.
Again, that white favorable vulnerability is.
In this case, your hand is just so weak that the opponents often have game or slam, and you might just try to mess them up.
Yeah.
But here, of course, just
Did not work.
did not work. Everyone, this could be a flat 7. Again, another prediction that usually ends up making one look foolish, but this could be flat across the entire event at 6-0 Trump making 6.
Would you like to wager some more of your hard-earned dollars on that statement, Chris? Or
Yeah,
are you
I would
done
never actually wager on a flat board, but if you were going to do it, this looks like
This
a
might
solid
be
is
one.
one.
This might
definitely
be
the
the
board
one of
for
the
it.
set you would
Right,
choose.
right.
Yeah, no, I mean, Declare just
All right,
has,
here we go. And
Declare
as
just has 12
predicted-
winners.
Okay, 2.5 is the amount, and it's 2.5
But it's-
Rosenberg over Fleischer.
Yeah, so they're
So
actually
this
playing.
this
really
is-
matters. Yes,
Yeah.
this
and
is for all the
and
marbles.
Rosenberg is more than 3 ahead of.
Rosenberg is not more than 3 ahead. They're that exact amount we knew. They are 2.96 ahead
Right, so-
of Amoyle. So it's
So Rosenberg needs
so
to just get a push in this
Rosenberg
set,
needs
and
1
they're,
point,
and
basically.
they're a gimme.
right
Wait, do they need no?
because that means
They're-
Fleischer will only get 2. So yes,
Fleischer
Rosenberg just
Fleischer
needs
would
a
get
push.
2.5, and they
Who
would
needs
get
more?
half.
Yes,
Yeah.
So-
And they're over 2 ahead. You said.
they're they're exactly 2.5 ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's
they
over.
can, if they get a half, they are guaranteed to be at least tied for first.
Yes, exactly.
But
so
we
if they get a full pull, they win. Right. So.
Right.
And they're not going to get a full pull on this board.
No, but they do rate to get half.
Yes. Yep.
So
now it's just a half to
it's
win.
a question, right? It's a question of do they tie with Fleischer for the
How
win?
could
or-
you have predicted this 2.5 hours ago? I mean, just as you're watching this, I don't know if anyone has been watching from the beginning. Thank you. I know Al Hollander has, and thank you again, Al, for joining and providing commentary in the chat. But my goodness, it looked like Fleischer was just going to demolish this, and then all of a sudden, a below average, a slightly below average, a clean out in one of those rounds, and now, we have to be perfect and get lucky in the last round to win.
Yeah.
And here we go, board 26. As we expected, having the first one in 6-note trump. And here we go. Maybe the board that decides it. Let's find out. Lee has
Looks
a
like
strong
it.
club opening.
Looks like another very straightforward no Trump contract. Probably.
Exactly what the Rosenberg team wants.
Yeah.
Right? They want to
probably
chop it back.
3. Just because a lot of high card points here, but no fit. So 19 opposite 12, 31 points. Does not equal a slam without a card fit somewhere or obvious source of tricks. So we'll see. But this could be a swing board. I can imagine someone getting the slam, and it's not. It's actually not a horrible slam.
It's pretty good.
You
You need
it's
one of the
okay.
two suits to come
One
in.
of the 2 suits to be 3-3.
2 diamonds is just kind of a systemic thing over this strong club to get
Probably just to show diamonds, I would guess. It looks like
right
it's
and some
natural
sort of
with
game
diamonds.
forcing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's going to be hard to bid sensibly to 6-note. It's hard to know that you have ace, king, queen, 7th of both suits and that you have this sort of 3-3 break rate. The cards they're touching perfectly, basically, to make it,
Well, but
pretty
you're
much-
to that point though. You're also a jack in either suit or even the 10
But-
in
but-
either
but-
suit from being quite good.
Well, but that's something that will be diagnosed because the suits will not be raised, and the person who's looking at the empty knows they don't have a 10.
Sure.
So that part they'll have control of.
This is true. That's definitely true. I mean,
But I could
even
imagine,
still,
for example,
like-
some folks upgrading to a strong 2-note trump opening, where that it might just sort of go 2-note trump, 6-note trump.
And I'm just getting the display ready for the end of the event, so don't mind me. Keep
Yes.
chatting away,
Okay.
and I'll take this opportunity to thank everybody involved with every broadcast we've done. We've slowly stepped up in, I believe, capability and success. So thank you for bearing with us at the beginning and sticking with us till the end. And we are about to see the end of this event. We'll see what happens at this table. It could be very, very interesting because we know that at worst Rosenberg ties for the win. Or ties for first after these boards, but give them half a point or more, and they are the victors, folks.
So they do have some jeopardy here. So they have. Oh no, there's no jeopardy, right? Because everything goes down. Yeah. So they must have at least a half a point here, right? Is there a possible squeeze of some sort? Well, it's a pseudo squeeze. Okay, I'd say, yeah. So if they do reach 6 no trump, South might need to kind of pitch 2 spades or something in the other room. So I won't say for sure that that 6 no trump will fail, but
sure. Yeah, but
it's slated.
Sure seems that way, especially when we've squealed that we have both hearts and diamonds.
Well, right, but imagine if it's 2 no trump past 6 no trump, and we don't know what the majors are in the closed hand. We might easily be pitching hearts here instead of.
Welcome back, our fearless leader, Bronya. Thank you very much for joining us for the end, and thank you for putting this together. This doesn't happen without a lot of people, but especially it just doesn't happen without you putting this together and getting this going. So
No,
I'm
this
so
is
glad.
super fun. I'm super psyched about the whole thing, and I'm just super. This is really exciting for me. Like, I'm really happy. Thank you, Chris.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Rob. But I'm really happy. Like, even the people dropping in and all this. It's just really.
Wonderful.
It's just such a nice.
Well, next time, here's what if I can request: audience, live, speakers, real Viewgraph theater. Push it out to the world. We can take questions. We can just have the world is our oyster with these events, folks. And thanks for watching and being a part of it. And we can only get better from here. And we will see you.
So what's the score?
We have Rosenberg basically waiting to win. They need half a point to lock it up. They are a guaranteed tied for first at this point. So.
And second?
Second is currently Fleischer. So I can give you the scores right now, and you're looking at them on your screen, folks. You have Rosenberg 33.67, Fleischer 31.17. The team we thought that was just destined to win this event just had a little bit of a dip, and then Amoyles, who was ahead the previous round, got banged up by Rosenberg, and Rosenberg just steaming to the end, and looks like they are within just that touching distance of victory. Do you think they know it? Do you think they know they are?
Yes, because I think they knew enough scores. The scores are posted live at the playing area for a while, and then they kind of know they've been doing well. So I think they probably strongly suspect it anyway.
And let me give you this: 17 out of the first 24. Yeah. That's their score.
That's an awesome finish.
That is
it is incredible,
and they're still going. Right?
Yeah.
They picked up a half on the first one. That is just I came to play in that final set. And
yeah, I mean, they've definitely earned the win. Like, that's a tremendous performance for the last set.
Yeah. And that's honest. That's the dream, right? You want to get to that set, and you just want to play this way, right? You want to. And I'm sure they weren't perfect, and they ran well, but you got to show up and you got to take your tricks.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Fleischer now is thinking, whether to hold off or not. The idea behind kind of ducking the second club here is just to kind of have Declare have one extra loser, and the idea of making harder to squeeze partner. However, on this hand, ducking will be a disaster because Declare can now, with 2 club tricks in the bank, I think they'll have enough now. 2 clubs and 4 of a red is 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's still only 11 tricks actually, but maybe there's a double squeeze now.
Possible.
It looks like possible. So let's see.
I think it might depend which red suit Declare goes after.
Yeah, to make a double squeeze,
but like they'll have to go after.
So let's imagine it's ducked, and it goes diamond, diamond, heart to the queen,
ace of diamonds,
pitching a heart, and another diamond pitching a club or something like that.
Right.
South wins. And now there's kind of, the king of clubs is pressure. Oh no, maybe you have to keep the 7 of clubs and pitch a spade.
Yeah, I think you have to pitch a spade from dummy because you need the heart thread in dummy.
Yeah.
And the club you're pitching after North.
Still don't know what's happening at the other table now either. So all of this could really matter. Fleischer desperately needs 2 wins. They need to win this board. They need to win the next board.
Yeah.
For a tie. What do they do in that? Do they play off? Or
No, they give them the tie.
They award. Okay.
I believe they do, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yes, they do. Although, and in fact,
is there a carryover
for a long while? The carryovers were in kind of quarters of a board, and there were tie. There was a 4-way tie in the Reisinger, in the, sort of in the early '80s. Actually, what it wasn't that the carryover was in quarters. Now that I remember it, it's that anything within a quarter of a board was considered a tie, and so
so you had that.
Yeah, and so they only maybe 30 years ago or so changed it so that .01 was enough to win. So there has not been a tie in the Reisinger since the rule change that required an actual tie, I believe.
And just folks, keep an eye right here. I'm going to point to it for you, and we're going to keep an eye on it as well. That lower left-hand corner, we're waiting for a result from the other table, and that can help us really determine what's happening as far as the end of this result too. But the players at the table, Zhang almost looks like he's asleep right now. He's just chilling out there. And
I mean, I think Fleischer definitely knows that Martel is 4-4-4-1 here, or strong suspicion. So he's just really trying to.
So he did win
Doug
the ace.
said he was on Team Finesse from the gambling game we played earlier, so he also would have taken $1 from Chris, I believe.
So that's that. As long as I think. Well, he's got a big discard coming here, though.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he could have maybe helped Marty out a little bit, or could help Chip out a little bit here, but Chip knows better.
Hearts and diamonds both bid. I'm just going to throw the other one away.
Yeah, and that's an
like
expert
he
level
needs
play right
partner
there.
to have the 10 of spades sooner or later.
So this end is. Declare is going to struggle for a while because he can't see that both red suits are breaking poorly and all that, but this hand is over. So it's going to be 3-0 making 5. So we're just waiting to see.
In the Emoils match, they are currently playing the Goldberg team, and at one table they played 6 no trump in the East down 1. As you might expect, if you get that high in this board, you're probably not going to be successful. But what happened at the other table here is the question. That's what we need to know. A tie will give the Reisinger to Rosenberg.
Yes.
A win will give it and a win by Fleischer will keep them alive for the tie, and that's pretty much everything laid out for you folks. What an event!
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing photo finish, and well done by Jan to pick the teams to show in the last the 3 boards.
Who's
the bigger legend, Jan or Chip? Which one?
There's still some excitement here, I guess, in terms of Declare could. Well, I don't really think he's going to do that. He could, in theory, make only 4 by just choosing to test both suits. But I think he sort of knows now with the South showing up with the singleton club that South's the one with. If the red suits aren't breaking, South's the one with both. But think about it. Let's say he plays 3 rounds of diamonds and finds out they're not breaking. He has to decide: do I want to set up a diamond now and give myself making 5, or do I want to play hearts? I still have a chance to make 6. But if he does that, now he's only going to make 4.
Zhang just relaxed, thinking deeply. No cards in his hand. Just kind of hands folded. In deep thought here. And there's the result, folks. 4 no trump, making 5, 11 tricks. How are we doing here?
So that is, a solid result for East-West because here there is this chance Declare could get piggy, right? So they could play a heart to the queen, dime to the ace, pitching a spade, and then try the hearts.
Yeah.
Right. So basically making 6 if either of these breaks poorly. And actually there might be some. It's interesting. So. Martel did seem to pitch the 2 spades without too much trouble.
Yeah.
And so that might cause Declare to think that it's a 5-card spade suit, right? Queen Jack 5th would easily just pitch 2 spades, no problem.
Which might
that would
catch him out on
if that is correct. If South has 1 club and 5 spades, then one of the red suits is breaking.
Pretty much here's the ball game at this moment, folks. As we stand, if East-West take 11 tricks, meaning they have 1 loser here and they scoop up 460 or 660, that's a win for Rosenberg. And that is the Reisinger for 2024.
Or a tie for Rosenberg, yeah. Win of the overall event.
Win of the overall event, yeah. All they need is the tie, and they are shipped to victory. But, again, Fleischer can claw back if they win, and the scores are correct, and they think the scores are correct.
I mean, I guess there's always a chance of a scoring change, but
I kind of think he's going to make only 4.
That will
because
make it
of the
very
2 quick
interesting.
I agree with you. I think it's kind of natural, especially at board and match, especially where your opponent really didn't have 2 pained pitches. I guess he could afford to. He could even afford to cash 1 spade maybe and just see if he can picks up an honor.
But even so, South could have queen jack 10 5 of spades super easily.
Right, exactly. I guess he can afford to cash the ace of spades maybe, and make it a little hard if South has queen jack small in doesn't have queen jack 10, they would have to find this brilliant false card to even give him this problem. That might actually be sort of the way out of this.
Wait, which brilliant false card?
From queen jack small in spades.
Oh, yes.
If you started with 5 spades and 3 hearts,
yeah,
you can pretend to be 4x1 and play a spade on.
Of just a proper use of pauses and tempo by other players. Chip just probably, as someone else is thinking, okay. Yeah, I'm going to quickly pitch spades and just staying engaged in his decision making in the future.
Right,
as well.
Particularly because Marty took a long time, about whether to win the club, and so at that point he kind of, has time to think about. Okay, at some point, whatever it is, I have to make another discard.
That tempo becomes really important at the high level because it's just he had no problem when in reality he just thought about his problem at an opportune time when he had it.
Right, which is why it pays to take a bit of time early in the hand, especially at trick 1.
Yeah.
Right. To just maybe he can't anticipate this exactly, but he has to imagine, especially when partner leads a club, that I'm going to have to make a couple pitches. Right. Mm-hmm. What am I pitching? That's the only with Chip's hands. That's the only thing that comes into my head as soon as I see the dummy is, oh no, I'm going to have to pitch a couple times. What am I going to do?
Yep.
And how make sure that I get it right.
Yep.
And
now it just looks like you have no care in the world and you're not giving away anything, no matter what's happening.
Right, exactly. All right.
So heart to the queen. Heart to the queen.
And we'll see what he decides to do now.
All right. So first piece of bad news.
Discover that.
It's hard to believe Fleischer's going to sweat this discard. Just throw the cards he's known to hold.
There it goes.
Yeah, but like I said, I do think that Declare could have afforded to cash the ace of spades here, because if one of the red suits was going to come in, he knows diamonds are at least 4-2, so he can always set up a diamond, and
So the theory is if they play, you just pay off to queen jack 10 5th.
Right. You pay off to queen jack 10 5th,
and play them for a 4-4.
Yeah, exactly. Like and if they find the false card, you say well done, sir.
Right.
Here's your board.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good play.
Yeah.
It's just the thing is the 9 minutes of board that you get allocated in this isn't that much time when there are hands like this with so many
there you go.
Yeah.
So he did not get greedy and is just setting up the diamond, and that locks it up for Rosenberg.
He did not get greedy, and Rosenberg will now take 11 tricks, and they will, if these scores are correct, and again, unofficial, but we're pretty confident, this should give Rosenberg the victory, which means 427 is going to be a bit of a victory lap for the Rosenberg team. They don't know it. We know it. They don't. Well, let's see how they handle it.
Yes.
Well done to Rosenberg. This is 4-handed, people.
Amazingly well done.
Yeah, it's
all right.
Fantastic.
I'm going to use this opportunity to sign off for the evening.
That is good because your mic's about to die, Chris. You have put so much work in that the mic almost can't handle it anymore. But can I please shake your hand, sir?
Yes. All right.
I have dinner plans myself, so I
you're
think,
just abandoning me.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a few minutes.
Right,
Hopefully, it'll be
give
quick
me 1
board,
minute to tie us off.
Exactly.
We'll give it up. But Chris.
Yes.
Once again, your time, you're so generous with your time and your comments.
I'm happy to do it when I'm out, so I hope never to do it again.
Yeah. We hope to not see you, but every time we hear you, make it better, and we appreciate that. And everyone in the chat, 15 minutes from now is going to be singing your praises. So
all right, bye,
thank you, sir. We love you.
All right. See you, Chris.
Great job, buddy, and great job to the Rosenberg. It's at least it's going to be a fast hand here, relatively. As far as the
One no
bidding.
trump is never fast.
Slowly played, but fastly bid. Exactly.
Yes,
So
yes,
one no
exactly.
Trump,
We're halfway through at
all
least
checked.
on
And again,
some metric.
We think we know for sure now. The Rosenberg team has gained 1 point in the first two boards, which means their total is an uncatchable 34.67. And
Yeah,
Fleischer has
very well done.
32.17. See you
Yeah,
later.
that's awesome.
Well done.
That's awesome. So
four-handed
huge congrats.
Rosenberg, Lee, Platnick, Zhang.
Yeah, they have a knack for winning things four-handed in particular. Like when they won the Soloway a couple years ago,
Also four-handed, right?
yeah, it was Kevin and
Kevin Rosenberg's putting together a tasty resume, if you will, from a very young age. Huge events under his belt. The Soloway now, the 2024 Reisinger, and
yeah, love to see it.
And I think we can say, first off, as they take their victory lap here, congratulations to Rosenberg. Congratulations to all the teams that made the finals. You made it a super exciting event. Well played by everybody. No one's perfect, and there will certainly be some second guessing and some licking of the wounds afterwards. But I'd like to take this time to thank not only the bridge-based people, the ACBL people,
but
all
Bronya.
We're going to get to you as well, Bronya. All of the commentators, but especially all of you who showed up to watch this event. We've had a steady, especially today, 500, 600, 700 people watching at a time. This stream has 11,118 views at the moment, and that's just a great number of people watching bridge. And we hope we brought you the excitement. We know the players brought the excitement, and we hope we made it exciting and informative for you. And Bronya, special thanks to you and the entire ACBL team. You made this was a hectic experience, as you might have guessed in some of our glitches at the beginning, but we kind of made huge steps forwards every time, and it wouldn't have been able to happen without you and your leadership team and your tech team. And Martian, if you're out there listening, you're amazing. Thank you so much for all the extra gear and extra help, and thank you.
All right. Well, hey, thanks, guys. It looks like
congrats to Rosenberg.
Yes. Yeah, looks like congrats to Rosenberg, and we're going to go hand him that trophy. So watch out for that picture in the bulletin.
That's right, folks.
Congrats.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna skip this last board.
Right?
We're going to keep it going, exactly.
So
I'm going to flip over.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to flip over to this, and we're going to thank you so much for watching. And after we get the final score, I'll update this on the final screen as well. But folks, thank you so much for watching. We will see you in Memphis for another Viewgraph Theater. We think it'll be the best ever. Adam, thanks again,
that should
buddy.
be awesome. Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Lots of fun.
Thanks
you do an awesome job. So
I have the easiest job ever. I just get to sit here, open up a computer, and listen to some great bridge talk. So it's a dream of mine come true. So thanks for joining, folks, and we'll see you in Memphis. Take care.